Oh, a very good morning to you. Welcome along to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol for this latest round of the Rothesay County Championship. It's Gloucestershire taking on Kent in the second division, and a match where both sides are coming in off victories against Derbyshire. It's a slightly strange situation that Gloucestershire's previous game against Derbyshire, both sides were involved in tight run defeats to Lancashire, and this match both teams are coming in off fairly thumping wins against Derbyshire in this one. So Gloucestershire, having lost their first three matches, picking up their first win last time out thanks to Miles Hammond's 145. Extraordinary partnership, almost record-breaking partnership between Will Williams and Henry Brooks for the 9th wicket. Only fell too shy of the county record partnership for the 9th wicket, and that set up what was a 10-wicket victory for Gloucestershire against Derbyshire up at Derby, but back home for two matches before the break for the T20. And I can tell you that the toss for this one has been won by Kent. They've decided to bowl. My guess is the toss was pretty much obsolete because it's grey. It feels like a bowling day. The pitch has got some greenness to it. So Kent may well have wanted to bowl first. Well, they obviously did because they've decided to do it. But Gloucestershire may well have decided to bat first anyway. So both teams could well be quite happy. And that it won't last. Seaborn and Matt Cole are your commentary team. Radio Kent's finest alongside me. I'd have said the same if Ben Watts had come, don't worry. But good morning
That's
to you,
fine.
Matt.
His agent will be listening, and there'll be a problem otherwise. So we don't want to go down that line. A great pleasure to be here, Ed. And the battle of two teams, absolutely smashing form, these two, aren't they? And that's what we should be saying here. They've both had big wins, albeit over the same team, Derbyshire. But yeah, it's good news for Kent. They had won a game since April last year. They won the first two in the county championship last season, and then went winless for the whole rest of the campaign and finished bottom, of course. So it was a huge win for them. I mean, obviously big in runs as well, 225 runs, but yeah, most hugely important for them. So yeah, they won the toss, elected to bowl. I should say there's no Matt Milnes today. He's not injured. He's rested. It's part of his programme. He had that stress back fracture when he was at Yorkshire, so being very careful with him. A bit of a shame for Kent, obviously, and for their supporters, in that he took a career best 6 for 12 against Derbyshire and doesn't play. In his stead, well, theoretically comes James Taylor, making his debut for Kent on loan from Surrey for a couple of games. Mikey Cohen comes into the side as well for Jazz Singh. That's a straight swap, but left armour for right armour in terms of pace.
There are probably a few names, actually, including Matt Milnes, that Gloucestershire supporters would be quite pleased, I think, not to see. That sounds a tiny bit better, actually, doesn't it? I'm just twiddling about with some knobs here. So there's no Grant Stewart, who had that extraordinary innings in this fixture last year.
Yes, out with an injury, unfortunately. Yeah,
I say he belted the ball to all parts of Bristol. But what was extraordinary about it was he scored basically a runner ball, and yet he only seemed to play a couple of really big shots. It was actually just a really measured, well-timed innings. It's just that he kept on finding the boundaries. It was extraordinary. It wasn't an innings of bludgeoning or anything. So he's injured?
Yes, he's injured at the moment. So yeah, being kept out at the moment. Ben Compton had a really nasty dislocation. I think a dislocation as well, so he's not in the squad either.
Name
so
that
yeah,
Gloucestershire will be
absolutely, yeah.
From the point of view, you don't want anybody to be injured, but at the same time, he is somebody that scored a lot of runs against Gloucestershire in the past. He got 170 odd, I think, at Canterbury against them last season.
So Ben Dawkins comes in his place, who scored a very big knock against Gloucestershire in the warm-up. So for his university side, so that'll be interesting.
That's right, of course he did. Right, Keith Dudgeon is going to bowl the first over of this match from the Ashley Down Road, and he's running in and bowling to Cameron Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, and the first ball is left alone as it carries, sort of pops up off a length actually, and carries through to Chris Benjamin. So Bancroft and Charlesworth opening the batting for Gloucestershire. There's just the one change from the side that won Derby last time out. Of course, Gloucestershire had a bye week as well, so they're in theory rested, whereas Kent, coming off a win, I'm sure they're feeling relatively fresh as well. In comes Dudgeon bowls. That's edge over the top of third slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Well, it was short enough that Bancroft obviously felt he could have a flash at it, and he just got enough to clear third slip, and it's 4 without loss.
Yeah, Tuandamieye was throwing an arm at that one. Third, I think, is Dawkins there as well. Yeah, Tuanda is going through his goalkeeping repertoire now to show exactly what he did. But yeah, it was, I mean, it was too high in effect, wasn't it? And probably too fast as well, but a definite edge, not in control. And so Kent might think already, a couple of balls in, that is winning the toss and electing to bowl may be a good idea.
Well, Gloucestershire, I think, will know it's going to be tough up front. Dudgeon, very good bowler. He comes in and bowls and strikes Bancroft on the thigh pad as he tries to turn it into the leg side. And there's no run. So just to continue the Gloucestershire side, then Bancroft and Charlesworth opening the batting. Price at 3, Hammond at 4, Bracey at 5, keeping wicket. Tommy Borman at 6, playing his 3rd first-class match. Graham van Buren, Ed Middleton, who made a real impact in that game at last round with runs and wickets. Crucial wickets as well with his leg spin. Dudgeon in and bowls to Bancroft, who works at leg side, off a good length, still probably going over the top of the stumps. And the ball fielded out at mid-wicket. Score remains 4 without loss. And then the one change is Matt Taylor returns to the side, having taken a 6-wicket haul, his career best the last time that he played. That was on this ground against Lancashire in the first innings. And then Will Williams and Gabe Bell, who hopefully have managed to get some rest in between Derby and here, because it really was an absolute mountain of work that they got through. Dudgeon bowls, that's a good one, and that has beaten Bancroft as it left him. Dudgeon pitching it up and still getting some good life out of the surface, and Bancroft must have felt he had to play at that. We'll get a look on the replay here. Oh yeah, that's swung a long way, and if that had continued on its original line, that would have smashed Bancroft on the pad, so he had no choice but to play, but it's done way too much from Keith Dudgeon, who's completing the first over. Now bowls to Bancroft, who's positively forward. Taps it out to point, but he's hit it straight to the fielder, so he can't get a run. So Gloucestershire have picked up 4 runs from the opening over, but slightly streaky ones. Bancroft won't care too much. Gloucestershire are 4 without loss. So yes, in terms of Bell and Williams, just to put some more meat on the bone in terms of the work that they got through, especially Williams, who batted for the best part of 3 hours. In fact, it was exactly 3 hours for his 98 from number 10. He then got through 23 overs, and with Gloucestershire enforcing the follow-on, he bowled another 23 overs in the second innings, so 46 overs worth of bowling with only session breaks. And then he was able to put his feet up for 4.4 overs to watch Gloucestershire hit the winning runs. Opening the bowling from the Pavilion end, it's James Taylor, the Surrey bowler, on loan. Charlesworth's first delivery is angled down to point, and there's no run. James Taylor appears to be wearing the headband. So a tall man. He's staying tall in his action. He's played for Surrey this season, but clearly part of a battery of seamers that Surrey have at their disposal, as all of the big clubs do now. And so getting some cricket here with Kent on loan. He's coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who inside edges, and the ball just trickles past leg stump as Benjamin trots off after it, and there's no run. So early moment of fortune for both openers. An outside edge from Bancroft, and here an inside edge from Charlesworth. I think it's gone right through his legs. It hasn't gone particularly close to the stumps, but at the same time, he certainly wasn't in control. But just those early moments that you've got to ride as an opener. 3 slips in the gully. Taylor in and bowls, and passes the edge of Charlesworth with a ball that angles away from him. I think Charlesworth was expecting that one to come back, and it's actually seemed a bit away from him. A really nice piece of bowling. 16 first-class matches for James Taylor, who is the brother of a scourge of Gloucestershire over the years, Tom Taylor. As he runs in now over the wicket and bowls, and Charlesworth is forward and defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. 16 matches, made his debut for Derbyshire, where he came through, and Surrey signed him, but he's found it understandably not the easiest to break into a Surrey side with all the stars that they've got at their disposal, but he has played one first-class match for them this season as Taylor bowls, and that's again beaten Charlesworth, although that one doesn't carry through to keeper Benjamin. This pitch is by far the furthest over to the mound stand side of the ground. This is the last year that it will be called the mound stand side of the ground, because it will be renamed, rightfully so, the Graveney stand from next year. This pitch much closer to that side as Taylor bowls. Charlesworth another inside edge, which I think goes into his boot and then trickles down to the slip cordon. So that's a probing start from James Taylor. It's a slightly unusual thing to see a J Taylor running in and bowling at Gloucestershire. Jack was in the squad, but Jack is not playing. Matt Taylor, however, is. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 4 without loss. We did have the pure thrill of James Taylor bowling at both Jack Taylor and Matt Taylor in a 50-over game at the Oval a couple of years ago. As Dudgeon starts his second over from the Ashley Down Road and bowls to Bancroft and gives him a bruise somewhere on the upper part of the thigh. The thigh pad is there, but the ball always misses it. There's always some gap. Seems to sneak through. Dudgeon, the South African overseas, is certainly somebody that looks as though he knows his way around a gym. He's a very strong unit, is Keith Dudgeon. He's also got 3 slips in a gully. He's bowling to Bancroft, and there's a length ball that rises up and past his outside edge, and Kent are causing Gloucestershire all sorts of problems here.
Been a promising start, hasn't it, from the Kent duo. James Taylor, I was going to say, he shows no ring rust, but he played against Warwickshire for Surrey, didn't he? I think there were rumours that he was coming to Kent maybe in the previous round, but selfish Surrey decided that he had to play for them. I suppose they do pay his wages, so. But yeah, great start. As you said, that edge off, what was it, the second ball of the day, and then Taylor almost getting Charlesworth a drag onto his stumps.
Dudgeon approaches now and bowls. Wow.
He's worn it.
Bancroft has left that, and it's hit him in the... Well, I think it's hit him in the stomach, but it may have hit him slightly lower than that. In fact, yes, I think
he's completely lost that, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's painful.
Yeah, absolutely. He said he's looked to duck it. It's gone a little bit short. Is it kept lower than perhaps?
Yeah, the first ball of the day, the bounce looked slightly putting him. No, in fact, it's done more than that.
Yeah,
it's actually bounced more and gone. It's jagged back on him.
Yeah, it's moved off the seam. Yeah,
it's almost missed his side actually. Yeah. Hit him on the left side. Dudgeon bowls. Oh, that's a sharp delivery which skids on through to Chris Benjamin. It was left, but that had some serious zip to it. What's that one done?
Yeah, he's getting movement and bowling at some pace as well. Yeah,
that's swing at that time. Yeah,
absolutely right. So it's moved in the air and a little bit off the pitch away from Bancroft. They'll do well, these two, won't they? Just hold their nerve. Mind you, Karen Bancroft's been through international cricket.
It's ball by ball, isn't it? Dudgeon in now, and he defends back to the bowler for no run. Yes, he had the joys of seeing Jay Anderson coming in at him again when Lancashire were here for the last home game, having faced a fair bit of him for Australia over the, well, I say over the years. I think it was mostly in the what was it, the 17-18 Ashes that Bancroft was opening the batting for Australia in. Full delivery is possibly pad first, Kent think, but it certainly was bat as well, because if it's come off Bancroft's pad up to mid-on like that, it's done very well. But ooh, it has just come off pad, but it's probably done a bit too much down the leg side.
Yeah,
but,
I'd agree.
But this ball is doing all sorts. It's misbehaving at the moment, actually. There is a serious amount of seam movement for these Gloucestershire opening batters to deal with. It's a maiden from Dudgeon, and really some of these deliveries Gloucestershire just can't get a bat on. I don't think anybody's hitting that delivery there. 4 without loss after 3.
No, he's working up some serious pace, Keith Dudgeon, the South African from the Ashley Down Road end. Hasn't had quite the explosive start he had last year with a win first time out. Then, of course, the horrible knee injury, which stopped his season. James Taylor running away from us at the pavilion end, bowling to Ben Charlesworth, leaves it outside the off stump. This is a much more comfortable leave, I think, than we've seen in these first couple of overs so far. It's been a difficult time. But, yeah, James Taylor, brother of Tom. I feel like for those people who know 70s music, I have to say James Taylor, not that one. But then it's also a cricket reference. James Taylor, not that one. Or that one. It's this one, 25-year-old, brother of Tom at Derbyshire. Lively, fast medium, bowls now. That's on the money just outside off stump, but Charlesworth just checking up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Kent with 3 slips and a gully in there, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and that is it, I think. Attacking as they might, having won the toss. The cloud cover just looks like it's lifting a bit now, getting a bit brighter. Not sure what that'll mean for conditions, but in comes Taylor now, left by Charlesworth off outside the off stump. He's coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Perhaps a little bit of seam movement back towards him, but not worrying the stumps. Charlesworth, none so far of his 7 balls face. Bancroft with that 4 off 12, but that was from a bit of a wild slash outside the off stump, top edging it. Second ball of the day over to Andamieye and Ben Dawkins in the slips. So once more, Taylor then to bowl to Charlesworth. And he just closes the face on that one. It's fielded at square leg by Joey Everson, I believe that is. So I did miss a fielder. It's Keith Dudgeon lurking in front of the flats at the Ashley Down Road end.
I should issue my apologies, by the way, to our listeners on the BBC Sport website. I gather that we were not on the website right at the start, so hopefully you're picking us up loud and clear now, but my apologies for that.
You haven't missed any wickets. You've missed just the 4 runs, and at the moment Gloucestershire, as this ball's propelled into the offside, just a little nudge forward by Charlesworth. It's fielded at cover and there's no run. What's that been holding on exactly? This over to me, Ed, already feels slightly more comfortable for Ben Charlesworth than anything we've seen so far.
But I'd just be really praying that it gets a bit easier when the seam doesn't stand quite so proud with the ball that is just getting a little bit softer, because at the moment it's hard going.
Taylor bowls to Charlesworth, up on his toes there, looking to drive it past Daniel Belldrum. Don't go full flow of the bat there, just once again checking. Rehearses the shot, which is a back foot drive, a beautiful one through the covers. It wasn't that shot, didn't quite get to the pitch of it. End of the over. No real alarms though from that over from James Taylor, which would be good news for Gloucestershire. My first sight of James Taylor bowling live, and to say good reports of him. His figures, I suppose his average isn't outstanding. He's going about 40 for his fast medium bowling, but Sorry, you don't pick players up for no reason.
No,
I'm
and
fair to say.
there can be very flat ones at the
Yeah.
Oval. I feel like he seems to have been playing almost all his matches on the most flat surfaces. Dudgeon bowls to Bancroft, that's left alone. Again, it's a zippy delivery from Dudgeon. I watched a little bit of him, as you can do nowadays, I believe, on the Kent live stream last week, whilst of course listening on the BBC Sport website.
Well, you would.
Which of course you would. Any loyal listener would. But he can get the ball to go both ways, can't he? And I mentioned it, he's a strongly built gentleman, and he can get his pace up when he wants to. That one wasn't his quickest delivery, but almost with the variability we've seen from this surface, it could be that one that gets the wicket. Bancroft had to just hold his pose for a fraction of a second longer than I think he wanted to with his defensive shot, and ends up pushing it to Bell Drummond at mid-off. And there's no run. So still only one scoring shot in 4.2 overs, and that was a flash over the top of the slips for 4. Even Bancroft unable to find gaps for singles, as he so characteristically does. Dudgeon bowls, and Bancroft plays this one uncertainly up to mid-on. There's no run there either. I'm pretty sure it was a dead flat one that James Taylor played on up at Edgbaston, wasn't it, in that first round? And yeah,
I don't know if he has a Kookaburra asterisk for some of his other performances as well.
You do wonder with Surrey, don't you? You know, oh yeah, hamstring is a little bit tight today. Let's send out the youngster. He can bowl with that. In comes Keith Dudgeon. He's in and bowls, full delivery, driven through the offside for 4 by Bancroft. That's the first authoritative shot we've seen, and it was a really pleasant one. Just a little bit over-pitched from Dudgeon, but you can see why he's bowled that, because he wants Bancroft to drive, and he wants to bring the slips into play. It's just that he got Bancroft to middle one through cover point for 4. So
Yeah,
8 without loss.
Nice looking shot, isn't it? The first legitimate shot, I suppose. Scoring shot of the day, just opening the face slightly. Yeah, it's nice from Cameron Bancroft. So 8 for none.
I don't think, even though we had a fair amount of rain in Bristol yesterday, I don't think you're going to have to hit it too hard across this outfield to get some value for runs, particularly not to that side anyway, or straight. Dudgeon bowls to Bancroft, and he, with a nice high front elbow, defends into the leg side for no run. As ever, very short boundary to the flats. That's a given when you come to Bristol. Slightly longer up to the pavilion, but it's still not a mighty hit to clear that straight boundary. It's in a fair way as well, with the sight screen having to be on the grass on the far side of the fence from where the spectators would be in the Zahir Abbas stand, but there's nobody there because they'll be staring at a sight screen. Forward goes Bancroft and pushes into the offside. He beats mid-off, should be able to come back for 2 here, and Bell Drummond goes into a slide and makes sure that he keeps the ball under control. So another couple to Bancroft, who's got all 10 of Gloucestershire's runs in the first 5 overs. And Ben Charlesworth, 12 deliveries yet to get off the mark, but Bancroft might at least feel a little more settled that over. But yeah, the pitch being over that side, and with the new, well, it is new, isn't it? It's sort of new and old, the temporary permanent stand that's the Zahir Abbas stand. With that being there, there's not the room to put the sight screen the other side, so the straight boundary is, I mean, it's a couple of yards longer than the Ashley Down Road end still, I reckon, but not much.
So Taylor over the wicket once again to Charlesworth. Spelled a majority, no, all of his deliveries to him so far. Charlesworth straight back at the bowler. Looks like he's starting to open up, Ben Charlesworth, and that, as I understand it, is his MO, isn't he? He likes to attack as an opener.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a bit becalmed this year, and he when he first came onto the scene, he was really quite defensive. But as you say, the last couple of years, he's really opened up, and his attacking game has been developing.
As Taylor bowls to him, and it's a no ball from James Taylor, the first extra of the piece, fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on.
But I can imagine, well, I mean, without wishing to put too fine a point of it, he's probably got a fair amount on his mind, given the fact that it's been announced already that he's moving to Lancashire at the end of the season. There's all sorts of stuff that you've got to sort out, really, at some point, isn't there, in terms of where am I going to live? All the stuff that goes into moving to a new city.
Taylor then to Charlesworth. Foolish, that's a great shot. It's driven back past the bowler. That'll be 4 runs. Down the slightly longer of the 2 straight boundaries. Thank you, Ed Seaborn, for educating us all on that. No, it's good to know.
Was it too much detail?
No, not at all. Not at all. As you say, it looks shorter from here, but then it would do from our perspective as well. So, if that makes sense. So, it's good to know that in yardage it makes up for it as well. No. For once, I'm not taking the mickey here.
I thought you must be.
It's early. It's 20 minutes in. So
that doesn't usually stop people.
I'll get into my stride shortly. As James Taylor then, was he slightly over pitching? Certainly Charlesworth liked it. Into the offside. Ekant Singfields at point. Apologise to people watching on stream, everyone at home, Ed Seaborn, everyone at Gloucestershire, for Kent wearing cable knits before I forget.
No, don't worry. Gloucestershire there's a mixture usually, but Gloucestershire do have plenty that. And in fairness, I like the fact that people wear the cable knits.
It's the lack of numbers, isn't it?
It easiest.
There you go. It's the I should say. Nothing wrong with cable knits. Just blundering into a completely different area there. There we are. Here's James Taylor then to Charlesworth once again. Foolish once again from Taylor, but this one is just nudged very nicely out to wide mid-on. It's fielded by Mikey Cohen, who comes into the side for, either Jazz Singh or Matt Mills, whichever you like to say, the left-arm seamer. We'll be seeing him before long. And they take... Was that a single?
It was, yeah. First change of strike.
What on earth's going on? So Cameron Bancroft will face his first delivery from James Taylor. He was none for 7 off his 2 and a bit so far. The first run scored off him as well in this over. Dutton has none for 10 off 3. 25 on his back. Shock of dark hair, bearded figure as well. James Taylor, bit of bat and pad there for Cameron Bancroft. It was an aborted cry anyway. But certainly decent delivery once again from Taylor. I'd say almost leg and middle, that one. 17 for none, Gloucestershire. There's cloud, but it looks like high cloud now. We were not threatened with rain exactly, but the forecast I saw this morning said we might flirt with it here. There we go. With some,
I think I've ever flirted with
some
rain.
bearing clouds. I'm trying to give it a sort of more wispy feel, a more airy feel. I'm not sure I'm doing a job, but Taylor to Bancroft into the offside. It's just a bat late actually at that one to the offside, but along the ground it's fielded at cover by Cohen, and that is the end of the over. 18 for none then for Gloucestershire off 6. Sounds, just on the morning, sounds on the face of it. I think if you're just looking at the scorecard, you might think, well, fairly procedural from Gloucestershire, going at 3 and over. But the first 4 overs certainly facing were not easy, but they might have just a little bit more confidence now. Cameron Bancroft taking the strike. But yeah, so highish cloud at the moment, but we might get a shower today. I think tomorrow's looking very good.
They've massively upgraded the forecast for the weekend.
They have.
It was looking like it was going to be quite mixed to even more rain than not at one stage
tomorrow
for Saturday.
Looks like a smasher now. So
all of a sudden we've got less than 5% chance of rain, over 20 degrees. Should be a great day to come down to the ground if you can get here. There's a fairly decent crowd actually for the first day. It's already pretty well populated at the far end. I suppose it probably looks a bit bigger to us sitting here than for the Lancashire game, just because of the fact that Zahir Abbas stand is closed, because that's already turned into quite a popular area for people to sit, because you can get a pretty good view near the bowler's arm when the pitch isn't over there. And I suppose you can also be the first to applaud the players on and off the field. What's going on up there? I don't think there's any building work going on today. Here comes Dudgeon for his 4th over to Bancroft, who's not for the first time caught somewhere in the midriff, and he's worn I think, about 4 deliveries in various parts of the padding so far. One on his left side that looked particularly painful. That one sort of stomachy, and he's taken a couple on the thigh pad as well. So it's certainly not done completely misbehaving, but we're certainly not seeing the extravagant seam movement that we did in the first 2 or 3 overs. Yeah. Watch this one go sideways. It doesn't. It actually goes straight on, and Bancroft leaves it alone, wide of off stump.
But he's bowling quick today, isn't he, Keith Dudgeon? Not that he can't, but it's a real, feels like an effort spell, this one, from him, as well as getting some movement off the pitch. But
certainly looks in rhythm.
Yeah. But yeah, so just the one game for Kent last year. Sorry, this is ancient history to people, but took 7 wickets in the second innings. Fantastic win against Northamptonshire. The terrible knee injury which kept him out of the rest of the campaign. He's here. He's not here. He's at Kent for the season. He's here for a bit.
Oh, there we go. You take anybody.
Breaking news.
Dudgeon bowls full delivery, driven by Bancroft, and that's a great piece of fielding from Bell Drummond at mid-off. I thought that was going to the boundary, and he sprawled out. He seemed to dive quite early, but he got great extension and stopped what I think would probably have been 4 runs, because it's basically the 4 or dot probably to that long off boundary.
It's the shortest one on the ground, you know, Ed.
It is, yes.
I told by someone much wiser than me.
Oh dear. and unlike
We're underway now.
At Derby, where the ball is liable to just suddenly bound over the top of your attempted dive, that one didn't. Dudgeon in, and Bancroft plays an awkward looking drive that comes off a thick inside edge up to mid-on. There's no run. Didn't go in the air, but threatened just to sneak through. I just wonder if, especially now that we've got, and admittedly it's only very watery sunshine, just wonder if that's just taken a bit of what might have been some dampness out of the surface early on, and whether that was, a few damp patches were what was causing the odd delivery just to really go sideways. In comes Dudgeon and bowls, and Bancroft with a tight leave as Benjamin has to go diving away to his left. He's ended up almost a yard, as it were, wide of the strip to the leg side of Bancroft, but I'm not sure it quite jagged that far, because if it had, it would have missed leg stump from the angle that he ended up at. However, it must have been a close one. It certainly looked it from our angle. We will have the perfect view, I think, for the next home match, because I believe, and they were rolling it before the start of play, believe they're using the hybrid, which is basically bang in front of the commentary position in the pavilion here. Dudgeon bowls. Oh, that's just taken the bottom part of Bancroft's bat. He drove at it, and the previous delivery I thought was going to smash into off stump, and that one I thought was going to threaten to get underneath Bancroft's forward push, but he does get bat on it. It's a maiden from Dudgeon. I'm still going to enjoy saying that name. It's got to be one of the best names in county cricket at the moment, Keith Dudgeon. And 18 without loss at Gloucestershire after 7 overs, as Matt Cole has nipped off to do his second update of the day for BBC Radio Kent. James Taylor in now to Charlesworth, who drives, gets a thick outside edge that goes along the ground and is stopped out at backward point by Akansh Singh, and there's no run. I enjoyed watching, again, he's a cricketer that I hadn't seen a huge amount of, but I thought I'd watch a little bit of Kent last week, given Kent were coming here. I very much enjoyed watching Akansh Singh, both with bat and with ball. Looks a really talented cricketer. As Taylor bowls, and that was a floaty half volley outside off stump, and Ben Charlesworth pounces on it and drives it through the covers for 4. So 22 without loss at Gloucestershire, and that was a delivery which Charlesworth really would have loved to see. He has got out a few times outside his off stump this season, but more cutting rather than driving, and that was a ball that has got to go, especially at this early stage with ball on top of bat and with nobody at cover. And there you go. I mean, just that one shot takes somebody out of the slip cordon. So Dawkins goes into cover, and now there's just 2 slips and a wide gully. Taylor on the money this time. Charlesworth pushes it to Dawkins. Extra cover. And there is no run. Full slate of fixtures this round. As next round, Derbyshire taking on Northamptonshire, looking to bounce back from what's a run of defeats for Derbyshire. I think they've lost 3 in a row now against Northamptonshire, who are going great guns. They're in second in the table. And Northamptonshire drew their first 3, but have won their last matches. Charlesworth inside edges this latest Taylor delivery through backward square. And he'll be happy enough to come back for a couple of runs and move into double figures. So he's joined Bancroft on 11 after giving him a 10-run head start, and Gloucestershire at 24 without loss. Did I mention Derbyshire 27 without loss at Derby? I can't remember. But anyway, they are. Lancashire taking on Middlesex. That match is at Old Trafford. I believe Lancashire's next match is at Southport, and they've got back-to-back home games as well, but this one's at Old Trafford, and Lancashire are 23 for 1, having lost George Balderson early. Taylor to Charlesworth, forward, and pushing away to Beldrummond mid-off. And Durham are playing Worcestershire at New Road, and I bet they'll be thrilled to see a certain Ben Stokes in the lineup again after, I think, probably the last time that Ben Stokes played Worcestershire was the time when he broke the record for the most number of sixes in a county championship innings. It's 17 sixes, I think it was.
Poor old Durham, just what they need.
Taylor bowls, driven by Charlesworth. He'll get at least a couple of runs for this. Might be all he gets as Beldrummond pursues it off to the wide long off boundaries, tiptoes alongside it for a little bit and ends up picking it up comfortably inside the boundary. So a profitable over for Gloucestershire with 8 runs coming from it. And after 8, Gloucestershire are 26 without loss. So they've got Stokes playing for them, Durham, but no, as yet, Dwan Olivier, who I noticed they've signed. Isn't it just nice to be able to do that? You had Kemar Roach.
You just feel for them, though, don't you?
Slouch Kemar Roach. We'll just replace him with a guy who's played plenty of Test cricket for South Africa and took about 60 wickets in a season for Yorkshire a few years back. Be handy.
Yeah, he's not bad, that bloke. I think it's fair to say. Can have a Saffron of their own. Keith Dudgeon will be, I was about to deliver the ball. He's going to have a quick chat with Daniel Beldrummond, his captain. The field at the moment is 3 slips and a gully. Messrs Crawley, North East and Mayeye, the 3 slips, and then Ben Dawkins at, well, maybe a 5th slip, more of a gully, I would say. Dudgeon comes into bowl now to Bancroft. It's a push and run to point, fielded by Akansh Singh. He thinks better of throwing at the far end because Bancroft was already well through for that single. Well taken. And batters switch over. 27 for none. So Dudgeon into his 5th over here. The first changes for Kent would naturally be Joey Everson and the left arm of Mikey Cohen. Jazz Singh, who was left out of the team today, just doing a. Well, he's on the field. There we go. I don't know how to do it.
Quick.
Okay. Literally, as I was saying that sentence, he's whipped off the blue gilet and he's he's off the field. It's Jazz Singh for Akansh Singh. He's just going off the field for a moment.
Looking at his finger.
He is indeed. Dan George, the physio, drew some tape out there as Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth, just turns it into the onside. Good length delivery, but off to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think it's just running repairs rather than anything too serious. I think maybe he just had some taping on it already, which has come off.
So.
And now he's wanting some new tape. I don't know. It was a
He'll be
very
looking
quick
to bowl as well,
costume change, though.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like quicker than Superman in a phone booth there, was just throwing off the shoelace suddenly. Super Singh is on the field as ball turned up to, or just blocked really up to mid-on. And there is no run. Mikey Cohen once again doing the fielding. He's got his cable knit off now. Joey Everson is doing some pectoral flies, I think they call them. Some.
Excuse me.
There we go. It's all warm-up exercise. We're opening the chest up there.
Do you send your pectorals flying habitually?
And some twists and turns. He's doing some warm-up. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Got some graphic on you there. Bit of lift from Dudgeon outside the off stump. It's not harmful for Charlesworth because he'd left that, but a bit of pace and a bit of lift. But Charlesworth, probably on length, is leaving that one anyway.
Surprised he's not going down to do some gardening. Bancroft's doing some. I mean, again, he's doing one of those things that batters do that I just don't know. There we go. He's going to prod that part. That makes sense because that's actually where the ball's going to land. But he comes down and sort of tentatively nudges a patch of the pitch where if the ball lands there, you're going to struggle to reach it.
It's almost gardening for the sake of it. Here we are. Dudgeon then bowls to Charles, wraps him on the pad. He's looking, trying to get forward and into the onside as well. From the body shape didn't look good. He has been beaten by that one. There's a thoughtful, a pensive hand to the chin there from cradling the chin. Dudgeon afterwards. It's not a terrible shout.
No, it's one of those
it's still doing a bit though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hoping that it's pitched right on leg and it's going on to hit leg, and without the benefit of DRS, I reckon you might have seen the finger go up if there were the ability to have a look at it again. But
yeah, if it's holding its line,
it's hard to give those without a replay.
But it's a decent shout, that one. So a decent ball again from Dudgeon in his fifth over bowls now to Charlesworth. Again turns this into the onside. It's Jazz Singh fields. Is Ekant Singh about to come back on? He is indeed. So Singh for Singh, and that's good news for Kent. As you were saying, Ed, just looks like running repairs perhaps on the hand. They'll be hoping he'll. Well, I'm going to abort that sentence in the middle. They might not be hoping that he bowls. They're probably hoping that the four of them, or even three bowlers, just slice through through Gloucestershire. But certainly as part of their army, Jazz Singh, we're told he's added a yard of pace from last season, a very lively medium pace. So and a decent batter as well. The young Kent all-rounder he hopes to be at this point. Much more a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder though. As Taylor will continue though from this pavilion end, having a chat to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Or was this a monologue actually from the Kent captain? Just making sure he knows what the bowler wants. Is he wearing a bit of an Alice band as well?
It does look as if he's wearing it,
It's definitely a mop of hair, that, isn't it?
It does look like the COVID-style headbands everybody was wearing. Runs into Bancroft, who inside edges a defensive shot to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
See, everybody else was wearing masks. Was this a special cricketer thing, the headband?
Well, I think they sort of felt as though they...
Did it ward off some...
I don't know.
Is it antiviral?
I don't know, Matt. There was one stage where everybody thought you could sort of pass it on. I don't think anybody ever thought you could pass it on through the hair, but perhaps there was a feeling that some of the particles could get stuck to the hair.
Oh, really? Seriously?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't.
I thought you were suggesting
it was just the fact that nobody could get their hair cut.
It was a fashion thing. Of course.
Here comes Taylor and bowls, edged and taken at first slip. And Kent have their first wicket. A nice delivery from James Taylor and Zach Crawley with no mistake at first slip. It was a fairly pouchable catch. He just had a little bit of work
a bit low,
to do, and Bancroft departs. So it was an encouraging start for Gloucestershire because it looked as though they'd mostly got through this early spell, but Bancroft just feeling for one that I think he had to play at and just gets an edge and is caught at first slip for 12. So Gloucestershire 27 for 1. It was a strange catch from Crawley because it went straight to him, and yet he was almost diving away to his left as he took it, which is a strange one, but he obviously kept his eyes on it and kept his balance well enough to catch it, but it was a slightly odd look. Yeah,
so first strike for Kent, then having won the toss and electing to bowl first. If you're just joining us, welcome on BBC Radio Gloucester.
Sure.
BBC. Oh, yeah. Like an important, important addition. BBC Bristol, BBC Radio Kent, and live on the stream via Gloucestershire County Cricket Club too. So 27 for 1. I'm Matt Cole alongside your home expert, Ed Seaborn, who's been out there with a tape measure, measuring the boundaries this morning.
Well, actually, one thing that is interesting in terms of measuring, and it's not because the ground staff made a mistake. It's just because the pitches are so close together that at the far end on the stream at the moment, if you're watching, you'll almost see 2 return creases bang next to each other.
Yeah.
But it's just because
like
there's a practice pitch right next to it. Or actually, that may have been the pitch that was used for the Gloucestershire women's match that was taking place over the weekend against Northamptonshire. And that might be the pitch that was used for that. So this one bang next to it. So 4 deliveries remaining in this over. The new batter is Ollie Price, another right-hander who's defending first ball out into the offside. Price has got quite a lot of starts this season, but he has not passed 50 yet. You sort of, you'd never like to say such a thing, but you do sort of feel as though he's batted well enough that he surely is due some runs.
I know you were trying not to use the D word there, weren't you, just in case?
But hard not to, isn't it?
I see. So, 29 of 44 against Middlesex, got himself a 42 against Durham.
3 slips in the gully back now as Price prods to the gully. And there's no run.
Beg your pardon, that's a 34 and a 38 against Durham. I'm looking at his bowling figures.
Yeah, because actually that was...
it's a tough life being a cricket commentator.
The second innings against Durham especially, he basically ran out of partners and ended up smashing a ball which was just caught at deep square on the boundary rope. So he a few times in the early stages of the season found himself with just, and I think at least one of the innings against Middlesex, certainly the second innings, was exactly the same. He just didn't have any partners left. He drives there fluently enough through the offside. That's to the long boundary though, so absolutely no chance of the ball getting there. There'll be plenty of 3s to that side, you'd think, throughout the match, but that one enough for a 2. Gloucestershire 29 for 1 in the 10th over. But yes, his bowling may well get a go out at some point. It's one of the narratives with these 2 sides and their varying balances in terms of Kent have got 5 seam options as Taylor completes the over and Price shoulders arms. So 29 for 1 at the end of 10 overs. James Taylor 1 for 18 from his 5. Whereas Gloucestershire have got 3 frontline seamers, but there will barely be a time when one of Williams or Bell isn't bowling. They get through a ridiculous amount of work. They've clearly been told that they're going to bowl a lot, and they're both very happy to bowl a lot. In fact, Williams is one of those cricketers that just looks as though he wants to be doing something the entire time, which he was at Derby. But then after that, Gloucestershire have got Charlesworth, who is a seam option, and then plenty of spin with the likes of Van Buren, Middleton and Price. So it'll be interesting to see where this game goes.
Yeah, if it does spin late, Kent, hello Parkinson in the side, short from Dudgeon. Charlesworth conservatively hooks that one away, but I think he's going to get himself 4 for it. He does indeed. And a dive from Mikey Cohen can't save it on the boundary.
That is the proper... Well, he is in high dudgeon. There's no other way of saying it. I know that everybody will make that joke at some point, but he was.
You've had your one.
Double teapot, full-on stare. He was going to wait until that fielder got up and looked at him to make sure that he saw that he wasn't happy about that. But it was a lovely shot from Charlesworth, because as it turned out...
controlled.
Exactly. He just did enough to get it to what is a very, well, is a pretty short boundary anyway.
Yeah, Mikey Cohen diving for it. Might have a bit of rope rash diving there. This one, again, he turns it from middled into the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run. James Taylor, he's just struck for Kent, shines the ball. But do you think he was harumphing at Mikey Cohen's?
He seemed to be, but to be honest, I thought, especially for a fast bowler, that wasn't a bad effort, really.
He's thrown himself headlong at it. But
perhaps he was just getting himself fired up.
Yeah. He's cross anyway, And actually, from a bowling point of view, probably hasn't got none for 15. 5.2 overs so far. Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth. That's a nice looking shot. Just caresses that through the offside of the back foot, and that'll be a couple into the wide open spaces there. Joey Everson Fields. And 2 more. That's 35 for 1.
Sorry, Matt. That's the shot you want to see Charlesworth playing, because as I say, he's found a way to get out quite a bit when the ball's been very wide this season, which is normally a real strength of his. But you just like to see him kind of lay back, take a little bit off the force of the shot and just control it like that.
Looked like he had all the time in the world to play that one. He'll face Dudgeon once again. Again, he's trying to get on the front foot. Does get on the front foot. It's up to Daniel Bell-Drummond. It ends up as a defensive shot. Bell-Drummond at mid-off, and there's no run. 35-1. I was just saying about Dudgeon's figures. He might have well, he's got an excuse. He's a fast bowler anyway for just being generally grumpy and glaring and grinding his teeth, but he's bowled a really good spell here and not got himself a wicket, which any proper fast bowler will be. He'll be ticked off. He'll be chuntering to himself if he goes back to a deep fine leg in a minute. Bowls to Charlesworth, who's again on the front foot, plays that very nicely back at the bowler. And there's no run.
I was reading in an interview, he's apparently a qualified game ranger, is Keith Dudgeon. How good's that?
It is great, isn't it?
I mean, you're a professional cricketer taking wickets for, well, not quite for fun in the championship, but he's got a great record across both South Africa and when he's played in this country, and he knows how to tame a lion as well.
It's 35 for 1 Gloucestershire as Dudgeon comes around the wicket once again to the left-handed Charlesworth. It zips into the gloves of Chris Benjamin, but harmlessly from a Gloucestershire point of view. Charlesworth has left that one. I'd just like to think the romance of it. At any moment, halfway through and over, he might just decide the call of the, what would it be, the call of the Veld, would it be? And goes off. Just gets in his Land Rover and he's off. I suppose he need a plane as well. I just love the idea of it. There he is, the call of the plane. But yeah, well, I mean, as far as a career after cricket, if that's, fantastic.
That's good.
It beats the sort of sports management degrees and that sort of thing that a lot of these guys get, doesn't it?
Here's Taylor into Price. He bowls, and that's a really tasty delivery, which forces Price to play. Doesn't follow it, but is beaten through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I think in terms of things that cricketers can also do. I remember the sometime England wicketkeeper Bess Heath knows she can take a Land Rover apart and put it back together again. That's apparently one of her hobbies. Here comes Taylor and bowls and Price on drives. That's a lovely looking shot. That'll bring him 4. I've seen a couple of really well hit straight drives up to the pavilion. Charlesworth played one just to the offside of the stumps, but that is an on drive from the textbook from Ollie Price, and he's up to 6. Gloucestershire 39 for 1. But in terms of side gigs, qualified game ranger, that's a good one.
I like the idea of being able to strip a car, a Land Rover, down to its spare parts and back again. That's actually like proper skills, isn't it?
Taylor, tall action bowls wide of the off stump. Price judges he doesn't have to play at it and judges well. About 5th stump maybe. And again, some decent carry. We've seen a little bit of variation in the early stages, but again, this pitch would have been under cover for a lot of yesterday. It rained pretty solidly, I think, from about 3 o'clock until 5-ish. It was some pretty heavy stuff at times as well, and I think we had some rain overnight as well. Taylor bowls outside off stump and no stroke from Price, so you'd imagine things just settling themselves down at the moment, and Price is down to do a bit of tapping now as well after seeing that one not really carry quite so well through. But there's every chance actually that this just settles down, and we see some, as we've seen really for several games at Bristol of late. The pitches here, they have a certain reputation, but I think that reputation is changing. Taylor bowls, and again, that's one that doesn't exactly fly through to Benjamin. The danger is that you then think, well, you've got to take a couple of steps forward as the slip cordon and the wicketkeeper, and then you get one that does carry that bit more. So hard to know at the moment exactly where to stand. But yeah, there's been some real fast-moving games at Bristol over the past couple of seasons. There's really, since the first game of last year, there's been nothing at all resembling a bore draw. Taylor in, and a length ball is played very straight back. Taylor scoops up, and Gloucestershire, after 12 overs, 39 for 1. Will Dudgeon have a 7th over 6? So often the magic number. It's almost a surprise when somebody does bowl a 7 over spell these days, and I'm not going to be surprised because we are seeing a change.
Yeah. And it'll be Akash Singh.
Yeah.
There we go. So I think
won the arm wrestle with Joey Everson potentially.
I was going to say, I thought he was just putting on a jumper. Actually, it's the long tubey grip, isn't it, down the right arm. Looks like he's wearing a one-arm jumper from here, but he's wearing a short sleeve shirt and a white tubey grip on the right arm.
Shrunk in the wash.
Yeah, from wrist past the elbow. Sparring up a couple of warm-ups to Mikey Cohn. Said Everson had been warming up. Wouldn't be at all surprised if he gets on before long. Mikey Cohn doesn't swing the ball a lot. Looks to bowl a bit quicker, so that's probably their thought at the moment, is any cloud cover, as you're saying, any residual moisture in the pitch to try and exploit that. Singh comes round the wicket to Charlesworth, and he'll just glance that one down to fine leg. James Taylor will field, and they'll take a single. Not exactly a gimme, but certainly from Charlesworth, a comfortable shot down for a single.
That could be a shout, actually, in terms of, especially also as the lacquers come off, sort of given your two of your quickest bowlers the hard new ball before the lacquer comes off, and then you give it to your swing bowlers for a bit to see if they can get it going through the air. And you'd think there would be movement through the air, given not just the cloud cover, but the general atmospheric conditions. It's pretty humid. It's not the coolest, so it's not exactly... Well, in fact, I mean, it's got to be fairly warm. It's about 15, 16, something like that at the moment. But so you would think that would be fairly decent conditions to get the ball going laterally.
Yeah, it's a good spring temperature. Ollie Price will face now. Wide splayed stance. Bat raised as Akash Singh bowls to him on the full. That's a lovely flick through the onside. That's a beautiful shot. Wristy through mid-wicket. And it's beaten Everson at mid-wicket.
Great dive.
4 runs.
Great dive from Joey Everson. I mean, it's a massive long boundary. I don't think he was ever getting that, but you've just got to get down and dive and then make mid-on go all that way to go and fetch it. Very well played.
It's a tactical dive, you say.
It could well have been.
Yeah. Showing willing, though. You've got to in the field, haven't you? But yeah.
You mentioned actually that wide stance of Price's. I think that is quite new. He opened up his stance, I think, at the beginning of the year before last, but seeing it now from this angle, I'm sure those legs are much further apart than they have been. Maybe it's just this particular angle that I've not had yet this season.
It's getting a bit gloomier now as Akash Singh bowls. Has a great delivery. That's the best he's bowled so far, Akash Singh. To be fair, he's only bowled 3 so far, but that's absolutely on the money to Ollie Price. Be interested to see if that's done anything for the young Kent seamer.
It's okay, you can drop hints like that because James Healy, right next to us, is the one who's got to load up.
Well, we talk about people who are proper professionals, Ed, but sat beside us is somebody that actually knows how to do things. There we go.
No, we're not getting it, so I think that answers that one.
It's a home team bias. I can't believe we've seen that already. Driven into the offside, gets a long way forward. Does the right-handed Price?
I mean, you asked for it. You're going to get it now.
Jim, that's very kind.
A ball late.
There we go. Yeah, it does a little bit off the pitch, doesn't it? Just has him feeling for it, but very solidly behind the next one, to be fair to Ollie Price.
And actually, he the previous delivery just did that. That thing that Price so often does. He's happy just to grin at the bowler and go, "Yeah, good one, you got me." and I think it would have got most people looking at what that did.
He's early in his career, Akansh. It's 8th first-class game, 19 years of age. As this one's flicked again through the onside. This time the dive from Everson comes up fruitful. Well, he's got a ball anyway, and along the ground. So no run, 44 for 1.
I don't think he's going to be listed as right-arm medium for too long, Akansh.
No.
So he's certainly at least fast medium.
Yeah. Are we saying that medium fast is quicker than fast medium now?
Oh, I think.
Or is this an internal debate?
I think that's something that different places
and different
do
sites
differently.
Yeah.
I always thought that medium fast was quicker than fast medium, but I think some people say the other way around.
I thought it was the other way around, but there we go. That's, as you say, potato, and all that. It's defended up to... No one says potato, do they?
No, exactly. I've always had that with that song. I'm glad you said that, because otherwise I would have done. Nobody says potato anywhere.
It's in... I'm trying to remember which network this is on. So, oh yeah, there we go. There's a jingle on a popular Six Music show which says exactly that. I say potato. No one says
Let's
potato.
call the whole thing off.
44 for 1, indeed. Probably should. Price has 10. Charlesworth has 20. The one man to go this morning. If you're just joining us, Cameron Bancroft caught by Zach Crawley low down at first slip off the bowling of James Taylor, who's making his debut for Kent. I didn't get the chance to talk about. And James Taylor briefly bowled to Ollie Price. Of course, both have brothers playing first-class professional cricket. I was going to say right now, but both current players, aren't they? So
yeah, I'm not sure actually. If I didn't check whether Tom Price is in Sussex's side for this round.
Today,
no, he's not. He did pick up an ankle injury, but they didn't think it was too serious. But he missed the game at the Oval and isn't playing in this one. So hopefully he returns to fitness soon. Here's Cohen bowling edged. Oh, that's just gone past Crawley at first slip, and it's gone down to the boundary. Now, was that at catchable height? Because I thought it was. And it just seemed to almost swerve late on Crawley and gets past him. Let's see, did it carry? Edge, genuine edge, swinger, and no, it's just couldn't quite half volley at Crawley.
Well, they were saying Mikey Cohen moves the ball less, but that's moved in the air as well as off the seam, isn't it? That's a beauty to start with. And he bowls at a decent lick as well, the left armour.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first ball from the left armour. Charlesworth's not quite thinking that he's gonna do that. He sees what he thinks is a half volley, which it almost was, but then it was just not quite full enough, and he realised, I think, late that it was swinging and just held back on the drive and just held back, I suppose, in time for it not to carry to Zach Crawley. So 48 for 1 with another Charlesworth boundary, and he's back defending very straight. And there's no run. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to make a pedantic point about bowling speed ratings. So I'm looking at now, Mikey Cohen was legitimate, out and out quick. They've taken a little bit of pace off him, and he's now left arm fast medium. So there we go. So whether that is,
there.
I don't know whether he's gone down 2 clicks or 1. Answers on a postcard, please.
Cohen bowls, rising delivery. Charlesworth gets on top of it and plays it out to cover for no run.
These are the debates we need to talk about.
The reason I always felt that medium fast was quicker than fast medium is because I sorry to say, still am addicted to a well-known cricket management game. And in that, medium fast is quicker than fast medium. So that's what I always went by. But I know that others say it's the other way around. Cohen in over the wicket and bowls to Charlesworth, who is beaten by another good one from Cohen that angles in and moves away. Classic left arm over to a left-hander delivery. Cohen's started very well here in his first few deliveries. No, I thought you were going to mention about with James Taylor the fact that there is another J Taylor on the opposition. I mentioned earlier that there was an
Sorry,
occasion when James Taylor bowled to both Jack and Matt Taylor at the Oval a couple of years ago in a 50-over game whilst you were on your update. Cohen in and bowls very wide. It's a stop from Benjamin, really, rather than anything else behind the stump. Sprawls off in front of the slip cordon to prevent byes. But no, I was given to wonder. These are the sorts of gags you can't expect over the next 4 days. I was given to wonder if too many cooks spoil the broth, do too many tailors spoil the cloth? Clip that one up. Here comes Cohen, last ball of the over. Bowls to Charlesworth, and he's felt for that one. That one is another one that just lifts off back of a length. He jabs at it and misses it. It goes through to the keeper. It was so bad, my utterance, that Matt Cull's now got to go.
I think, if anything, it was too intelligent, Ed. I think everyone was just completely floored by it. I mean, a tumbleweed did flow across the pitch just after you said it, but I don't think that's any comment. There we go.
Right. Well, anyway, it's 48 for 1. And thankfully, Matt's got to go and update BBC Radio Kent listeners as Akansh Singh prepares to start his second over. Price just removing a little bit of debris from the length. And instead of 2 slips in a gully, which I quite like, Akansh Singh has gone for 3 slips. The floodlights are coming on and the sun has come out. Really? Akansh Singh bowls and this is turned away up to mid-on and there's no run. Oh dear. At least they don't have to be on for the rest of the day. But the floodlights are just coming into full effect and we have our first bright sunshine. And there we go. Perhaps they might be of some use later on. Price faces Akansh Singh bowls very full, and Price wanted to drive, but it was almost so full that he just toe-ended it to mid-off. There's no run. Worcestershire are 3 down at New Road now. Stokes actually took the new ball, which people I think were clamouring for him to do in England colours not so long ago, and he's finally decided he's going to do it in Durham colours. Took the first wicket, but Ben Raines got the next 2. Akansh Singh is in, and that's driven by Price a bit closer to the middle of the bat, but he picks out mid-off. There's no run. And Lancashire still 47 for 1 against Middlesex. Derbyshire 59 without loss against Northamptonshire. In Division 1, Hampshire struggling at 54 for 3. Yet again, their opening partnership barely lasted a few overs. 5.2 overs for Toby Albert was the first to go. 2 wickets to Sam Cook and 1 to Shane Snater. Singh bowls and beats Price as he just signals again that one just did a little bit off the pitch. It's going to continue to do so for a bit, you fancy. But yes, Hampshire struggling at the bottom of Division 1 and 55 for 3 against Essex. Somerset playing Glamorgan at Cardiff. They're 57 for 1. James Rue opened the batting, having had, I think it was Jason Kerr, Somerset's head coach, saying that James Rue could open the batting for England. Well, he only made 4 in his first innings opening the batting for Somerset as Akansh Singh spears that one down the leg side and Price can't get anything on it. But Josh Thomas and Tom Lammonby recovering after that early loss for Somerset. Big match at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire taking on Surrey. And Surrey have called on former Gloucestershire player Dan Worrell for the first time this season. He's returned from his injury. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. Thank you very much. He's got rid of Hamid and Slater. Nottinghamshire 39 for 2. Last ball of the over, Singh bowls and Price with a watchful leave, maiden over from Akansh Singh, and Gloucestershire are 48 for 1 here. Leicestershire 68 without loss down at Hove, with Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall going well, and Warwickshire 50 for 3 against Yorkshire at Edgbaston, with a couple of wickets for, well, he's Jack White, but he is also Curtly Jack White, which is another of the great names of county cricket.
Don't want to leave the Curtly out, really, do you?
Curtly Jack, it's a good name.
It's Michael Cohen, Mikey to his friends. So Michael, oh, it's got him again, has he? Squirting through the slips. It's buys.
Wow.
Hasn't hit anything at all. Well, that's quick from Cohen, and it's moved off the pitch as well. And I'd have to say that Ben Charlesworth is rather giving the same body language as everybody in the slips. What on earth happened there?
That swung and swung late.
Goodness me. Well, it's 50 up for Gloucestershire, but there are just question marks over everybody's head. If you're a popular simulation management game, that's what all the players are doing right now. If you're not a gamer, you won't have any idea what I'm talking about, but there we are. Consternation from batter and slips alike. As you say, that has moved a mile from Mikey Cohen. Bowls once again, and this one, Charlesworth, is well behind.
There are two Labrador-like dogs. I'm not great on my breeds, but
I think they might both be Labradors.
Like Labradors, I think, anyway. Yeah. And they're getting periodically very excited, but well, I think one of them's getting very excited, and the other one thinks, "Oh, really? This is far too much excitement for me. I'm just sitting there, paws on the floor, and staring off, hopefully towards the bar."
To be fair, the excited one is watching the cricket, so I don't know what that means.
Chasing the ball.
Could be. Here's Cohen once again to Charlesworth. Take it at the top of the bounce out to point, and there's no run Everson Fields, but yeah, first delivery of both is over so far. Mikey Cohen have been absolute jack in the boxes, haven't they? 52 for 1. Just saying on the update, and it'll be too one-eyed about it, but Kent will think they're bowling probably better value than the scoreboard suggests at this point.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire would be very happy with only being one down at the moment.
Absolutely. Although, always think in this case, it's as much about the temperament of the batters as the skill of the bowlers, isn't it? Just keeping your nerve, because there's always going to be stuff happening on the first morning of a county championship game. This one's tucked into the onside very neatly by Charlesworth. Jazz Singh, I think, goes after that, which means somebody is off the field for him. Goes down slightly in instalments, but fields well enough. They'll take 2, I think. The scoreboard hasn't quite got round to what those were. I'm pretty sure they were off the bat, though. Oh, just one. Beg your pardon. He went 3 for 1. 53 for 1. So good fielding from Jazz Singh. Slightly besmirching his reputation.
I think I'm not seeing a James Taylor size figure out there, so he might
could well be him. Yeah, Dudgeon is on the field, as you'd say. You probably look for the opening bowlers to start with, wouldn't you? Yeah, he's not up deep backwards square, is he?
Don't think so.
So Cohen to continue then. Price 10, Charlesworth 25. And let's let go outside the off stump. Left armour over the pitch. Ollie Price has a little look at the surface. No gardening though, just scratches at his guard. Goes off for a little chat with himself. As you said, the sun's out, coinciding with the floodlights coming on.
It's not gone in since they put the floodlights on. There's a large patch of blue sky now away to our right. Always happens.
I can imagine the county treasurer tearing their hair out. As this one's defended into the offside. It's a full delivery, good length delivery from Mikey Cohen, deflected to point, end of the over, 53 for 1. Yeah, I would say Gloucestershire probably the happier of the two. They've seen off the opening pair for Kent, and although Taylor took the wicket, Dudgeon looking, I'd say, the more penetrative of the two. He's gone off with steam coming out of his ears, and Gloucestershire settle in for a long period at bat here. Price is 10, Charlesworth 25.
Well, I said up front that Gloucestershire would be pleased, given recent performances, to see neither Ben Compton nor Grant Stewart in the opposition. Kent supporters are probably particularly pleased not to see Cameron Green playing for Gloucestershire. As round the wicket goes a catch Singh, and Charlesworth probes at that one, and he looked back. So for a moment I thought possibly he'd edged that one, but it's another myth. Batters look back anyway. And it I think just about did carry through to Benjamin, but he forced him with that, as so many right armers do. They come round the wicket so early now. He forced him to play at one away from his body outside off stump, and that's really what you're looking to do with that angle. And I suppose you can get the batter dragged across and bring LBW into play. Next delivery is defended into the ground by Charlesworth for no run.
Yeah, Kench is bowling. Said we've been. He bowled in the last game against Derbyshire, but he's definitely bowling quicker than he did last year. He's had a bit, and obviously that's a great second string to your bow, isn't it? You're going to bat at 5 or 6, and
yeah, well, it's a very handy commodity, isn't it? And it's something that Gloucestershire have missed really since the departure of Ryan Higgins, and Tom Price, of course, filled that role when he was fit. As Akansh Singh bowls to Charlesworth, who comes forward and plays this one well along the ground up to mid-off. There's no run, but yes, in terms of the last couple of years, because Tom Price has struggled with back injuries, he hasn't always been able to provide that sort of balance. I mean, Gloucestershire have got it in this game, but they've got it with spin bowling all-rounders rather than seam bowling all-rounders. Charlesworth waits and gets a short ball, which he pulls into his leg, and it goes back to the bowler. Well, he must have thought, and I thought that was probably going to be short enough for him to have a go at, and the boundary's so short, you're almost thinking half a dozen rather than just 4, and he just helped it again, and obviously just didn't come through the way that he thought it was going to. So I don't think he was late on it. I think he was almost early, trying to paddle it away, or a paddle pull. Anyway, gets away with it. A run of dot deliveries from Akansh Singh continues, and it will end there as he just drifts into the thigh of Charlesworth, who happily tucks him through square leg for 4 runs out to that short boundary. And it is 57 for 1, I think. They've put up a single on the board. There it goes. Charlesworth is on to 29. Taking away 3 from... Oh, sorry, adding 3 to the total.
Drawing the rest of the figure. It's very hard, very slow digital. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking more of they got the basically the stand for the 4. They just had to put the angles on there. There we go. I'm assuming they're doing it all by hand.
Helicopter thankfully makes its way away from... In fact, there are 2 of them making their way away from the field of play as Charlesworth drives through cover points. He'll get another couple of runs here out to the long side. And the ball is hauled in. 2 more runs added. 59 for 1. That completes the over from Akansh Singh, the 17th over of the innings. I'm sorry, I mention it every time, but Kent listeners may be less familiar with the time that I always bang on about at the end of the 2021 season, when the air ambulance landed on the field of play and sent players scattering off to the pavilion. Dust cloud coming up from a September pitch which had been prepared for spin, and certainly did spin. The game was over around about tea time on the second day. The sort of end of season games everybody likes. A couple of days to pack the bags for the beach longer. But anyway, yeah, it was quite a sight seeing a helicopter land on a cricket field.
Mikey Cohen then to continue from the pavilion end. 59 for 1. Price on 10 faces him right-handed. It's down the leg side. Is that a strangle? It's a great take if it is. It's a great take if it isn't. And it's not, says the umpire.
I think Kent sort of knew that wasn't. They all gave it the big...
was in hope rather than expectation.
Well, I think they all gave it the big one, but as soon as not out was called, I think that's off the thigh pad. It's a fantastic take from Benjamin.
He's really good. One-handed, left-handed as he's gone down the leg side.
Would have been interesting to slow it down fully, because his glove was still facing downwards. I think he must have scooped it up, but it would have been a close one in terms of the slow-mo. Did a blade of grass make contact with the ball or not? Doesn't matter now.
Going then to Price. That one's come back at him. He's left it. It's a good leave. You know what the cliche is, ladies and gentlemen, or the saying.
Yes, there's two types of leave,
Yeah.
and one of them has too much tannin in and stops trains from being able to brake properly.
That's absolutely right.
I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Saying does. I didn't know that. I found out that the other day. Apparently, it's the tannins
Is it?
in
On the
leaves
leaves
that
on the
make
line.
them slippery.
Yeah, I
and
didn't know where
reduce
you were going with
friction.
that for about
Yeah,
3/4 of that sentence, but
tannin.
it's where you're going with it. Thank you, Ed. He's going once again to Price. Gets bat on this one, but yeah, the
Educate,
delivery
educate, entertain, and talk rubbish. No, I don't think it's that, is it?
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway, there's a fact for you.
Do our very best.
The wrong sort of leaves on the line. It is a thing.
Yeah. It was a good delivery, what I was trying to say from Mikey
Yes.
Coe anyway. Sorry to bring it back to the cricket just for a second, but we'll be back with tannins in British native foliage very shortly. 59 for 1 as Cohen bowls to Price. Bit of bat and pad, is it? A little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Quite sounds a woody, but yeah, must have been bat and umpires conferring.
I
We're
think
just
they're just
covering how
signalling
many.
2 left in the over.
Yeah. So it's 1 off the bat. Umpires Watts and Widdop.
Yes.
Mike Smith is the match referee.
I think it's Watts at this end. Both of them are on the newer end of things.
Yeah,
Chris Watts
so
has been around for a few years, but Simon Widdop is quite new. But I think it's Chris Watts.
is slightly taller,
Yes.
but I'd have to say, Ed, which goes against your
Oh,
analysis here, is that I'm nearly always wrong.
okay.
I mean, a
I
choice
thought you were
of
about
two-
to say that
a
the
choice of
square leg
two, I'm
umpire's
always-
a little bit further away, so it would have been
Yeah.
shorter.
He looks as Cohen bowls to Charlesworth, defending the offside, and there is no run. Just a hint of outside a bat there from Charlesworth. Not maybe, but it's on the ground for the fielder. He's not getting out. 60 for 1. If you're looking at any straws to clutch here, Kent fans, I would say it's a testing delivery still from Michael Cohen. He's got 1 ball to bowl of the 18th over. It's his 3rd. He's none for 6 so far, but he's come up with a couple of deliveries. Certainly the start of his first 2 overs, which have caused some worry for the Gloucestershire batters so far. Bowls now, and that one's wide though, and Cartwright it's gone for 4. I thought for a
he'd stopped
second,
it.
I thought he'd stopped it as well. It's a flashing attempt by Ekant Singh to stop it at point. And it's one of those where you just wonder, is he going to come down with the ball from that? But no, it's firmly hit in the air by Charlesworth. And yeah.
Well, it was in the air, wasn't it? I thought it might have bounced, but it didn't. And I
Yeah,
have
he's
to
thrown
say
himself at it.
that would have sort of Charlesworth would have been walking off if that had been taken, thinking typical, because
Yeah.
he's
made a start here. So
yeah, and also
35.
because he has found a way to get out with that cut shot a few times this season. He would have been livid if that had been caught. But then equally, he might have been thinking, well, I couldn't have hit it any harder.
No, that's true enough. Ekant Singh I have to say, is an excellent fielder. If you get the chance, as an under-19 game, I think it was against India he played. I don't believe it's a competitive one, but at Beckenham, one of those where it's more as a full oval shot, and he is so far out of the picture, you can't believe he's going to get to the ball. Basically comes from off to leg for a diving catch. Anyway, I paraphrase.
He's quite handy, isn't
He's
he?
decent. Yeah.
He's
Bowls a bit, bats a bit.
It's quite handy to have somebody that can do everything. Wouldn't that be nice?
I think they
Someone
call
who's
them
just content with
all-rounders.
doing one thing
Yeah, quite.
and then doing it badly. Never mind doing 3 things and doing them
Hey,
well.
look, but we're still here, Ed. Until they drag us in off.
Right, Ekant Singh into Price. Deep square has dropped back, and Price drives it to the one fielder who's now saving the single on the onside. A fairly wide mid-on, and he doesn't get a run for that one.
Parkinson just handing a drink to Mikey Cohen down here. Definitely was an option for Kent. They definitely had thoughts if this was the right pitch. I mean, obviously they would have done with the leg spinner, but there was I gather from the Kent camp, thought that this might certainly take spin on the third and fourth days. So,
and of course,
have they made the right decision?
You do have to watch the over rate as well as
Good
the
point,
other
yeah.
thing. Kanch Singh is in and bowls, turned away to mid-on, and there's no run.
That's a great point, actually. Kent have come short of that a number of times last season.
Well, I think Gloucestershire are not the only ones who've lost points. I think Worcestershire were docked maybe even 2 points for a game that they won, but they didn't take as many points from the win as they might have done. I forget now who that was against, but Worcestershire certainly have been docked a couple, and Gloucestershire were docked 2 from their opening fixture. Next delivery, Price with a hop gets in line and defends to Bill Drummond, who's been kept busy at mid-on. So yeah, it's fine as long as you zip through. And when people like Everson especially, I'd imagine, will get through their overs pretty quickly. So but it is always a thing, especially as it gets a bit later on. If it happens that you go for a while without taking a wicket, that energy just goes a little bit in terms of getting from end to end. Very short delivery from Kanch Singh. It balloons harmlessly down the leg side and just about manages not to be a wide on either leg side or height. he's just about kept it within the boundaries of both, but Price just decided, especially with that deep, well, he's more of a deep forward square now, just decided that it wasn't worth having a go at it, because also Price has been out a few times this season going after short ones, and possibly Kent know that. That's a little over pitched on leg stump, clipped away towards deep mid-wicket. That fielder, who had been moved just in front of square, gets Dawkins out in there, deep there. He was able to keep it to a single, so 65 for 1 as Price moves on to 12. Hasn't exactly been racing along, but he has so far looked calm and measured in his approach. And that's what Gloucestershire need, really. They just need to get through this morning session, and then if they can still, if they could still be 1 down at lunch, they'd be absolutely thrilled with that, I think, especially after the life that we've seen out of this surface. Just the 1 ball for Charlesworth to face this over, and he gets a leading edge which loops off towards point but falls well short of the fielder, who's trying to tuck that one off to mid-wicket again and ends up going in completely the opposite direction, but gets away with it. Gloucestershire certainly having to ride their luck a bit here at 65 for 1. It feels like the sort of morning where if Gloucestershire aren't very careful, and you can tell they're having to be careful, if you're not careful, you do just lose a couple of quick ones, and then all of a sudden Kent are on top. It still feels like that could happen, but as yet, just the 1 breakthrough.
I would certainly echo my thoughts. That I think that's.
I don't think Kent have done anything wrong, really.
No, I mean, it feels
hit the right areas.
It was a really good contest at this point, isn't it? It's hard work making runs out there. Have to punish the bad ball where you can, as Cohen bowls to Price, zips past him pretty low but not threatening the stumps. Left armour over the wicket to the right hander. Price has made 12 from 33 so far. Charlesworth 35 from 54. But as Ed Seaborn has said for Gloucestershire fans, you've been hurt before by Ben Charlesworth this season, as it were, and he's been hurt, I suppose, not being able to take them on to bigger scores. I haven't punted our new email address. I might just do that so it's in people's minds, if that's okay, in a second. Ed, that's Cohen bowls over the wicket, through the wicketkeeper once more. So it's kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. So kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. If you're a Kent or Gloucestershire supporter, you can get in touch with us there, and we'd love to hear from you today on your thoughts. It doesn't have to be about tannins in.
I guarantee you that will have set at least a couple of people off.
But I will be. There are some very fine trees around this ground, so Ed will take us through the horticultural details shortly. But yeah, it doesn't have to be about that. Cohen just drops the bat on that late. A little forward movement by Price. He holds his bat more or less static up as he addresses the ball. I'm not sure if he's trying to leave that one. Maybe caught between two stools. It's not cost him his wicket, though. It's just gone harmless into the ground outside off stump. 65 for 1. You may have your word about classification. Is fast medium? Faster than medium fast. Where do you go on the scale? Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Cohen bowls to... It's a wide. Oh. It's a really good take from Chris Benjamin, I have to say again. That was in front of second slip. Yeah, I think he might have caught it slightly on the fingers as well with his right hand, saving Sam North East having to field it. But yeah, Chris Benjamin showing some good glove work.
It was very good. I think this season, I don't know if there's been a bit of a move here, but I feel as though umpires are more correctly calling wides in the Championship this season.
You're right. I've noticed that with the leg side particularly, when you could bowl pretty much anything. As this one's driven, but hasn't really timed that Price. It's not a decent delivery from Cohen, and there's no run. No, I'd agree. Actually, I think, yeah.
It almost felt
thinking about it, both sides of the wicket. If you're going too wide, yeah.
You know, you pretty much had to bowl almost on the return crease to get a wide a few years ago.
It's true enough, yeah.
But now I think they are more accurately judging a ball that a batter can't reach, playing a normal cricketing shot. He says, trying to parrot what he learnt several years ago in umpire training.
And that should be the maxim, shouldn't it? But I think, yeah, generosity has been the watchword. Perhaps they've just brought their expectations a little stricter. And this one's defended by Price. Again, he's played it fairly late off the off stump, but there's no run. 66 for 1. But yeah, and the expectations of the two sides having won the toss, Kent, I mean, it's a facile thing to say, could have had 3 wickets easily by now, but they could have done. But Gloucestershire have seen them off so far. Sun is now out. Floodlights are on, so it's pretty bright out there. 66 for 1.
I also don't really buy that maximum of you've got to take 3 wickets before lunch if you win the toss and bowl.
As Cohen comes in to Price once more. This one's defended up to mid-on. No, I appreciate that. And as you say, I think more to the point with this pitch and with perhaps with the conditions, perhaps more with this pitch, though, it's giving something to the bowlers. So you wouldn't say that Price on 12 or even Charlesworth on 35 from 50 odd balls are secure in their innings at this point. It's a battle out there, certainly.
Yes, and I also wonder a little bit whether... I said at the start, I reckon that Gloucestershire would have batted first if they won the toss. I think it was just a question of which side the coin came down. But I don't know. I've no idea whether it affects anybody at all, whether it affects some people. Just that feeling of right, we haven't chosen to bat here. There isn't... Is there quite the same pressure when you've been put in? I don't know. It's one that maybe affects some people, maybe affects others. I'm not sure, but you know, we so often sit here and say, "Oh well, yeah, they might make a difference," and then, from a professional's point of view, might say absolutely no difference at all. We've got a change of ends for James Taylor, who's having his second spell of the morning. So still no Joey Everson, but Taylor replacing Ekant Singh and immediately being worked away backward of square on the leg side by Charlesworth for a single. Score moves to 67 for 1. But maybe it does. I don't know. Either way, with Kent winning the toss and bowling first, you would say from the armchair that the pressure's on Kent to take the wickets, rather than it being on Gloucestershire to preserve them. James Taylor is returning at the Ashley Down Road end as Price faces up. Deep square drops back again for him, and that's a short wide delivery, which always it's been parried by Dudgeon at backward point, who looks absolutely furious with himself. Pardon me, it's Cohen. Looks absolutely furious with himself that he hasn't stopped it cleanly, but to be honest, the ball kind of deserved to go to the boundary. It was that wide that I'm not sure Price could quite middle it. But ends up getting a single As Cohen at backward point parries it away. Deep squares drop back for Charlesworth now as well, as Taylor bowls, and pad, I think by the looks of things only there, as the ball loops up to where a square leg would have been, and Taylor looks up to the sky, possibly thinking, well, that would have been a dot if I hadn't pushed deep square back. He's also probably annoyed because there's been singles to the total of the first 3 balls of the over, and with the right hand, left hand, he's got to keep going over, round, over. And Chris Watts at square leg has to keep going square leg to square leg. Taylor goes in and bowls to Price, and there's another ball that beats the outside edge. We've seen plenty of that. I don't think it's going to really let up too much, at least not possibly until somewhere into the afternoon as the ball gets a bit older and the sun maybe starts to do its job. It's just held its line on Price. Again, you feel it's a ball he's got to play at because of where it's going. So he hasn't done anything wrong there. Taylor bowls to him. It's a good leave. It's another one of those that carries through well to Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. No Harry Finch in the side, but Chris Benjamin, well, he got runs actually in this fixture last year. It was Benjamin who was at the other end when Grant Stewart was playing his almighty innings of 182. Really was an extraordinary game of cricket that only just came to life really on the 3rd evening as Price drives and doesn't edge it. That's one where if he'd nicked that one, having done so much hard work, he'd have been livid. But it's just running a bit with Gloucestershire. They're not getting nicks on these deliveries, and that did not miss by much. It was a firm-handed drive, looking to find the gap between mid-off and extra cover. And he's not edged it. 69 for 1, the end of that over. But yeah, the game last year, Kent making 424 in their first innings, which certainly only told half the story. It was an innings actually not too dissimilar to Gloucestershire's Derby last round, where they were 167 for 6 and went on to make 498. Gloucestershire had Kent 137 for 6. And then that extraordinary partnership between Stewart and Benjamin. Mikey Cohen continues, and Charlesworth nudges up to mid-on. There's no single available there. It was a partnership worth 264, and it came in about 60 overs. So an extraordinary partnership with Benjamin actually being really very watchful. So he made 93 off 244 balls, and then Stewart's 182 came in 189 balls. But he wasn't biffing it to all parts. Yes, he hit 5 sixes, but he was scoring quickly even when he wasn't trying to hit the ball for 6. Cohen bowls inside edge, and it's going to go for 4. They really have not got luck on their side, have Kent, so far this morning. We've seen a couple of those from Charlesworth, one that went through his legs. That one, I think, has gone past off stump, has it? How did that miss the stumps? And to add insult to injury for Mikey Cohen, it's gone for 4 runs as well.
Yeah. Is that the closest to the lot?
Must be. I mean,
oh goodness me, yeah,
it has missed off stump. And that, I have to say, I think he was out both innings in the first match at Lord's in exactly that fashion, with the ball going onto the stump. So maybe from Charlesworth's point of view, he's thinking, well, the luck's turning for me. It's just Kent that are feeling that everything's against them at the moment. Cohen in now, and a full ball head over it, defending back up the pitch for no run. But yeah, just continuing to revisit that extraordinary game of cricket last year. It's not very often you make 424 and see the opposition charge off into the distance, but that's kind of what Gloucestershire did with hundreds from Green and Bracey, and an amazing crowd for day 2 of that match. There was a particularly raucous set of supporters down in front of the pavilion, roaring Cameron Green on, as Cohen bowls, and Charlesworth picks a gap neatly between mid-on and mid-wicket and trots back for a couple of runs, moves on to 42, and Gloucestershire to 75 for 1. But it was a great interview. But I say it was a great interview. I mean, it wasn't me that made it a great interview, I hasten to add. But it was really fun talking to Cameron Green after that, because he said he'd never had anybody chanting his name before. This is somebody that's played in the IPL, crikey. Somebody that's played in the Big Bash, but they chanted him onto his 100, and he raised his bat, beaming to that group of spectators as Cohen bowls and Charlesworth leaves. Before he raised it to the dressing room, even. Obviously meant that much to him. Helmet off, beaming smile straight at that group of fans. And yet that was only the second most dramatic bringing up of 100 that Cameron Green had against Kent in that season. Because in the game at Canterbury, he was cramping up, sprinted through for what looked like a non-existent single, dived sort of head over heels into his ground, and then had to be helped off the field after having made his 100. He couldn't even raise his bat. He was in that much pain. Cohen bowls down the leg side to Charlesworth, and that completes the over. Charlesworth wants something. I'm not exactly sure what that signal means. Gloves, is it, or a drink? Anyway, 75 for 1, with about 25 minutes to go until lunch. But yeah, Kent were then bowled out for 253, and there were just a few late wickets on that third evening where you thought, okay, maybe Gloucestershire have got a bit of a chance here, given that Kent had that deficit on first innings of 92, and it was Ben Charlesworth with the ball that ended up swinging the match for Gloucestershire. He came on with the old ball, as he did a couple of times that season. Kent weren't the only ones to suffer this. On came Charlesworth with the ball almost about to be changed, and he took 3 for 5.
This is Taylor bowling to Price. Shoulders, arms at that one through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
And that included the wicket of Stewart in the second innings. He'd already got 41 off 36. And he castled him, and that ended up giving Gloucestershire a chase, but a very nervy one. They needed 162 and were reduced to 57 for 4. And they needed Green, really, to be the calm head to get them over the line there.
Taylor then to Price. That's a good delivery. Rising as well. Price just got himself inside that. Looked like it hurried him, certainly.
I thought he nicked that almost.
Here. Yeah.
But it's just straightened on him again.
Yeah, it's squared him up. Not for the first time, is it?
I mean, again, he's got to play at it.
Yeah.
But it's just doing too much to take the edge. Maybe there'll be almost a sweet spot in about 10 overs time where it's just doing enough that it starts to take the edge.
The ball's just too shiny and the seam is too pronounced. I've always said it. Here comes Taylor.
Bash it into the pitch a few times.
The ball's clipped into the onside. They'll take a single there. That's what we're missing. Ball's too shiny. And
well, it's what they used to do, isn't it?
Sorry, 76 for 1.
You know, when they were changing a ball, and they thought, oh yeah, this one looks a little bit new. You'd see the umpires sometimes just whack it into either a used pitch or the edge of the one that they were playing in. Just, yeah, that'll do. That's as if it had been bowled a few times. Just whacking the ball into the pitch.
So Taylor now round the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Leaves that one. Looks like a comfortable leave. Tannins or not. We've had a couple of emails, by the way, from far-flung portions of the world, which is fantastic. So Vincent from France here says a Gloucestershire fan. So if that's the French version of Vincent, would that be Vincent?
Yes, I think so.
I'm not a linguist.
No, I think that sounds right. He's a regular.
There we go. Well, great to hear from you. Listening to your commentary from the train between Zurich and Vienna. Wow. Crikey, it's even more exotic than Bristol. It's around the wicket through to keeper. It's exotic for me, Ed.
I see. I thought you were saying that Vienna and Zurich were even more exotic than Bristol. I think Bristol comes off quite well.
Yeah, me too.
Lovely cities.
I'm a big fan. running between the Swiss lakes. That does sound pretty good.
Oh,
On my way to cover Eurovision week. Fantastic.
Oh,
Quite the
you're
international experience, he says, for a Frenchman to listen to English county cricket in these conditions.
yeah.
Now, though, this is more serious. Here we are on the fast medium fast debate. May I suggest a comparison with geography? You may, and I'll take you up on this very shortly. But we're going to, with Taylor bowling to Charlesworth on the walk up to mid-off. And fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond, 76 for 1 at the end of the over. Going well for you, Vincent Vincent. 42 for Charlesworth, 14 for Price. So, yes, he says, on the fast medium fast debate, may I suggest a comparison with geography? On a compass, north-northeast is closer to the north than east-northeast. As you can see below, there is a graphic. Fantastic. As you can see below.
So I'm the opinion that compass in. Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that fast medium should be faster than medium fast. This is, you see, Vincent, this is using science to prove something.
This is cricket.
We were being very, very airy about.
I'm sorry, but this is cricket. It's bound to be the opposite of what's logical. You must know this by now, Vincent.
So you're saying he is wrong in his assumption that it would follow those rules?
I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I'm just
because
saying
it's cricket, and so you'd think of the opposite. Yeah.
I've given you the logic for why I've done it.
Yeah,
but
it comes off a computer game.
Who knows?
There we go. So from thank you so much for your email. It does make all sorts of sense, but it says, when did cricket ever do something like that? Joey Everson is coming on, by the way, from the Pavilion end, and this is Bruce listening from Kiev. There we go. Kent, he says, slightly disappointing morning. He says, no one has bowled badly. Cohen spell one of the better I've seen from him. I would agree as well, Bruce.
Yeah, I thought it was impressive.
Also think Ekant Singh looks like he could be really useful all round in due course. Definitely not a medium. Not on the evidence today, Bruce.
We have got a change of bowling from the Pavilion end. It's Everson bowling, and that's a nice delivery for Ollie Price to get. There's no fine leg. They put in a short cover, but Everson just spearing his first delivery down the leg side. It's clipped for 4 down to fine leg, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Charlesworth and Price. Charlesworth with the greater contribution in terms of runs, but it's more about the fact that they're both staying there. It's 80 for 1.
Now, Bruce says, can't really contribute to the tannin discussion. But he does feel free, though, except to say tannins is also used to describe tape ball cricket.
That's interesting. Defended by Price up to mid-on.
He says, no idea why, but I've heard it in Europe quite a lot. Bruce, thank you so much for that. Great to hear from you.
In terms of what the word that's used
Yeah. Tannins also describe tape ball cricket.
Oh.
Heard it in Europe.
No, never heard that.
Okay.
There you go. This is what you need from your email correspondence.
Well, yeah, crikey. Foreign correspondence as well. We'd just like to say you don't have to be in far-flung parts of Europe or the rest of the world to email us on kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. But it's fine if you do. Something like that.
Well, we have plenty of time for that anyway, whatever it was, as the keeper's now coming up to the stumps.
You'd be surprised I no longer present programmes on BBC Radio Kent.
No.
I used to do the morning phone-in, so there you go.
Really?
I'm trying to think.
I'm sorry, that wasn't meant as a
No, I know.
surprise,
I know.
but
it's a long time ago now. I do a sport programme, but yeah.
That's an interesting thing to do.
Tell us what's in your mind. What do you think about tannins? Keep us up to the stumps now, Chris Benjamin, for Joey Everson.
Got 2 slips and still this short cover and no fine leg. Everson bowls, that's well taken by Benjamin. It always happens as soon as the keeper goes up to the stumps, the bowler bowls one outside off stump for the keeper to have to take. It's another thing that happens
nice and
every
brisk
single
as
time.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be easy for Benjamin because we've seen that there is a bit of variability out of what's probably a surface that's still drying out a bit. There's a bit of variability in terms of both sideways and how it's coming through, so it can't be too easy for a wicketkeeper. Everson, another delivery down leg side, and Price has decided to pick his spot well in front of square this time. Big gap out there at mid-wicket, and he's tucked into a couple of boundaries in this over in the first 3 deliveries. Gloucestershire 84 for 1.
Well, from a captaincy point of view, Joey Everson is usually utterly reliable at everything he does, but this is a really disappointing over so far.
I just don't want to let it
it's
slip
that relief
right before
pressure,
lunch,
isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Because he'll know better than anyone.
You know, you're sort of backing up the work of the previous 4 bowlers have all kept it tight. They've all caused their various problems. And I'm sure when Everson gets it right, he will cause problems, because you'd think he'd extract something out of this surface. Now, does Kent want this ball changed, or the umpire's just inspecting it? There's a
literally has to jump through a hoop, doesn't it? Well, not jump, be propelled through a hoop.
Yes.
Oh, there's some nodding there from the umpires.
Was Bell Drummond? I
got wet.
I nearly suggested that because it had gone towards the covers, and I just wondered whether, I suppose it shows you that there was plenty of rain about, and yet we're going to get the ball changed.
Indeed. Can we have a dry one, please? Says at the very least at the start. But I spoke to Joey Everson during the Northants game, and he'd had a pretty rough game at Durham in the first game of the season, and usually pretty economical, been going sort of 5 6s and over. And
that's what that Durham batting lineup can do, though, isn't
it? Well,
I
absolutely.
mean, especially a sort of a line and length bowler.
Yeah,
they can, Will Williams is parsimony personified in terms of his bowling, and even Williams was struggling a bit with the Durham batters coming down the pitch and messing up with the lines and lengths.
My point being is that enormously self-critical, so although I'm saying it's not a great over, he won't need telling at this point either, Joey Everson. It's just a couple of 4s of the first 3 balls. To be honest, this has been a very long over. You're talking about over 8s, and they had quite a long stay for the helmet to come out for the wicketkeeper, and this is even longer. They
seem to take them a very long time to select a ball there. I think Parkinson came out with the box, and they still they're only just getting the box off now. Bell Drummond's been handed the ball. He's inspecting it very closely, and I think seems to be relatively happy with what he's got. Not that he really gets a say, but but you would have one if you felt that the choice wasn't correct. So anyway, I never know exactly how scientific it is in terms of, I know they're supposed to label them, aren't they, in terms of roughly how old they think they are, but exactly how scientific you can be, I'm not sure. So this is my whole thing with the whole, I know that we've got the floodlights on at the moment. There are some people who are of the opinion that when the floodlights are on, if the only issue is that you can't see the red ball, that you should switch to the pink ball, which you can see. Everson bowls, he's speared another one in on leg stump, but now there's a bit more protection on that leg side. Bell Drummond himself has moved to square leg and cuts off runs.
Yeah, keeper's back again, isn't he? And
just in terms of let's get the game on.
Yeah.
And you can have a ball change, which can be, it could be 5 or 6 overs different. I don't know.
Yeah, Darren Lehman came to talk to us during the Northants game, and he was very much.
He said that, did he?
Just get the game on at any.
Everson bowls on, driven by Price. He'll pick out mid-on, and there's no run. I think Adam Collins from the Final Word was a big advocate of that particular thing as well. I've got to say, I don't mind it. I know a lot of people are vehemently opposed to it because it's changing the game.
Yeah, but then I suppose the argument against playing devil's advocate is, of course, and how conditions change the game anyway.
Yeah, and how frustrated are people when their day's cricket is cut short by an hour and a half because they've got to go off for bad light, even though there are floodlights on.
Yeah,
84 for 1 at the end of that over. Perhaps another thing for people to email in on and put me straight on.
No, I'd be very interested to know, because it's round the wicket comes Taylor, by the way, to Charlesworth. Decent delivery left outside the off stump though through the wicketkeeper. But it's a good point, because many of the people listening will be spectators, as well as spectators within the ground, as well as watching it on the stream. So yeah, I'd love to know. We'd love to know about that. Yeah, whether you would rather, as it has for, I was going to say millennia, for a good few centuries, the bad light will stop play, or even with the floodlights. Now with floodlights, could it be played with a pink ball? So this one just about 4th stump line, play back at Taylor, and there's no run by Charlesworth. Whether that changes conditions too much. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. But yeah, certainly Darren Lehman was very strong on there's people in the ground to watch cricket. We need to make every effort to make sure there's cricket, even if it does, as you say.
He's very good on air.
He is
Darren
great,
Lehman
yeah.
had him for the Gloucestershire game in Northamptonshire.
Around the wicket to Charlesworth once again. Charlesworth defends this one back at James Taylor, who has reappeared after his first 6-over spell. He's bowled 8 and a bit now, 1 for 25, has a 1 breakthrough so far. I won't say by any means he was the least likely to take a wicket, but if you look at what Dudgeon and Cohen have bowled so far, you would have thought...
In terms of snorters,
yeah, absolutely. Easily could have taken a couple of wickets each by this point, but... I can hear Gloucestershire fans saying, yeah, but they haven't. 84 for 1, Charlesworth 42, Price 22. And that one is an attempt to crash the ball through the offside on the, well, cut it basically, almost down on one knee. Charlesworth, he's crashed the ball into the ground and it's gone about 10 feet. Ben Dawkins picks it up a point and there's no run. 3 slips in. Dawkins was fielding at gully. He's now a more orthodox, slightly backward point. Zach Crawley's just going through some stretches, which I like to say rather, not think, put me in traction. He's going for a few twists now. Zach Crawley at first slip. I don't think he'll be bowling. Northeast at 2, Mayeye at 3. Taylor bowls now to Charlesworth, leaves that one. It's a rapid delivery. I think he's left it on length. Yeah. It almost felt like a late leave, but he just I'm putting just putting voices to what I think Ben Charlesworth is thinking there. I think I'll just let that one go. 84 for 1.
There was a really good follow-up delivery also from Taylor after having got him to cut and mistime it. If he just saw that it was short enough maybe to have a go at, then, I mean, I can't see how that one could miss the stumps if you tried to cut that.
You're right, it's intelligent bowling. Just trying to almost give him the opportunity to repeat the shot.
And another one.
Yeah, just fade away a little bit from Taylor off the pitch, but end of the over. Tumbling stop by Chris Benjamin and a maiden from Taylor, and after the previous Everson over, that's exactly what Kent wanted. A bit of pressure put back on, perhaps with, where are we, about 10 minutes to go until lunch here on day 1 of Gloucestershire against Kent at Bristol. Gloucestershire, having lost the toss, been put into bat, though I had Seaborn saying they probably would have been quite happy with that. They'll be even happier, I'd say. 84 for 1 at this point.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that habit from the first couple of games doesn't creep in again and they lose another wicket around a session break. A couple of big overs coming up here until lunch. Everson bowls to Price, who whips this one away, and it's fielded at a short mid-wicket. So we've now got 4 fielders on the leg side, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, a more conventional mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Just the 2 slips. Keeper's gone back for Price. And a 3-fielder offside ring as Price on drives. A good looking shot, but Dudgeon's quite deep at mid-on, so Price is really going to have to crash it away if he's going to get runs there. Price is also just having a bit of a word with the square leg umpire there. I wonder if that was the chat that we see a few times, where he's getting so far down the pitch he's almost encroaching on the danger area. Everson bowls, Price defends, and yeah, that's exactly what it was, because Price has just stepped back into his crease, given the square leg umpire a thumbs up as if to say, was I okay there? And he's been told he was. So he hasn't been officially warned, but I have seen that over the past couple of seasons, an official warning to the batter in terms of encroaching on the danger area. Everson tries to York Price. He digs it out back towards the bowler. Worcestershire have lost a 4th wicket against Durham. They're 77 for 4 at New Road. Lancashire 74 for 3 against Middlesex, with Marcus Harris having just been dismissed. Keaton Jennings on 42. So he's got 42 out of the 74 for Lancashire. Everson bowls, and Price, big stride forward and knocks it away into the offside for no run. Derbyshire's still going well, 97 for no wicket against Northamptonshire. Lewis Rees has moved up to open the batting, I see there. He's been in form, but you know,
he's batting 6 or even lower for Derbyshire, isn't he? But yeah, that's interesting.
Everson in. Price gets another drive away and picks out another fielder who's starting to get a little bit cross there, but it's the end of the over, so the frustration can't build up too much. Fielded by Cohen at mid-off, and a maiden over from Everson. You expected him to come back after the first over of his went for 8. Gloucestershire at 84 for 1. Rees, I think, got stranded both innings, didn't he, in the game at Canterbury? And he also pretty much got stranded in the second innings of the game at Derby as well. So given that he's not bowling, I think probably makes a lot of sense to move him up the order, and it's worked well for Derbyshire in the early going, nearly a century-run opening stand.
Oh, it's Taylor bowling to Charlesworth there. It's a bit of a hack outside off stump and ended up at his feet.
That's the shot.
No run. Sorry, that was my over, wasn't it? I beg your pardon. I was being... I took a ball off around the wicket and... Oh, yeah. That's
3 or 4 times
You're
now.
right. The inside edge onto the pads this time. I thought it was lower down than that, but it's,
He doesn't have to play at it. But I know he thinks he gets, and he does get a lot of runs in that area, but there's 5 minutes to go until lunch.
Yeah, Taylor won't need the analyst to tell him that he can carry on that vein. Coming well forward, that appeal for LBW started. I think it was Zach Crawley at first slip, and the bowler was 5th or 6th man to put his hands up. So I think
got so far across there,
yeah, by dint of that. Crikey, yeah. He's a long way forward and quite a long way outside the line of the stumps. But apart from that, it's a great shout.
Price down for a bit of a word. And these two have batted together so much over their Gloucestershire careers. Just down for a little bit of a word after the last couple of deliveries.
And there's only about 5 minutes till lunch as well. Maybe, I don't know if he's saying that to him. I'm sure he's only too aware. That's a lovely shot from Charlesworth outside the off stump. Actually hasn't got all of it, has he? He's looked to drive that through the covers. And he'll come back just for the one in the end. Or go through just for the one. Oh, they come through 2-2. They have, beg your pardon, sorry. I thought it was going for the boundary off that when I saw it disappear off the bat, but no, hasn't quite timed it. 2 runs
for the other side.
Yeah, on the shorter side. You're absolutely right. Even I can see that that's shorter. You're right there.
Oh no. It's going to
86
go on for all 4 days, isn't it?
Well, it's got every chance, I'd say, at this point. I told you, if you're not sick of me in the first session, there's plenty of time to go. So, Taylor continuing. Round the wicket then to Charlesworth. As this one's clipped again pleasantly into the onside. And they'll come back for 2. Actually, is it my over? Am I doing both ends at this point?
No, I did the last Everson over.
There we go, sorry. I don't know where I am. Is it Bristol?
Yeah.
Who are these teams? They're both wearing white. That's not right, is it? Gloucestershire 88 for 1.
Getting blast fever already now.
I apologise, yeah.
It's only a couple of
I've
weeks
just come
away.
off the back of the football season. It's very hard work.
It's quite scary how close the blast is. I feel as if we've only just
That's
started.
True. Yeah. Opening rounds of the Championship. 48 for Charlesworth then, facing Taylor. He's definitely waiting there. It's Ollie Price. You probably heard that from Ben Charlesworth.
Wow.
In parts of Wiltshire as well, and the Cotswolds.
I don't think I've ever heard a cry so loud from Charlesworth.
That was definitely a waiting. There's no run there, sir. Final ball of the 29th over. With Taylor on 1 for 29 off ball shy of 10. It's bowled well on his debut for Kent. Round the wicket to Charlesworth, takes a couple of paces down and it's me, bit harum-scarum. It's a leave, but he sort of prodded one leg out as if he's going to try and deflect it away from the stumps. It's such an odd finish to the delivery, that. Do you think he was going to be stumped?
Well, it was a strange overall, wasn't he? He's come a long way across again. Then I think he thought maybe it might just clip his pad and might either give an LBW.
It's the opposite, you're right. He's trying to swerve out of the way of it. Suddenly looked back at his stumps to make sure it hadn't hit the stumps either. So good bowling from Taylor, actually. Didn't get a wicket there, but as you were saying, it was good intelligent bowling, wasn't it, as well, with Charles trying to carve the ball into the offside.
Heart-in-mouth moments in that over for Gloucestershire, because he just looked a bit jumpy for some of those deliveries, and then others he just caressed away for a couple of runs. This is going to be a boundary, as Everson is having some problems from this pavilion end, just straying down leg side again, and Price has found 3 different gaps for 3 boundaries, and he's got his total very much moving. Doesn't have to take any risks with that. I know there are some some catches on that leg side, so you do still have to make sure you keep it down, but that's so far onto leg stump, that's just where you'd want it. And Gloucestershire to 92 for 1 in what will be the last over before lunch. Everson bowls, oh, that's a good reply, which is another one where, as Price left it, I was thinking, is that going towards the stumps? But it wasn't actually that close when it went by Price. It was just the fact that it then faded after it had passed him that started to make me think maybe that was a brave leave, but actually that was considerably enough wide of off stump to be called a comfortable one. Everson bowls, and once again Price leaves. No dramas with that one. I think that was the away shaper from Joey Everson. As the clock hits 1 o'clock, so we'll get 28 overs in the morning session. They must allow, I'd have thought, at least a full over, if not 2, for as long as that ball change happened. But that would still leave Kent short in the morning session, so they may have to get a bit of a shift on in the afternoon. Keeper's come up now with 3 balls to go in the over. Price has to defend that one out into the covers. The wickets have been tumbling at Edgbaston this morning as Sam Haynes got 47 out of 80 for Warwickshire, and they're 80 for 5 against Yorkshire. Leicestershire 110 for 2. Both openers dismissed now. Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall both making 40s. Everson bowls edged, and that's gone through second slip and down to the boundary. So 4 more to Price. I don't think that one carried, but it's just squeezed through Muyaya at second slip. So another look at this. Ooh. I think that may have just about carried. Might need to see it again. He just couldn't quite trap it, but that was very close to carrying. It's 96 for 1. Last ball before lunch. Everson bowls to Price, who's forward and defending back to the bowler. And Gloucestershire will close the morning on 96 for 1, but we're just having another look at this penultimate ball of the morning session. Just does enough to take the edge. It's played quite softly by Price, but Muyaya is close. And I think that does... Well, it's tricky to tell, isn't it? Because his fingers aren't parallel to the ground. So it sneaks under them. It's just a question of whether he could have got his fingertips underneath that ball or not. Would have been very close, but another moment of slight alarm for Gloucestershire this morning. 96 for 1 certainly doesn't tell the story of the morning session, but there's been some very hard work done by all 3 batters, really. Bancroft got a good one from James Taylor and edged it to Crawley at first slip for 12. But it's been a battle for Charlesworth and Price, but a battle that one way or another, at the moment, they're winning. So a good morning for Gloucestershire, having been put into bat. They're 96 for 1. Charlesworth has 46, Price has 30. And we will be back in about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
please remember that all catering units are cashless. will please start to make their way off the outfield as we're going towards the end of the luncheon. Here are some latest county scores from around the country. Division 1 of the County Championship at Chelmsford. Hampshire were put into bat by Essex and the 88-4. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire lost the toss and the 80-5 against Yorkshire. At Trent Bridge, Surrey put Nottinghamshire into bat and Notts are 105-3 at the interval. Cardiff, Somerset lost the toss but are 104-1 at lunch against Glamorgan. At Hove, Leicestershire lost the toss against Sussex and are 110-2. And in Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire won the toss and 104 for no wicket against Northamptonshire. At Old Trafford, Lancashire were put into bat by Middlesex and have reached 78-3 at the interval. And finally at Worcester, Worcestershire lost the toss against Durham and a 93-4 break. Please welcome back the umpires, Chris Watts and Simon Wicket, Daniel Bell-Drummond and the Kent team. And resuming the Gloucestershire innings, Ben Charlesworth and Ollie Price.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Bristol for session 2 of this opening day between Gloucestershire and Kent in the County Championship Division 2. Kent having won the toss first up this morning and decided to bowl first. Gloucestershire are 96 for 1 after the opening session. Cameron Bancroft, the scalp for Kent. Crawley bowled James Taylor for 12, but the partnership of Price and Charlesworth has put on 69 so far for the second wicket, with Charlesworth on 46. He's to face the first ball of the afternoon session from Keith Dudgeon, who's running in from the Ashley Down Road end over the wicket and bowling to Charlesworth, who's forward and running this one out to cover, and he can't get a run. Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole, your commentary team on
That's
the
me.
BBC Sport website and app. BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Kent.
I thought I was being given cue then from Ed, who was pointing at me pointedly. There we go.
No, you're
very
right.
professionally.
I hadn't turned the effects
No,
off.
that's entirely fine. I was just. I'll come back in a sec.
Comes Dudgeon over the wicket, bowls. Charlesworth drives, gets the gap between extra cover and mid-off. The ball's holding up a bit towards the boundary. It's a teaser for Cohen, who will just get there and will deny Ben Charlesworth his half-century and the Gloucestershire 100 in one fell swoop. So he has to content himself with 49 at the moment. Gloucestershire 99 for 1.
I know not to give too much of the broadcasting magic away, but earlier on it was you could very clearly hear a couple of supporters, couldn't you, on it, and who were talking, and we didn't want to make their conversation to broadcast it across the world.
No,
didn't really think it was fair, so I had kept it a bit lower. So it was just checking it was all right. We got a thumbs up from Ed Seaborn.
It's nice to have something over the intervals that people know that we're not completely dead. But yes. Dudgeon to Price for the first time this afternoon, gets well down the pitch and defends back towards the bowler. He'll juggle it and pick it up.
So we've had a couple of emails come in just around about lunch from Phil and John. We'll get to those shortly, both talking about what you were asking about the not pink ball experiment, but when the light's decreasing so far that even with the floodlights on, the players have to go off, the pink ball gets introduced, and what supporters would think about that. We've got a good old BBC bit of both coming up shortly.
Okay. Dudgeon bowls for defence from Price. I'm looking forward to this.
One on each side. Thank you, gentlemen, for being so balanced. Phil, great to hear from you on Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I've never understood why we don't just play all red ball cricket with a pink ball so bad light can be eliminated by floodlights. Yeah, the ball characteristics may be a little different from the red ball, but we already use several different red balls depending on where we play, so there's no consistency anyway. Also things like changing... Dudgeon coming in.
Dudgeon bowls to Price, squeezed off the inner part of the bat. Might have been a bit of pad involved as well. Goes out into the onside. The luckless Dudgeon turns again.
There's also things like changing from uncovered pitches, and more recently the use of drop-in and hybrid pitches have changed playing conditions anyway, so I don't understand why the colour of the ball is so sacrosanct, he says. Surely we just want as little time lost as possible. Phil, thank you very much, and for your comments about the commentary. Very kind.
Point well made.
For the prosecution, here's John from Valldal in Norway very shortly. Great to hear from you, John, as well. John and Phil.
Whereabouts is that in Norway? Last ball of the over, Dudgeon to Price, and he taps it away into the covers, and there's no run. So 3 runs from the opening over of the afternoon session. Gloucestershire 99 for 1.
I'm sure I've asked John this before, but John, if you're still listening, give us chapter and verse on Valldal. Above the Arctic Circle, below.
Is this one? Valldal?
Could well be, yeah, double L and then a... It looks...
Trøndelag, that must be close to Trondheim, is it?
It looks
Dunno.
absolutely spectacular, I have to say. He says, I don't like the thought of the pink ball replacing the red ball or the pink ball in the great 4-day game at all. He says, I remember a few years ago at Canterbury, we had a pink ball game against Middlesex. Basically, it was who won the toss, won the game, so a big no-no from me.
Was that when we had that experiment of bowling with it under lights?
That was the Grant Stewart game. That was, John. Surely we should be pushing that forward. He's Mikey going to Charlesworth. He's on 49 from 79. Defends that back at the left arm quick bowler, and there's no run. Kevin Hand, our colleague from Middlesex, he probably actually somewhere in the ether he can feel was talking about it, and he'll go into a cold sweat as Grant Stewart got a century and ran through Middlesex a couple of times with the pink ball. But there we go. That's but yeah, contrasting views there, and I'm going to just add something else into the mix. I'm going to stir the pot in a sec. It's Cohen then to Charlesworth, just sneaking down the leg side. It's a good glance, and that'll be 4 runs from Charlesworth, who's played that beautifully actually in the end. Round about his toes, but going down the leg side. He has glanced it for 4, and he has 53 of 81 balls, raises the bat towards the pavilion. 126 minutes, 8 fours, No sixes as yet. Ben Charlesworth, his first 50 of the season.
It is, yes. That'll make him feel an awful lot better. And he's had some luck, which I'm sure he would say he hasn't had much of this season so far. But he has also battled away, and he will feel that it's a fight very much worth having had, because he's now got the potential to bat on this afternoon, having done the work this morning.
Here is Cohen then to him. Oh, it straightened him up a little bit. It's a great delivery in reply from Cohen. And Charlesworth just holds the pose a little bit afterwards, then grinds his front foot into the turf as if to make himself even steadier. But a decent delivery, that from Cohen. Yes, that's held its line and just moved a little bit as it's gone past Charlesworth. So nice reply from Cohen, but Charlesworth it is with 53 and Kent 103 for 1. If you're just joining us, James Taylor on debut for Kent, taking the only wicket to fall of the day. Cameron Bancroft going for 21, caught by Zach Crawley at slip. This one straight back at the bowler. Decent delivery, decent defensive shot from Charlesworth as well. But I'm going to say this falteringly, and you feel free to contradict me, Ed, but I don't think Kent have had an awful lot of luck.
Oh no,
and they've not been luckless entirely, but on another day, I think it's fair to say, and this shows what kind of wicket this is as well, what kind of pitch it is for the batters to bat on and try and keep themselves in that it has zipped a bit, done a bit as well off the seam. Let's clip round the corner, round his front pad from Charlesworth. Absolutely safe and sound though, down to backward square for a single, 104 for 1. So it's been a really good contest on another day. Saying on my previous update on BBC Radio Kent, pick any one of those five bowlers and add a wicket in their column, and you wouldn't think it would be extravagant from how they've bowled. But no, it's Gloucestershire who are on top at the moment.
It's just been a well played morning from both teams, in that when Gloucestershire have been beaten, and that the most of the time when they have had a few half lives, they haven't really been doing a great deal wrong. It's just been good bowling that's prized it out. So it's been very competitive, the contest between bat and ball, and yet at the moment bat is on top if you look at the scoreboard.
Still a good lively pitch here, and Cohen bowls to Price, gets on the front foot, trying an off drive there, doesn't really time it, up to mid-off. Dot ball, end of the over, 104 for 1. But yeah, good contest so far. Dudgeon none for 20 off his 7. Cohen's at none for 22 off his 6. I think his very first ball, though, very nearly cleaned up Ben Charlesworth, and he's had a couple since as well, which have bothered both batters. But as I said, you could say that probably for all 5 of the bowlers that Kent have used so far. So yeah, really good contest.
Even Everson in that
last over, final over,
struggled a little bit with his line, but when he got it right, that final over, that was very close to carrying, if indeed maybe it just might have. It's very hard to tell, but a life off the penultimate ball of the morning session. Dudgeon continues. Charlesworth has to get down low in defence as Dudgeon deflects the ball towards the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Price is not napping. If Valdal is where...
Goodness me. Sorry, I'm just looking at some
looks like...
Some photos of Valdal.
No, it's amazing, isn't it?
Just looks absolutely amazing.
It's not that close to Trondheim, actually. It's sort of... It's about halfway between... About halfway between Trondheim and Bergen. Near Molde, if you know your Norwegian football.
If you know your football, yeah, that's certainly one too.
one of the main teams there. Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth, and he prods to cover, and there's no run. It's not far off Jostedalsbreen, which I think might be the largest glacier in Europe, or at least sort of, whatever you call the part of Europe, not including the part of Europe Russia has. There's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is. I think that might be right. Anyway.
Though.
And it might be completely wrong anyway, but it's a very large glacier.
Right.
Dudgeon bowls all Charlesworth fishes and gets away with it again, and all the double teapots come out from Dudgeon for the second time. He's not staring at a fielder this time. He's not even really staring at Charlesworth. He's just thoroughly disgruntled with life as a fast bowler, He's forced Charlesworth really to have a loose waft at that one. And once again, no edge.
He's exhorting the cricketing gods there, maybe, just down on his knees, shouting, "Why?" But no, sorry. A bit overdramatic. But yeah, it's one of those spells for him, though.
Another couple of those, and he might be.
Yeah, quite.
And comes Keith Dudgeon, bowls to Charlesworth, who again gets one that sort of feels as if he has to get down on, having not really bounced as much as he possibly thought it might. Price is down for another word with him. He's tapping away at the pitch. That's right. You should be doing this. Come and do some tapping yourself as well. No, I'm sure it wasn't that, but he certainly feels as though Price is almost coaching Charlesworth from the non-strikers end a couple of times. But that's what you've got to do in a batting partnership. That one's much more secure from Charlesworth, again using his feet a little bit to get outside his crease and try and cover up whatever movement he can, and able to push it back to Dudgeon. None for 20 in his 8th over. Had a 6-over spell this morning. You'd imagine that it will be around about that in the afternoon. There's certainly no reason to take him off. 3 slips. Dudgeon bowls, and oh, good grief, I thought that was onto the stumps as well. Another inside edge from Charlesworth, or even toe end of the bat. He's now examining it, and the ball has thudded back into his toe. Yeah, I was about to say back leg, but it wasn't. It was his toe, and the double teapot came out again from Dudgeon, he's not quite taking on the Andre Nell school of South African fast bowling, but give him a couple more overs and I reckon he might. Can you imagine what Andre Nell would have done after 8 overs like that? It's 104 for 1. Aggressive former South African fast bowler who played some county cricket for Surrey. Northants as well, was it? Let's look that up now.
Quite possibly, yeah. But
definitely Surrey.
It's Mikey Cohen continuing from this pavilion end, and that's up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and Essex as well. I haven't forgotten that.
4-1. All right, yeah. Yeah, affable, though. I think most of these fast bowlers, particularly, it seems like the biggest contrast of all of any in cricket, doesn't it? Once they step over the white and back over the white line, Jekyll and Hyde transformation. Here's Cohen to Price into the onside, and there is no run.
The reason I was mentioning that Glacier over the winter,
in Norway,
I'm not sure if
if you're keeping up.
I'm not sure if it's still there, but I watched an amazing documentary called Songs of Earth on BBC iPlayer over the winter.
Ooh.
It was absolutely stunning.
And that's about one. Is that the one that's about a single community out there near a glacier? Is that right? This is going to Price. He looks as if he's going to play at that, but I think it's a legitimate leave afterwards. It's just a little bit of a movement forward with the bat, but through the wicket-keeper. It's a good ball from Cohen.
I think it was a filmmaker who was sort of returning home, and a lot of it was about, just their life growing up, and featured her parents quite heavily. But there's just this incredible shot of them walking out over the frozen fjord.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, it is.
And it's just absolute glass, sheet of glass almost.
Cohen to a little bit full, perhaps. It's driven back past the bowler on drive. Daniel Drummond tries to keep up with it and can't, but that's 4 runs to Ollie Price. And it's a shout from the balcony by any chance from the players'
I think it might be Mr. Lee downstairs somewhere. I can't see him, but he'll be there.
Whoever it was loved that shot. 34 for Price, 54 for Charlesworth.
He's played a lot of those on drives straight to mid-on, or both on drives and off drives. I think did he get off the mark even with an on drive? I think he did. It was a cracking straight on drive, but this one he forced between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Maybe almost a harder shot to play.
108 for 1 now, Gloucestershire. Cohen, it's a glorious delivery from Cohen. Kept a bit low, that one. Not grubbing exactly, but outside the off stump. And as I said, this is what this pitch is giving the bowlers as well. Real contest. That's not a bad delivery, is it?
No,
he's played inside the line, I think quite deliberately, but it's not far from the edge.
No, it's not done. Actually, that one hasn't done masses, but that's the beauty of the left armour bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, in that sometimes it's the one that doesn't do anything that gets the payoff.
So Cohen to bowl once again. Just 2 slips in for him now. And that squirted away off a thickish outside edge and has gone for 4. And I don't think Ollie Price knew enormous amounts about that.
No, and he's gone very hard at that as well. It's not
maybe that saved him in some ways, I think. But yeah,
it's not one of those where he's got a thick enough edge that it's gone wide of the cordon, but it's not one where he's played softly and it's just run off the edge and gone down through the gully. He's gone hard at it, just didn't go in the air and went wide of the fielder. And
I mean, the good news for both teams is that if this pitch is going to do something throughout the game, it'll give some encouragement to the bowlers. It's not a flat deck here. The bad news for Kent at the moment is that the chances that they've had, for whatever reason, have not ended up in wickets. And that's great news for Gloucestershire, who carry on 112 for 1 now.
You can't really blame Bell Drummond for not having a deep third in either, because that's the first boundary I think that's really gone down there. Dudgeon angles one across Charlesworth from over the wicket, and he doesn't play a shot. Because, you know, it's 5. I know a lot of people think you should always have a fielder down there, but he wouldn't have touched the ball in the morning session. I mean, he might have done. In fact, it probably would have been beaten even by the 2 nicks that went through the slips and down for 4.
Yeah.
It's really been that sort of a morning plus whatever it is, less than 20 minutes for Kent, and that a lot of the times Gloucestershire have had the fortune they've even picked up boundaries off it. Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth, tight to his body. To start with, he thought there might be some room to free the arms and cut, and then judiciously decided to check his shot and just angle it to backward point. Because if he'd gone through with that one, that would have been another inside edge. But it's been a strange 32 overs and a bit, in that around that, you know, I don't want to take anything away from what Charlesworth and Price have done. They're still battling, and they're still doing enough right around what Kent are creating. Charlesworth drives, can't beat mid-off. Price not interested in a single. As if his back being turned to Charlesworth wasn't enough, he then held out his hand as well. And there was no run. Both Charlesworth and Price have hit 8 boundaries. Price 8 boundaries in his 38, and yet it's not been the sort of innings that's felt free-flowing. Here is Dudgeon, bowls to Charlesworth, who drives and doesn't time it. Ball's picked up out at cover for no run. Dudgeon's now resorting to double teapotting his way back to his mark. Having stood there and stared a few times, he's now even more riled up that he's not picked up a wicket yet. An excellent record, 252 wickets at 26 and a half. Let's round it down. Over the wicket he bowls. Charlesworth forward and defending. Zach Crawley was interested at first slip, but that was a defensive shot up to mid-off. Yeah, looking at the Kent body language, it's not flat by any means. They're not flat, but you can sort of tell a side that feels as though more should be happening for them than is happening. It's not the sort of arms folded and sort of loose body language that you see from a side that are getting pumped to all parts. Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth, who just tries to guide that one through the gully. He played it late, and I think this time it's just the combined frustration of previous deliveries. Nothing really particularly alarming about that, but Dudgeon feels he must be getting through sometime soon, but not that time. Another maiden. He's gone for 20 runs in the 5 overs that have conceded runs. It's also that he's bowled 4 maidens, though. And this sort of, I suppose, slight feast or famine for Gloucestershire continues, but the most important thing is the partnership continues. Now at 112 for 1. And Price, who's got 38, and Charlesworth 54. Very welcome runs for many reasons. Kent still with 2 fielders back deep on the leg side. It's more of a long leg, really, and a deep forward square. So there's quite a bit of room fine. Nobody at mid-wicket anymore for Price. As Cohen continues from the pavilion end, and Price drives again with hard hands and misses the ball. Now it's several Kent fielders who are struggling to contain their frustration. It's another one that's just gone on. It's not come back. I think it's a fairly straight delivery, but I don't know if Price is just itching a little bit here, but he doesn't. I know it's a very, very easy thing to say up here, but he doesn't really need to play that shot. It's going along just fine. Cohen bowls left alone by Price, who's ever watchful to make sure that Chris Benjamin doesn't fancy bowling the ball at the stumps, with him batting outside his crease. Would be a brave keeper to stand up to Mikey Cohen. So I don't think Kent can do an enormous amount about Price batting outside his crease. They'd be too bothered about that anyway. They're getting close to chances. Cohen bowls, Price squared up, goes off out to cover. There's no run. The heavier cloud cover has returned. You can't really see those shadows from the floodlights, so it's not particularly dark, but it is certainly back to feeling more like bowling conditions than it was for the second hour this morning, where as soon as they turned the floodlights on, the sun barely went in. Cohen runs in, bowls, Price on drives, and good stop. Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on, not for the first time, launches himself away across the turf. And that was another one that looked as if it might go to the boundary, and twice Bell-Drummond has saved any run at all. I think bowler walking back right next to him was in a perfect position to thank him for saving 4 runs, because Price leathered that sort of wider on drive that he's got away to the boundary once already. 112 for 1. A run of 10 dot deliveries will be 11, as Cohen is on target, but so is Price with the forward defence. Picked up at mid-off this time. There's no run. So Gloucestershire with the same balance as the victory up at Derby last time out, but with the one change, Matt Taylor returns to the side, having replaced the combination of Henry Brooks and Craig Miles that completed that match with Gloucestershire's first injury substitute of the season. Cohen bowls to Price, and that's deflected off to backward point, and back-to-back maidens for Kent. First maiden over for Cohen, none for 30 from his 8. And Gloucestershire are 112 for 1. Henry Brooks, by the way, just in case you missed that, he's gone back to Middlesex for some rehab on his hamstring injury. And it was mentioned by Gloucestershire head coach Mark Alleyne that Gloucestershire would be looking to get Henry Brooks back later on in the season, so his Gloucestershire career, even potentially on loan, hasn't come to an end. And a real shame for him, of course, because he he made that excellent 89 career best, part of that stunning partnership with Will Williams, and then pulled up just chasing a ball to the boundary. It wasn't even while he was bowling. He bowled a really good first 5-over spell for something like 8 runs, and then just felt it as he was chasing a ball off to the boundary, and he's had to go back to his original club.
So it is Dudgeon now bowling to Charlesworth. Guides that backward of Gully there. A couple of fielders after it. Sam North East on this occasion will outstrip Ben Dawkins to it, and they'll come back what looks like a comfortable 2. And Charlesworth moves on to 56 now. Gloucestershire 114 for 1. I've just given the Kent listeners the promise that Kent will take wickets, and they may take a bundle of wickets today if they don't get frustrated. But now I feel that's a real rash promise after a session with just the one falling.
No, that's all right. You know your listenership. They'll be tuning in their floods for these wickets now.
I know. It just feels like it's a possibility. Maybe not a probability. That one's a bit short from Dudgeon. It's been whipped away. That's a lovely shot from Charlesworth. He's on that quick as a flash and has pulled that behind square for 4 runs. It's not going to improve Keith Dudgeon's mood, I wouldn't have thought, but 6 off the first 2 balls, both of them decent shots, 118 for 1 now.
Yes, it was. I mean, that's one of those occasions where Dudgeon unfortunately won't be able to blame anybody but himself. That was a delivery right on the hip for Charlesworth to swivel on. And okay, there's still a bit of danger if you just mistime it, maybe chip it in the air. There are 2 fielders back on the leg side, but it's not the first time that he's controlled a pull shot like that superbly and picked the gap and kept it down, crucially.
So it's just latched onto it really quickly on the back foot, trying to guide that through the offside. It's half fielded down, I think, by Ekansh Singh, and there's no run. That's the parry back out.
It's still green, the square, but it doesn't. I mean, it's probably an easier stop that than it would have been later in the season with those used pitches. But he's right on the middle part of the square where the pitches are being saved for the multitude of international matches that are taking place at Bristol this summer.
Dudgeon once more to Charlesworth, leaves this one. It's a rising delivery outside the off stump through to wicket-keeper Benjamin, who's kept very well today. He's in good form with the bat as well. They may need him to be. Gloucestershire 118 for 1. Charlesworth has 60. Price is 38. John from Valdal in Norway has been back in touch. Ed, you got it spot on, he says. Commentary correct on Valdal. He says, my wife was born here. I met her in Oslo through work back in 1999. Lucky lady, he says, moved back to England for a few years. And then we moved here to Valdal back in 2008. More to come. Our travel log with John from Valdal. This one's clipped into the onside of a foolish delivery by Dudgeon to Charlesworth. He goes on to 61. Says it is a stunning part of Norway. Believe it or not, Valdal is the most northern place in Europe for having strawberry farms. My brother-in-law, he says, has one, and the strawberries are amazing.
They go with the cod very well, doesn't it?
Wow. I don't know what the cuisine's like that, but quite possibly like that. I think this link, he says, will say it better than me. Thank you very much. We'll glory in that. I'm the only person in Valdal that likes cricket. I remember you saying that before, John, but in now a different place. I might spell it out because I know that I'm just going to butcher the pronunciation. Here's Dudgeon to Price. Tries to lever that backward as square. Good stop from Taylor, actually. It means it is no run, 119 for 1.
Oh, Orlison. Something like that, yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's an A with a little circle above it. And I know that, well, I know, as much as I know about Norwegian is that almost every vowel is not what you would expect in English. So, however I say it, it's gonna sound terrible.
It's nothing like Danish, though. Norwegian.
Oh, is that the bigger one for it? Maybe I've got the wrong.
Danish is more the word endings and consonants. About half the letters that are written down you don't say.
Right.
Whereas Norwegian and Swedish is much, I find anyway, much more intuitive in terms of how you pronounce what's written on the page.
There we go. Thank you, Ed Seaborn. Linguist extraordinaire.
In comes Cohen, and that's been chipped by Charlesworth into the leg side. And I'm sure you don't need me to say that it's gone not only directly between mid-wicket and mid-on, but also a long way short of a fielder who might have been there anyway. They did have a short mid-wicket for Everson, but he's the only bowler that's had one. But another shot that Charlesworth wasn't in control of, but fortunately for him, he went at it with such little force that the ball was never going to carry anywhere. 119 for 1. Cohen bowls to Charlesworth, and there's a forward defence that trickles up to mid-off.
So I'd just say from John as well, now this I definitely remember from John, you have one game of cricket a year in Ollerson, he said, with the Asian community there, he says, the food's amazing, he said, but I seem to remember tales from John in the past about press ganging Norwegians into playing cricket, which I think is fantastic. Great idea.
Cohen goes in and bowls down the leg side. Charlesworth flicks at it and doesn't make any contact.
Goodness me, it does look amazing. There we are. This is the Valdal, V-A-L-L-D-A-L. If you want to look it up, ladies and gentlemen, John sent us a link, and it is
sheer rock face down to the fjord. It's amazing. Yeah, I've been to Norway a couple of times, but I've not been to that area. So 119 for 1. Charlesworth has 61. Facing up to Cohen, racing in left arm over. He bowls now and on, driven by Charlesworth. Straight to mid-on, and there's no run. Beryl Drummond applauds.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Blue waters, mountains, hills, meadows, little fishing villages, glaciers. I mean, if you like that kind of thing.
Yes, it's the. Are you do you know the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Oh, about the fjords.
Slarty Bartfast and his fjords.
Indeed, yeah.
Particularly proud of the fjords. Forward defence, he won an award.
I was going to say, did he not win an award?
Defended back to the bowler for no run. Dear me. It's only day one.
I know, we're already living in a parallel universe or two. But John, thank you very much for that and for giving us the ammunition. Never been to Norway. Yes, must. It's on the list. It's pretty much top of the list, actually, to say, outside the UK. But wow. Thank you, John. That was great.
Could be back-to-back maidens here for Cohen. Last ball of it is defended by Charlesworth to mid-on, and indeed it is back-to-back maidens. So the Dudgeon-Cohen partnership, I think, has been a shrewd choice by Beryl Drummond. It just hasn't yet produced that second breakthrough. Score remains 119 for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure there'll be head-scratching from Daniel Beryl Drummond, the bowlers. It is just about, it's going to sound the most boring coaching speak thing to say, but you just need to keep executing, don't you? That's what they would say, the old execution of the skills. But they're not doing anything wrong here against bowlers, are they? Very few loose deliveries. And just have to trust that if they keep doing that, the wickets will come. Fortunately for Gloucestershire, not so far. 119 for 1. As Price studiously defends that one into the offside. He has 38 so far. Charlesworth has 61. I think Ed's going through some stretching there.
Oh, yeah. So my back's been moaning pretty much since the season started. So I try and stand up every now and then because it's a lot of sitting, which is not good for it.
We'll do some calisthenics in a minute.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
And, perhaps we should lead the group in a sort of exercises. Please don't reply to that on the emails. It's defended into the offside again by Price.
Perhaps you can head up to the roof, actually. Everyone will be able to see you from the roof. Just get hold of the megaphone.
I can't think of a less edifying sight than me doing some stretching warm-ups. But thank you for the thought. So back in comes Dudgeon then, the luckless Dudgeon. Has he been more luckless than others? I don't know. Price sees that one off as well. I suppose the good news for Kent here, they are building some pressure with the dot balls, two consecutive maidens rather from Cohen. Dudgeon has 3 dot balls to start here. Are they threatening enough, though?
You just feel, though, with Dudgeon, he's got the ability to get the ball to go both ways. His short ball can be sharp. He's got everything that he might need to produce a wicket.
No, quite. Here's Price again defends that very well. Up to mid-on. Almost feels like a battle of nerve, this one, from Ollie Price, who's pretty much saying, yeah, that's a good ball. You bowled it in a great area, and I'm going to defend it. And we'll see what happens from here. 119 for 1. Respectfully playing a defensive up to mid-on. Little word from Mikey Cohen to Keith Dudgeon there. South African comes down from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls to Price. Engineers that into the onside. Another dot ball. It's 5 so far. I say down from the Ashley Down Road end. It just looks like, from our elevated position, that it's on a sharp slope.
Yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it? But I don't think it is really.
No, it's one of those.
There's not really much of a slope at Bristol. It's quite flat.
It's just purely from where we're, obviously our vantage point here, looking down from the pavilion end. As Dudgeon bowls to Price, that's ruined his maiden, and Cohen sprawls to try and stop that one. Is it going to go for a boundary? Actually, it's well hit from Price. It bobbles over the forearm of Cohen, so he has a second go of it. In fact, they come back 4-3 in the end, 122 for 1. And Price has 41 now, 9 short of a half century. Charlesworth with 61, his first 50 of the season.
There's Alfie Johnson seems to be on the ground today. I think that's him who's just gone out to take a new bat to Ben Charlesworth. And maybe some new gloves as well. Alfie Johnson, who signed a rookie contract, I think at the end of last year. I think. I did that thing where I said I think and I had it in front of me, but I had a feeling it was. I just wanted to double check. Anyway, he's signed to a 2-year rookie contract. He's a tall off spinner. We'll see when he makes his first team debut, but we've got a bowling change as James Taylor bowls a loose full ball down the leg side. Price turns it away. There's that sweeper at deep square, so he is only adding 1 to his total, but it's 123 for 1. Price moves on to 42. So Taylor moves back to the end where he took his wicket from, bowled his first spell from the pavilion end, and then switched to the Ashley Down Road end for a couple of overs before the lunch break. Actually, it was a bit more than a couple, wasn't it? Probably about 4 overs. He did a 6 and a 4. 1 for 30 from his just over 10 overs. He bowls round the wicket now to Charlesworth, who drives loosely and misses. Once again, you're sort of, because you can't see the edge if it's a fine one from up here, and you're far too far away to hear it. It's another one of those where you're just waiting for the keeper to throw it up, and he didn't.
Yeah, it was loose, wasn't it? For once from Charlesworth outside the off stump.
He hasn't resorted yet, Chris Benjamin, to just throwing it up anyway and hoping that the umpire might take pity as Charlesworth gets on top of that, and it sends it off to point.
I think
no
the
run.
Biggest appeal to have for a catch was one down the leg side early on, wasn't it? When he took it one-handed.
Right, yes, and I think that was fairly clearly off the upper thigh of Price.
It didn't look like it got close to the bat, but I guess they've heard something, hasn't they, as it's gone down.
There hasn't really been I mean, there was one loud LBW shout that I can remember where Charlesworth was outside the line. There was that one from Dudgeon. That was probably the closest LBW, which may have just pitched on leg stump, may not have done, and then may have just gone on to hit leg stump, or may not have done. It's all been plays and misses, really, that they've got no luck with. But that is a short, wide delivery, and it's been thunderously cut by Charlesworth for 4 through backward point, and that brings up the century stand between Charlesworth and Price. As Charlesworth moves on to 65, will that be? Yes, it is. 127 for 1. 100 partnership comes up in 170 deliveries. And that was one of those very rare gifts which Charlesworth is more than happy to accept, especially to the shorter boundary. Taylor bowls. Charlesworth steps into a drive. They thought about a single because Charlesworth was quite a long way down the pitch, but I think probably hit too hard to Belldrummond to consider going through for that. And in truth, they don't really need to be doing that. They've scored at a plenty decent enough rate. And the innings run rate's at 3.4, which is more than healthy enough considering what the ball's been doing and the quality of the bowling they've been facing. In goes James Taylor, bowls, good delivery, heading towards the top of off stump. Charlesworth defends. There's a loose strap on his helmet, which I assume it must be perfectly tightened up, but it's dangling down in front of his chin. I'm surprised that's not bothering him, and also you do see those straps sometimes go pinging about and create a noise. I forget where it. I feel like I can remember for some reason it was Scott Styris in a test match in the early 2000s it would have been. I'm sure I remember a dismissal where they realised that there was a loose bit of his helmet strap which had pinged off and hit his helmet, and that might have been the noise that the umpire had heard. We've got to be a bit careful with that. It's 127 for 1.
Yeah, I'd say causes him any discomfort. Presumably not at the moment. They seem to be doing okay, both these batters, don't they? 127 for 1. A bit more cloud cover again, but we've not had any, am I tempting fate? Don't know, precipitation so far.
Well, you were flirting with it earlier, now you're tempting it.
No, I'm just batting my eyelashes. So Ekant Singh to take over from Keith Dudgeon at the Ashley Down Road end. Bowling to Price, who leaves that through to wicket-keeper Chris Benjamin. Full of chat from him to Crawley. It's just been shined by Sam Northeast on his sleeveless jumper. That second slip, he'll relay that to Captain Daniel Belldrummond. Passed on to James Taylor, who stands at mid-off as a mid-on as well. 3 slips or 2 slips in the gully. Yeah, he's a bit estranged from the 2 slips. Point is Joey Everson there as well. Daniel Belldrummond's at cover. This one is just clipped with a roll of the wrists out to Mikey Cohen, who's at deep square leg. Ben Dawkins with a shock of blonde hair coming out from under the cap. He's got the modern mullet, I think now.
I think he has, yeah. Did he? I don't remember. I watched a fair bit of him in that under-19 World Cup over the winter. I don't remember it being quite that pronounced there.
No.
He's not had much of a haircut since.
No, I think.
Not like our stream operator James Healy's very sharp. What was it? A number 3?
Number 3.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's putting us both to shame, really, Ed. To be honest. But
I haven't had my twice yearly haircut for a few months now. Yeah.
I need to get the hedge trimmers out. Exactly. My other half at some point. Have a hack at it. See what happens. Here's Singh then round the wicket to Charlesworth, the left-hander. Looks to try and place that past Daniel Belldrummond at cover and won't reach it. It does reach it rather, so no run. But yeah, I take much the same attitude, Ed, to haircuts. Not a great fan of them, to be honest.
No, it's just sitting still for a. Mind you, I say that, but then I spend most of my summer sitting still. So it can't be that.
Sit still and talk to the barber. How on earth would you do that with the?
Yes,
exactly. Transferable skills that would
talking.
Yeah, exactly. Any possible transferable skills that would allow you to do that in comfort? Here's Singh. Oh, it's a full toss, but almost catches Charlesworth unaware there. It's going at Yorker length, and actually Charlesworth has just pushed forward on it. Rather uncomfortable looking shot, but has blocked it out. And Ekant Singh got his first wicket of the season with a absolutely rank full toss down the leg side against. I don't think you'll mind me saying this. He bowled, well, a lot better balls just in that over than he did against Derbyshire.
Oh, I saw that one, yes.
Round the wicket to Charlesworth, straight back at him.
I saw that.
It'll come to mind who the batter was, but they were. Was it Martin Anderson?
It was definitely a right. Yes, it was Anderson.
Who was very unlucky to get out.
I remember
it looked suspiciously towards the waistband height.
Yes, I remember it was Anderson because I remember also thinking, he's not going to be feeling that the gods are on his side this season, because he was given out caught behind in the second innings against Gloucestershire, and to be honest, we couldn't see that he hadn't nicked it, but he clearly felt he hadn't nicked it.
Singh to Charlesworth. It's a lovely looking drive, but straight up to mid off, and there's no run. But yeah, the reaction from Ekant Singh, not that you would expect from a bowler that had just taken his first wicket of the season. He actually crouched down with his hands over his head, and then the palms went over the eyes. Then he shook his head. And I think probably said an apology to Martin Anderson at the same time. Yeah. But there we go. I think as bowlers will say, you'll bowl plenty of good balls and not get wickets. You'll get LBW decisions which should go your way and don't. So there we are.
It's amazing how often these things seem to pile up, though, isn't it?
As you say, perhaps it's not Martin Anderson's May so far.
I think James Bracey, for a while at the start of this season, must have been thinking the same thing. A couple of slightly questionable LBW decisions that he received in his first few innings. Taylor bowls to Price. He's struck on the pad, but going a long way down the leg side. And they will take a leg by again with those couple of fielders pushed deep on that leg side. Add one to the extras column. 9 extras. Sort of neither here nor there. There was a set of 4 byes that Benjamin couldn't do a huge amount about. But we thought, I think that he'd edged it to start with, and then it just went sideways and was given 4 byes. Taylor bowls, Charlesworth drives. That's a gorgeous shot through extra cover for 4. That might be the best shot we've seen so far. We've seen a couple of straight drives, but that one, just the timing and fluidity of the movement, it wasn't that over-pitched from Taylor either. It was just the width that Charlesworth clearly saw. So he's obviously starting to feel more confident that he can play those sorts of shots without the ball doing a huge amount sideways.
It's a shot of confidence in the pitch, isn't it?
133 for 1. Charlesworth moves on to 69. Taylor bowls. Oh, good grief. He's not dragged that one on either. Again, you felt that the ball, as it left his bat and he tried to cut it, as it was possibly neither short nor wide enough. We'll get a second look just to see, first of all, where that delivery was. It was certainly wide enough, but again, it's when he crouches, he gets into this sort of crouched position, and that seems to be what gets him in trouble. It's been chopped towards off stump, and again, perfectly placed. Taylor in now. That's taken pad, I think, and looped between the keeper and first slip. There was no bat on it, and it's going to be 4 leg byes. Goodness me. It is, well, I'm not going to do the Bill Lorry voice, but it's all happening. And that's gone between bat and pad, off his thigh pad, straight between. I mean, for the ball to find both those gaps at once is extraordinary. To find the gap between the bat and the body and get through, and then somehow to pierce a non-existent gap between keeper and first slip and go for 4. I assume Benjamin must have been moving down the leg side on the angle, and that created a bit more of a gap, and the ball's gone straight through it. 137 for 1. Taylor to Charlesworth, who defends towards mid-off. And then you see that, he's just absolutely middled a defensive shot to mid-off. He's played a textbook extra cover drive earlier in the over, and in between it all sorts.
Really feels like one of those innings. If luck's not going your way as a batting side, you're easily at 120 all out on this.
Yeah.
But
well, Well,
Gloucestershire have made the best of it, and as I said, they kept their nerve really well.
they were bowled out for 136 by Lancashire in the first innings. Oh, that's a delivery which takes off, beats Charlesworth's outside edge. That one, again, I think is in the column of he couldn't really do much about that. It's just done too much. Angled in, seemed to move away, and goes through to the keeper. He bowls it quite wide of the crease, just straightens a bit on him, and Charlesworth is already almost chastising himself as the ball is passing his bat, but it does pass the bat. 137 for 1. But yeah, I don't think that there's been masses of difference in terms of the approach. I mean, it does help when you don't have James Anderson bowling at you in these conditions, but at the same time, I don't know. It does feel like one of those innings where Gloucestershire are getting the rub. It's 137 for 1.
Yeah, small margins, certainly. But as they can sing now bowls to... So that's just a lovely shot from Ollie Price. He said, extolled the virtues of Kent's bowling. That is just an absolute beauty. Sorry, it's an on-drive, I should say, and it's wide, well wide of mid-on from Price. 47 he moves on to, looking for his first 50 of the season. But I just like to reiterate, for Kent fans who may be just joining us now, 141 for 1. I can feel the eyebrows raising. I can feel the eyes rolling. Here we go again. It's not that kind of day, but if they let the frustration get a hold of them, it could become one of those days from a Kent point of view. But there we go. Sing to Price, defends that up to mid-on, and there's no run. That's not to say, I don't want Gloucestershire fans to think I'm saying, this is all just luck. They've played some fabulous shots, and as I said, I would think the easiest thing, because I go to pieces very easily, even commentary, but the easiest thing for a batter here, from Charlesworth's point of view, is he's carved more than a couple, close to his stumps. They both had chances against them, if you like, but they've kept their nerve, and that's part of the battle, isn't it? It is all marginal gains.
And also when you're trying to get back into form a little bit as well. Just these sorts of innings, it's just exactly what you need from both these players' points of view.
Again, Sing to Price, picks that one off his toes out towards Mikey Cohen out there, but it's not, because it's throwing it in right-handed. Trying to see where all the slips have gone now. But thrown back to the wicket-keeper. And there is a single, 142 for 1. But it's just been a really entertaining day's cricket so far. There's something in this pitch for the bowlers.
Where's Northeast gone? Is that him?
He is second.
That's Dudgeon.
Oh, it's Dudgeon. Oh, that is Northeast. Then maybe was it a mid-wicket? Yeah. As Singh bowls again. And through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Because I had a feeling, did that not happen at a point in the last game when I was watching, where Dudgeon suddenly popped up in the slip cordon, having not been there?
Well, so we're talking about this at the start of the season. Is Sam Northeast didn't field in the slips, I think, at all. Well, I mean, not regularly for Kent when he was in his first spell.
And
he was
I don't think he did that much for Glamorgan either. But then he was captain for
which makes a difference, doesn't it? So around the wicket to Charlesworth on the bounce. It's a good take from Nikanj Singh on his follow through. He has none for 18 off his 5.5 so far. None of these bowlers have taken tap exactly.
A sort of picture of Northeast fielding at mid-off or mid-on when he was playing for Glamorgan.
But as you say, I suppose as a skipper, that's where Daniel Bell-Drummond has posted himself at the moment as well. Round the wicket once again comes Nikanj. It's Fullish looking for that Yorker length again, defended up to mid-on. Taylor fields. End of the over, 142 for 1. We've been talking about pink ball, whether it should be used when the lights are on, but the light's not good enough. Whether you, as a cricket supporter, you'd like that, as a spectator, in the ground, you think you get your money's worth better if they just switch to a pink ball and kept the game going. We've had 1 for and 1 against so far with very reasonable explanations of why, but do get in touch. kentcricket@bbc.co.uk whether you're Kent or Gloucestershire supporter, whether you're just tuning in because this is the best game in the county championship today.
You've got a full,
Evidently it is.
full set of
We believe
fixtures
it
to
to be
choose
true.
from.
Yeah, it's true enough.
Taylor into Price. That's defended to mid-off.
Yeah.
There's no run.
So I was just looking at Yorkshire bowling up a storm, aren't they, at
Yeah.
Edgbaston?
Yeah, continuing to run through Warwickshire, and they've got rid of Hayne now as well, who's the only one to pass 10. Well, sorry, yes, past 10, I suppose I said, didn't I?
Goodness.
So that's right, yeah. Hayne made 57 out of the 107. Zen Malik got 10. Everybody else is in single figures. Wickets shared around. Taylor to Price. That's let go wide of the off stump.
Yeah, they're 107 for 7 currently, Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Then Hampshire at Chelmsford
Recovered a
against
bit,
Essex.
actually, haven't they?
155 for 4 now. Trent Bridget's 149 for 3, Nottinghamshire against Surrey.
Also recovered because Dan Worrell took a couple of early wickets there.
Glamorgan, sorry, it's at Cardiff, but Somerset 159 for 3, batting first against Glamorgan.
Price waits. Taylor bowls. Had a little bit of a flinch at that, did Price. Enough to send Taylor wheeling away to the covers and Benjamin gasping in dismay that once again the ball hasn't met the bat.
Leicestershire at Hove, 145 for 3 against Sussex, of course, into Division 2. Derbyshire making similar progress to Gloucestershire here, 150 for 1 against Northants at Derby. Lancashire 123 for 4 against Middlesex at Old Trafford.
I suppose both these teams wouldn't mind a Derbyshire win over Northamptonshire just to tighten things up as Price taps away into the covers, and probably a Middlesex win over Lancashire as well.
Yeah.
That would really, well,
Try
I mean,
to
even from
haul
the
them in a bit.
neutrals' point
Yeah.
of view, just
Oh yes, we're nothing if not
Oh,
neutral.
exactly. That's just what we want, isn't it? We're just nothing, no other reason.
All for the common good, Ed,
Yeah.
Ed and I, absolutely. Worcestershire 136 for 4 at New Road against Durham.
That's another recovery, really, isn't it? I think because
Well, they in trouble early on.
Adam Hose has got a half century. Brett D'Oliveira 35. They were 52 for 4 and 15 for 2. Taylor to Price, who drives, gets a thick edge, but this will be his 50. He'll come back for 2 wide of the gully, and well battered Ollie Price. That's his first half century of the season. You've felt as though it's coming. I said before the start of the innings and thought maybe I shouldn't have done, but he's had to battle at times. And, you know, we've been saying that they've had their moments of luck, but when you're batting on a day like this and on a surface like this, you're going to need it. And Price has been able to just put those moments out of his mind, move on to the next ball. And he's reached a 99 ball half century with 9 fours. And the partnership continues to build nicely from a Gloucestershire point of view. Taylor bowls, that's cut away. Oh, has he caught that? That's a really sharp catch. Is it Dudgeon who's held on to that? It was quite short, quite wide, and Price has cut it. He's got a thick edge, and it's flashed to Dudgeon at third slip. And that cannot have been that far off the ground either. That's a really, I mean,
That's a smashing
in terms
catch.
of waiting for the ball to come to you and meeting it with soft hands when it's been slashed quite hard. That is a fine catch, and the ball after reaching 50, Ollie Price goes for exactly 50 from exactly 100 deliveries, and Gloucestershire are 144 for 2.
Yeah, it's a second wicket for James Taylor and a breakthrough that Kent have been striving for a long old time. Yeah, big partnership between those two. Standing at 117, is that right? 27 for 1 when they came in, so yeah, great partnership between Ollie Price. Ben Charles was still there on 69.
Incoming batter, Miles Hammond.
Miles Hammond comes out next.
Yeah, it's set an excellent platform in terms of Hammond being able to come out now, and so many times this season the likes of Hammond have been coming out with the ball still very new. Now he gets the opportunity to come out and face a a ball which is basically halfway through its lifetime, and Charlesworth has just nipped off the field, I think, for a moment. There he's just running back on.
Brief comfort break. There we go.
So, and so Hammond joining him also means that there'll be two left-handers at the crease. Price will be, I'm sure, I mean, you could see his frustration as he walked off, because I suspect he'll be feeling, yeah, that was probably too close to cut. I thought it was a bit wider and he just managed to get an edge on it, but actually I think he did edge it because it was too close for the cut shot, and he's gone. But it was a good 50 and probably worth more than a 50 in the circumstances, even though no batter tends to walk off after making a 50, especially batting in the top three, and be satisfied. But he's got plenty to build off from that innings as Price.
Air catch to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's a bit of a gimme for Charlesworth. I wouldn't say it stopped in the pitch, it's too short, it's a little bit wide. Charlesworth has got through the shot really quickly, has pulled that one away again. He's on a 73, 148 for 2. It's not a great delivery, and Charlesworth has absolutely got his eye in, and that has scorched away to the boundary. Picked up, I think, by the wicket taker James Taylor out there, but he's got 2 on debut for Kent, 2 for 40, but that's all they got so far. Gloucestershire still very much in the ascendancy here. And the wicket comes at Singh. It's a better delivery, but still cut away into the ground by Charlesworth. That's a good shot as well. Wasn't given that much width, but enough. And that's 4 more. And Kent starts with consecutive boundaries against him, and 150 up for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth, 2 excellent shots, showing the variety. A pull for one, cut for another. What's he going to do for the next one, do you think? Launch it over the bowler's head?
If he does that, I'm not sure what delivery Singh would have to bowl him. Maybe he'd have to bowl him another one of those full tosses, but one that doesn't just dip on him and cause him actually a few problems like the last one did.
It's like they talk about the perfect hat trick in football, don't they? Left foot, right foot header. I'm not sure what the equivalent of that is for a batter. Bowler, I suppose you could have all three different dismissals. Singh round the wicket. You won't really care how he gets him if he gets him, as Charlesworth moves gently and gracefully onto the front foot and just pushes that to cover, and there's no run. But yeah, we were just talking about Keith Dudgeon's move from boundary fielding into the slips.
And also because he's second slip for Singh and was third slip for that catch. Yeah. I've no idea, because I've never fielded in the slips, but I don't know. It's obviously got to be a different angle. I suppose you are just reacting to the ball, but even so.
Good catch too. Both of them ending up low down. The catches they've taken so far. It's quicker from Singh and shoots a little bit. But no danger to the stump, so it's left by Charlesworth.
I wonder if that's just hit one of the landing areas, maybe wide outside off stump, because we have seen a few of them just shoot along the floor, but they have been from wide. So if sort of narrative about the pitch being quite damp first up, and we saw several deliveries just almost go sideways in the first few overs, that went, fortunately from a Gloucestershire point of view, possibly from a Kent point of view as well, that went quite quickly.
Singh once more to Charlesworth. Defends that up to Danny Beldrum and his faded Kent cap, the skipper.
That's good, isn't it? I like that sort of faded cap for the senior players. And Crawley's got quite a faded cap at first slip as well. You had the same cap all through your career.
Yeah.
There's something quite nice about that. Of course, at Leicestershire, I think they have different caps, don't they? I don't know if that's the same for Kent, for the capped and uncapped players.
It's defended, and there's no run. No, they're the same caps, I believe. Do they have gold braid on? I think they do on the Northants ones, don't they? For 152.42 at the end of the over.
Because at Leicestershire, I think you get the sort of, is it maybe a slightly lighter shade of green, but they're the sort of baseball caps for the uncapped players, and the capped players get the full works.
Gotcha. Proper baggy caps or whatever.
But of course, Gloucestershire, one of the counties and I never quite remember exactly who the other ones are. I think it's Worcestershire and Durham. I think are the other two who just hand out a county cap for your first class debut, and that's it. There's no cap being awarded for seniority or performance. It's just as simple as your cap number is the number that you made your debut. Miles Hammond is going to face his first ball from Taylor. It goes straight between bat and pad, and obviously hasn't touched anything because there's no appeal. What a ball that is to bowl a new batter, and for Hammond, that'll wake you up. That's a really good ball from Taylor. It's just nipped back. It's almost, but it has cut him in half, but it's almost as if it's gone under his bat somehow. He's got a really front-on action, does Taylor, doesn't he? Sort of swings in, and then it's this windmill-like action, but it all happens very face-on to the batter. He bowls now to Hammond, and there's no shot. As Hammond gets a delivery that I'm sure he's probably quite happy not to have had to play at. Hammond has been probably the form man for Gloucestershire this season. Made a 77 in the opening innings of the season against Middlesex at Lords. 82 in the second innings against Lancashire. Him and Bracey gave Gloucestershire enough runs that you felt they might have a chance of defending that score. Not quite to be, as Taylor bowls to Hammond, let go. And then that 145 that almost gets lost in that performance from Gloucestershire up at Derby, because the headlines were pretty much grabbed by Williams and Brooks with their record 9th wicket partnership. Williams 98 and Brooks 89.
Just short of the century, wasn't he?
Yeah, because they were going to declare, which is why he felt he had to get back on strike. Taylor bowls and Hammond's beaten through to the keeper. There's certainly enough happening
this
still.
This is a lively over from Taylor, isn't it?
He's buoyed by his second wicket, I think. And
from a batting point of view, this is a double espresso kind of over, isn't it? It'd certainly wake you up.
Yeah, that's another one that, again, I think it's just another one. Hammond has to get himself into the same frame of mind as Price and Charlesworth in terms of, the ball's going to do that. And it, in a way, at the moment with the board at 152 for 2, you don't feel it when you're out there probably, but you'd rather see it doing that if you're Gloucestershire, as Hammond drives as far as Cohen at mid-off.
Well, I think from a future bowling point of view, Gloucestershire looking at this, will think, I don't know what par would be on it. If you make 300 on this, that's really good for your bowlers to bowl at and have a bit of. I mean, they may well make more than that, but you think 300 plus on this, the bowlers will think we've got scoreboard pressure on a pitch which is doing a little bit, more than a little bit on occasions.
The lines along which I was thinking as Taylor bowls, that one comes back in towards Hammond's off stump, but he doesn't play a shot at it, and that's an excellent maiden over from Taylor. And his figures get better. 2 for 40 from 14 overs, 4 maidens. Gloucestershire remain on 152 for 2. But no, as I say, it maybe did get a bit lost, that Hammond 145, but as strange as it sounds that a near 150 score could get lost, but it's not bad, is it? It's not bad. It was his second highest first class score. He was very dramatically dropped by Ben Aitchison on 99, looking for first 100 for a while, and thankfully from his and Gloucestershire's point of view, the catch was put down.
He can sing round the wicket to Charlesworth, helps it down to a deep backward square, the left-hander, and he'll take himself a single. Well, if you look at rain radar and weather forecasts, I don't always, think about the threat of precipitation on a day's cricket. It should be harshly raining right now. So there we go. That puts the lie to the.
Yeah, it's a strange weather system that we get round here. Sometimes it's raining in pretty much the centre of the city.
Well, there you go.
That's
I think cricket grounds have their own meteorological patterns. It's left by Hammond. It's quite a flourishing leave, that one. It's a little dab and not quite the Marnus Labuschagne, but
he can give his leaves a bit of sauce sometimes.
Yeah,
can
a bit of sauce and
Hammond, yeah. Well, he's somebody that goes about his business in his own way, and it makes it good fun to watch. I suspect possibly slightly infuriating to bowl at times, but no. He's got his specs on this year again as Hammond.
Sing to him. 2 left-handers in now.
I say that.
This one's into the offside, no run.
I say that, but I'm not. No, I'm desperately peering at the screen.
He left them in the dressing room by accident.
I'm not sure if he does. Maybe he's gone back to putting his contact lenses in.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Or perhaps he's had them lasered or something. I'm not sure, but I don't think he is wearing glasses. No, he has been several points this season, but no. Let's go back to the contacts.
The 3 slips in. Dudgeon's at second slip now. As it wraps him on the pad. Hammond, I think, it's probably hit glove there. It's a brief appeal from Ekant Singh. I think he was excited by the delivery, but I don't think there's any gamesmanship or play acting from Miles Hammond. I think that's hit him on the hand. It goes low away from the stumps. He'll ring in the left paw a little bit.
Oh yes, I've just seen Zach Crawley doing some more stretching at first slip, and I think it's time to stand up for a bit.
I'll join you after this over.
You know, creaking noises coming through.
Yeah, that'd be my knees. Driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. There we go. You're absolutely right. If Zach Crawley can do it at 6'6", there we go. We're all at it.
It's time for some applauding as well. They're not. They're not quite applauding in the same way that Lancashire were at Cheltenham last season. That was. I'm sorry. It was really
conspicuous?
Annoying.
All right.
They were all clapping, I think, in unison, and quite slowly, and it just because they weren't taking any wickets, so they just decided to do that. But also, I noticed
their own bowlers.
Yorkshire were doing that last round as well. They had like sort of coordinated rhythmic clapping from, which I think that's okay. A couple of the slips and somebody else was starting that off.
Ekant then to Hammond. Defensive shot on the back foot. No run to end the over. Just the one off it. 153 for 2. Charlesworth has 78. Miles Hammond has yet to score. James Taylor, is he staying on? 2 for 40 suggests that he might be. Taking the 2 wickets to 4 so far for Kent. On debut, on loan from Surrey for a couple of games. Matt Milne's rested for this one. I think it's what do they call it? Managing overs, I think, from a
workload management.
Workload. Sorry, thank you very much. That's it.
No, exactly, that's all right. I was just reaching. I mean, with semi-disgust, but reaching for the current lexicon of
understand.
He's had enough overs. Thank you. Taylor into Charlesworth and tidily forward and defending back to the bowler.
But considering what happened to Kent in terms of injuries last year, they are very carefully tried to manage their bowlers through. And even at the start of the season, Adam Hollyoake was saying we won't have the deepest seam bowling resources. Well,
no,
certainly not the deepest in this division.
Well, no,
as you said,
I think there's probably 2 teams playing each other who'd say similar.
Just seen, as you say, Durham on a fear. It's been fast tracked.
See that wide of off stump, a shot from Charlesworth.
Is that what we're calling it?
Well, that's
Kemo Roach gets injured.
Yeah.
Olafia wasn't due to come for another couple of games. Is that right? But it's fine.
Yeah,
he'll come along.
Get him early. It's all right. I mean,
what's
the price of a long haul flight?
Quite.
Or I assume it's a long haul flight. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's already here. Don't know. Anyway,
quite possibly. I wouldn't want to cover a team like that. Just sounds a bit grand, doesn't it?
Well, you just never know which star might turn up at any given moment. Yeah.
How tedious.
Taylor bowls, bangs it in short. Charlesworth pulls it. It's the long boundary, so he's not got much hope of hitting it for 4.
Oh, this gentleman below us giving us a bit of a stare. Is it you or me?
I can't sing it with a...
I'm not sure they're looking at us at all, actually, but...
Piece of fielding at deep square. It's a single. 154 for 2. Yeah, that was slightly disconcerting. I don't think there's an earpiece in or
I was going to
anything,
say.
so
No,
I
no.
don't think they're listening to us. They just fancied a peer
They
up
wouldn't
to
be
see
alone
what
in
was,
that.
what was
Even if you've got the
going on.
earpiece in. Yeah, 154 for 2 then.
Hammond yet to get off the mark. And he's got Taylor bowling at him again. And he has a bit of a fend at that one outside off stump. It rises away from his probing outside edge and is taken by Benjamin back there. I think he'd be quite happy, I think, Hammond, to face a little bit of bowling from the other end, because Taylor's giving him a bit of a working over.
He's getting livelier, James Taylor, in his, what this be his third spell. We've seen, a couple take off from around about on a length.
So he might have one more over in this spell after this one, but it feels like a battle to get through it at this stage. And another delivery which might have tempted Hammond into a shot. He doesn't play it. Another cry of anguish from the keeper in the slip cordon.
So before getting on doing a lot wrong, but 154 for 2, Gloucestershire will be much the happier of the two. As you said, I'm not sure you put that extra. Well, Kent did decide to bowl as well, because Gloucestershire, you think, would have been happy to bat anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe there's not that so much weight on them having won the toss and just having the 2 wickets so far.
Taylor bowls to Hammond, who covers up and defends. And at 14 deliveries faced so far by Hammond, he's not been, never mind the fact that he hasn't scored, he's not been given an opportunity to score yet, so he's going to have to bide his time. Gloucestershire 154 for 2. Most of the spectators still seem to be watching fairly comfortably from their seats, despite the fact that the ball is whizzing past the edge seemingly almost every other ball at the moment. But I guess it's partly that afternoon feeling. But as long as wickets aren't falling, you still feel as though, you just feel like the next play and miss. It just seems to happen this way. You feel like the next play and miss, well, it's just going to be a play and miss, isn't it? It just happens. It happens all the time. It's not really an event like it is in some other matches, where there's less happening. You sort of become almost like, sort of desensitized to the plays and misses.
I mean, talked about the rhythmic clapping that other teams are fostering. This one, Charles was trying to get 4 on this one. It just drops dead after hitting the bat into the offside, and he comes to pick it up, and there's no run. 154 for 2. I'd have to say, in the session and a half that we've had so far, there are some teams, and we can mention names, who the volume with the amount of place near the stumps and balls going near the stumps, and
would that be Lancashire by any chance as one of them?
It would be absolutely deafening by now. And probably quite irritating too, but who knows, that may get you more wickets. I don't know if that
somebody needs to do a study into that, I think.
If they could bear it. Here's sing to Charlesworth, cut away for a single. I've got to go up to Blackpool though. Perhaps I ought to keep my powder dry on that one.
Oh, Blackpool.
155 for 2. Charming
There's
ground.
a seaside town called Blackpool that's noted for... I can't remember the rest of it.
I don't know that one. Is this a limerick?
No, it's not. I think it's a song.
Oh, is it? Okay. We're going George Formby here or something much more contemporary.
Holloway.
Stanley Holloway. Oh, not far off it then.
Yeah.
There we go. 155 for 2. It's Stanley Park up there, isn't it? I just, I'm like it as a ground, I have to say.
I'm slightly jealous because I've not been, but I like Old Trafford as well.
Round the wicket comes their catch. Drive from Hammond. Doesn't get all of it. It's up to mid-off, Daniel Bell Drummond Fields, and there is no run.
I didn't even remember the part that I remembered correctly. There's a famous seaside place called Blackpool that's noted for fresh air and fun, and Mr. and Mrs. Ramsbottom went there with young Albert, their son.
It's the Lion and Albert. There we go. Well, it's near the zoo. It's Stanley Park.
Right.
There we go. I'm not sure if that's any part of the of the song or poem.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the whole thing revolves around it. Yeah.
There we are.
He gets eaten by the lion.
Oh. No spoilers. 155 for 2. Bit late now if you're going to read that poem. One's cut away, and they'll come back for 2. Applause there for... Well, for a very well taken 2. It's Hammond getting off the mark. There we are, yeah. 2 from 16 so far. Prolonged applause. Almost feels a little bit sarcastic. Is there more to it? Am I missing something?
Who else is
157 for 2.
Who else is down there?
I mean,
No, I'm sure it's not a milestone unless reaching your 5,364th run in first class cricket is a particularly.
It was a good looking
milestone.
2. There we go. 157 for 2. Couple of balls to come. I'll be off to do an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. Here's Ekaj Singh to Hammond onto the front foot. They're shouting at me already from across the room, but I will complete the over and I'll let them know.
I love it. We've almost got a producer now with James Healy's. He's pressing the buttons to change the cameras.
That's very kind of you. Yeah. Yes.
Actually, I won't say what he's doing on that laptop. He might get into trouble. Just reading some literature about another sport, is it?
Doing some homework. 157 for 2 then. Final ball this I will go. As Ekaj Singh bowls to Hammond, a little bit short, and he has carted that away, and that'll be at least 4. It's 4. 161 for 2. Hammond moves on to 6, his second scoring shot of his innings. Charlesworth has 80. I'll leave you with Ed Seaborn back shortly.
Thanks, Matt. I did not see that ball. I'm willing to admit I did not see that ball once it left Hammond's bat at all. And it is notably not the easiest ground to see on this one. It's not just me, I promise, but I had absolutely no idea where that had gone. For a moment I wondered whether he'd contrived to help it down the throat of long leg, but I don't think it was. Obviously can't have been too close. So here comes Keith Dudgeon back again. He's going to have a go from the Bristol Pavilion end. He's had 11 overs so far from the Ashley Down Road end, so he's obviously decided that he's going to hope that the change of ends will bring about a change in his fortune. He's coming round the wicket first up to Charlesworth, is on 80. It's a very full delivery, which Charlesworth pretty much just puts the bat to. And the ball is sent off towards deep point. Not particularly quickly, as he just pretty much put the bat there and the ball hit it. Plenty of space created with that point being sent back to the boundary. 162 for 2. And unsurprisingly, with the pressure on Hammond, the deep point comes up and also the deep square. So suggesting that they're not going to be bowling much short stuff at Hammond. Dudgeon bowls, that's very full in fact. Hammond drives. Charlesworth thinks there might be a single there, but there isn't. And it ends up getting back very easily. Looks like Jas Singh, who is on the field at cover. So possibly Taylor again is the one who's gone off as earlier. Can't see him immediately, so I'm going to go with that. I don't think he's down at fine leg. I can't see him anywhere else. Dudgeon in and bowls to Hammond down the pitch. And is he nicked off here? Dudgeon has got his arm up in the air. He's running towards Miles Hammond. I assume he's saying, "Why didn't you walk?" Nobody does. And it's a harmless dot delivery. Let's have a bit of a look here. I don't think he's hit that. He's comfortably away from it. He's hit his pad, which is probably what the noise was. But I think Hammond said to Dudgeon what he felt had happened. I think that's another good decision from the umpire looking at the first replay. I mean, I know some people would say, well, you would say that, but you surely you can see a gap there, can't you, between the bat and the ball? Anyway, it doesn't really matter because the decision wasn't given. 2 slips and a wide gully. Dudgeon bowls to Hammond, who tries to crash it off the back foot. Hasn't really timed it. There's a one-handed pick-up at backward point, but no throw because it's the right arm thrower. I think Joey Everson. And Hammond gets through for a single. Where is this applause coming from? They were applauding after the ball passed the edge. There was more applause for that. There's some people applauding on the Hammond roof for every run that Hammond scores or something. Very strange. 163 for 2. That single to Hammond. Charlesworth is beaten again by Dudgeon. And he's holding himself in remarkably, actually, is Keith Dudgeon. The frustration maybe hasn't quite built throughout his spell yet, but none for 32. A number of times he's passed the bat. I think it is possible to find those statistics somewhere, isn't it? But I'm not going to task James Healy with logging into the system and trying to find that out. And he's made it very clear that he's not going to do so. 163 for 2. Dudgeon bowls to Charlesworth, edged and short, I think, of second slip. Or was that put down? I think it's short. Sam Northeast is back in at second slip, where Dudgeon had been fielding. Let's have a look. He's a long way down. He's a long way wide of off stump, and yet one bounce and into the hands of Sam Northeast. So it continues for Keith Dudgeon. He's trudging back. It's 163 for 2.
Every time on the update, I think I'm overstating a bit, and I'm saying, that's not really been with Kent today. And then, obviously, there was a big appeal for the call behind, and then the one dropped short as well in the space of like 3 or 4 minutes. It is all happening out there, but Gloucestershire have the runs on the board, keeping their heads very nicely. It's a really enjoyable day's cricket, though. Kent supporters would have loved to have more wickets, wouldn't they? But there's something going on in every over. And having seen... Oh, this is turning into a bit of a rant, isn't it? A sermon on the mount. But, having seen, the Kookaburra games over the last couple of seasons and a number of games be 500 meet 600, etc., no jeopardy whatsoever. This is a real breath of fresh air.
We're only halfway through the day as well, at 3:05.
It's Joey Everson to replace Ekansh Singh at the Ashley Down Road end. Played back past him, and there's no runs. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, fields. I'd imagine when they go in at tea, I said the coach and captain will just be saying, almost shrugging their shoulders and saying, just keep going, surely. But at the moment, though, this is looking, as I said, with a pitch with an amount of life in it. Slightly squares Hammond up this one, but he just defends it into the offside. 163 for 2 from a Gloucestershire point of view. You'd be thinking, I think we were mentioning it before, weren't you? This is pretty good on this pitch, and the bowlers will be, if not exactly straining at the leash, looking forward to bowling on this one.
And as long as the rest of the batting does its job, Gloucestershire should, from this position, get to a first innings score they'd be happy with.
Absolutely. Everson bowling to Hammond. Just angles that to point, and that's Ben Dawkins fielding. 2 slips in behind Hammond at the moment are Zach Crawley and Dewanda Miyeye. Ben Dawkins, who scored 180 odd, 184, I think, for Loughborough students against Gloucestershire in a warm-up match. He's had an interesting few months as Ben Dawkins. More of that in a second. As Joey Everson bowls to Hammond, rolls the wrists over that into the onside, the left-hander, and takes a single. Sam Northeast fields. Because he was in that under-19 World Cup final against India when a certain 15-year-old hit 175. Dawkins made 60 odd. It's just,
How?
I watched most of that innings, and it was...
And the thing is,
someone's playing a different game.
If he were doing that, it would be one thing if he was doing that just to fellow under-19s.
Yeah,
but he's doing that to the best bowlers in the world.
Yeah, just as you say, I suppose that might have been a little bit like shooting the proverbial fish in the proverbial barrel. But down the leg side, this one from Everson.
And how many more under-19 World Cups has he got to compete in? He's got another
now,
3 or 4.
I believe that India only allow you to play one. You play one World Cup, and that's it. It's either one World Cup final or one World Cup. So those players will not play again. So at the ripe old age of 15, he's done.
His age group career is done.
Yeah, absolutely. He's finished, sloped off with only 175 and a World Cup win under his belt. This one's defending the offside up to mid-off, and there's no run, 164 for 2. But as you say, little surprise, I suppose, that considering what he's done since in the IPL, that he's capable of doing that in the under-19s, albeit 4 years early.
Yeah. Well, he even announced himself the previous IPL season with a couple of extraordinary scores. It's just amazing. I mean, the level of of ball striking that you see from some of the, I mean, somebody like an Abhishek Sharma, even the level of ball striking that you see in terms of top order batting, you sort of think, when England really pushed white ball batting forwards in terms of the tempo that you could bat at, you sort of thought, well, where can it really go from here? Well, it can go even further. Remarkable stuff. Hammond, not looking for any of that sort of stuff here. He's just sending this one off to mid-on from his hip region as Dudgeon continues.
There's a BBC article about him looking at his technique and basically asking the question, so how on earth do you bowl to him? Does he have any?
Yeah.
And just his I wouldn't say eccentric, slightly different way of hitting the ball so hard, a whippy. Is that right? I'm talking about his shot playing.
Dudgeon round the wicket bowls. Hammond, I think, just about leaves that one, but his bat must have been really quite close to the ball as he just sort of left the bat there, and the ball's almost run parallel to it for a bit and gone through to the keeper.
The fact that his bat doesn't keep entirely straight through a shot that he's whipping, and that's how he's getting the power, is the only sort of possible chink in his armour that it might not come down straight. Unfortunately for the world's bowlers, it does come down unerringly straight and then disappears for 6.
Yeah.
But incredible talent.
Dudgeon bowls to Hammond, who's defending away to mid-off. I must say, actually, when there was that thrilling finish between these two sides here last year, I was actually sitting and commentating on Abhishek Sharma.
Oh, were you?
And
crikey. Yeah.
was saying the exact same thing. How on earth do you get him out? That was, by the way, absolute torture that day, because the Wi-Fi I didn't have a code for. Broadcasting house this is, as Dudgeon bowls and Hammond leaves it alone. So I didn't have a code for the Wi-Fi, and my data was playing up. So I was desperately trying to refresh as I was concentrating fully, as you'd imagine, on the Sunrisers Hyderabad against the Lucknow Supergiants. But at the same time, I was desperately refreshing, and pretty much every time I got an update, once every about 15 minutes or something, another Gloucestershire wicket had fallen in the run chase. And I thought, oh no, they're not going to, having actually done incredibly well to give themselves this run chase in the first place, with Charlesworth's spell, as I mentioned earlier, being pivotal. Surely they can't not make these runs now, as Dudgeon bowls and Hammond leaves it alone. So yes, that was a particularly memorable day, as it also broke what had been a long winless drought at Bristol. Gloucestershire haven't won here since September of 2022, back to whatever it was, May of 2025. So it's a bit of a shame not to be there for it, but here we are.
That.
Dudgeon in and bowls, that's pushed back on the bounce to the bowler. Another excellent over from Dudgeon. It's a maiden over. 5 maidens in his 13 overs, 0 for 32. Still only Taylor, James Taylor, that is. I suppose I have to keep saying that just in case people are suddenly switching on and thinking, what, Taylor? Which Taylor? It's 164 for 2.
In the coffee queue this morning, so there we go.
It was in the squad for the game.
That's why he was looking so relaxed at 10 to 11. I thought he was nipping out there. So, he's a cool character, isn't he? He's going to get a couple of cappuccinos and then nip out. Mind you, the batting first, so it would have been all right. Here comes Everson to Charlesworth, driving up to mid-on. Charlesworth done well today, 81 from 142 balls. I was just looking at, I can't remember where I heard it, but Vaibhav Suryavanshi, the teenage Indian prodigy, I think was either discovered or came through an Indian program as Everson bowls to Charlesworth. That's carved delightfully out to the offside, fielded by Dawkins, and it was good running. Come back for 2 really quickly. So he's from Bihar, as I was looking up my geography.
Oh yes, that's absolutely massive, that state, isn't it?
But traditionally, not many Indian cricketers have come from that. So it was actually, I didn't find him through an outreach program, but they're fostering cricket there. And as whoever it was pointed out on the podcast I was listening to, exactly what India need is more strength. There's defended by Charlesworth back at bowler Everson. It's like, oh, we've not tapped quite all the potential from the whole country.
No, and still,
already we have the best side in the world,
yeah,
but
still haven't.
No, quite.
It's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, what's going? I mean, I don't know to bang on about T20 cricket too much, but the state T20s that they're building up underneath the IPL is where the real strength in depth is coming from now.
Everson to Charlesworth and gets on the front foot up to mid-on. It's fielded by Taylor, but there'll be no run.
Because having said that, though, at the same time, their test side is kind of struggling. All of a sudden, they're being beaten at home, which hasn't happened for a long time. In South Africa went there with the likes of Harmer and Maharaj and beat them. New Zealand beat them the previous winter.
As Charlesworth defends that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And England decided to throw away a test series here.
I think Sinuran Mutasamy, who's can play for Kent after his first run.
Played his part there, didn't he?
Against India, yeah. He was, a left-arm spinner. On 6 for 2. But there we are. That's, I guess, what you get when you've got an enormous amount of funds and 1 billion people. As this one's driven into the offside. So northeast, he didn't fake fielding that ball, did he? Sorry, it's not northeast. It's Akansh Singh. Goes out towards the boundary, Dawkins Fields.
We don't need that.
What's that?
Fake fielding.
I thought he just put his hands up. Maybe he realised he wasn't going to get to it, but it flashed out
You've
towards.
got to be careful, haven't you, now?
Yeah, absolutely. 168 for 2. It's penalty runs if you do so. I think it's more often likely to be the case in T20, isn't it, when they're trying to
I still can't
push the boundaries.
I can't think that I've seen it. I don't remember specifically an instance of seeing it in a Gloucestershire game, but I think it's even happened this season somewhere. Somebody got called for it. Keith Dudgeon in the sunshine from around the wicket. Hammond is sort of pinned at this end at the moment, and Charlesworth's probably quite happy about that. Defends off to mid-off. Hammond's probably thinking, I wish I hadn't sprinted back for that first 2 of the previous over. It might have given me the chance to change strike, but there we are. I suppose from a Gloucestershire perspective, if somebody is going to be worked over, you've probably got to bear the brunt of it as the batter on 8 rather than the one on 85. Charlesworth is the key wicket as it stands. Dudgeon to Hammond, and that's defended straight. Dudgeon picks up. And it does sort of feel as though if you've got to try and see off Dudgeon in the same way that they just managed to see off Taylor after he'd taken that second wicket of Ollie Price. They can't. Well, I say they can't bowl forever, but then you think that about Bell and Williams, but then they do.
Get through some overs, yeah.
Dudgeon in, and Hammond tries to flash a drive out through the offside. That was a shot of not just confidence, but dismissiveness attempted, and he's completely mistimed it to mid-off. There's no run in that. I think probably even Miles Hammond would say rightly earned him a bit of a stare from the bowler. Nobody does that to me.
It's not taking much with Keith Dudgeon at the moment, isn't it? He's in a staring mood.
No, he's been pretty relentless in his pursuit of wickets, but yet to be successful. Dudgeon to Hammond, who drives. There was nothing wrong with that. That is a wonderful shot through cover point for 4. It was slightly overpitched that time from Dudgeon, but again, even the few times that he's done that, you can see why he's done it, because he's had a mistimed drive earlier on in the over, and he's thinking, well, I quite fancy taking a wicket here, so I'm just going to pitch this one up a bit more. And then he finds himself getting crashed through cover point for 4 on the drive. So Hammond moves on to 12. The ball is rescued from almost in front of a bench there. I'm not totally sure why somebody's put a bench at deep cover point, but they have. 172 for 2. Dudgeon bangs one in short angrily and gets absolutely nothing for that one either. Hammond just bobs underneath it. It's signalled as one of his allocation for the over.
Is it in case the coaching staff get a bit tired on their way on a lap?
Exactly.
Is that right?
Or yeah, maybe it's when, you know, they have to run these laps. Like you probably
that's true. Yeah.
You probably see a Jack Taylor or a Craig Miles or somebody having to run about, 12 laps of the ground through the course of the tea interval. Maybe it's there as respite. I don't know. Speaking of running, as Dudgeon bowls, Hammond struck on the pad, gone LBW. Dudgeon finally gets his reward, and that one looked pretty stone dead from up here anyway. Hammond didn't really go anywhere forwards. The ball seemed to move back in from wide of the off stump. Yeah, certainly did. It's an in-swinger, but it hasn't done too much. Hammond trapped on the crease. The ball's not got that far to go. That looks like it's crashing into middle and leg. And a third wicket for Kent. Hammond departs for 12. The score 172.
Yeah, I'd say tremendous amount of jeopardy for Gloucestershire at this point, but just a couple of wickets falling in this session will give encouragement to Kent. But yeah, just look like he's beaten for pace there, isn't he? It's a good length, good deep length. Gone for 12. Miles Hammond was looking to open up against Dudgeon, wasn't he, as well? Will that calm the South African, do you think?
Might just fire him up even more.
I was going to say, this is what should have been happening earlier, he'll be thinking to himself. But yeah, 172 for 3 then. Hammond going at the end of the 52nd over. Having said a couple, it's not exactly quick wickets, is it? It was 10 overs ago when Ollie Price went to James Taylor. But who does that bring in next?
Bracey.
Oh, James Bracey, there we go.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't detract too much from the position that Gloucestershire are in, but it already looks an awful lot better from a Kent point of view, having separated the Charlesworth-Price partnership and then got another batter relatively early in their innings. And with every wicket that falls, more pressure goes on Ben Charlesworth.
Who will face Everson coming round the wicket now to the left. Oh, played on. He's gone. And Ben Charlesworth goes for 85. And Kent have 2 wickets in 2 balls across 2 overs. And Charlesworth had been threatening to do that, has gone for another expansive drive and has edged the ball onto his stumps. It's Joey Everson who is the beneficiary of that. 172 for 4, and not exactly a prophecy coming correct. But as I said, from a Kent point of view, a little bit of encouragement now with 2 very quick wickets falling, 2 in 2 balls, and Gloucestershire needing to regroup just a bit with Charlesworth going for 85, bowled by Joey Everson. It's been a fine innings, packed with some glorious strokes, but he does now perish. 172 for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it gets a generous round of applause, Ben Charlesworth, but he's ripping off his helmet in frustration. And as you say, he certainly did have his moments of fortune where the ball didn't go onto the stumps in that innings. But I think especially because of the timing of it, having just lost the other wicket as well, he obviously thought that the ball was there for the shot, and he played a couple of thumping boundaries after losing Price. So clearly, it was maybe, I don't know whether he was thinking in terms of putting the pressure back on the bowling side immediately, or whether it was just the fact that he wanted to stay positive as the wicket fell. But Gloucestershire are under pressure for the first time since probably the opening stages, really, when Bancroft was dismissed. The ball was doing all sorts. Now they're in a situation where they were in a fantastic position. They're still in a good position, but they've just got to be a little bit careful that they don't let it slip here, with the youngster Tommy Borman coming out to the middle in his 3rd first-class match.
Yeah, right-hander facing Joey Everson off his pads. Would that be leg byes? Not sure I'm getting a tell from umpire Widdop at the far end. Yeah, that is a leg by indeed, skewing out behind square. And so one added to the total, 173 for 4. Well, there we go. That is the boycott test, as they call, just applied here at Bristol, isn't it? 2 quick wickets. Add 2 to the score. What does it look like? Not quite so healthy. Still decent from Gloucestershire, 173 for 4 now, with Borman joining Bracey, who's actually yet to face a ball, isn't he? Of course, 2 and 2 wickets, 2 wickets and 2 balls, rather. Century already this season, James Bracey, then, against Lancashire.
Yes, that was an innings without which Gloucestershire would have been staring down the barrel of another big defeat.
Everson charging in. That's a great delivery, and that's left Bracey off the pitch. I think he just signalled, didn't it? It's done something. And I don't know if I'm projecting here on Joey Everson, but he seemed to come in at quite a lick there. Certainly bundling in.
Yes, he has felt for that. I mean, it might have left him a bit, but probably not as much as that.
It's an early innings shot, maybe. He's left that one more confidently through to Chris Benjamin.
But yeah, just need a steadying partnership here, Gloucestershire. What have we got? 11 overs and a bit until tea. So still a fair chunk of time for these two to bat before the tea interval. And just could do with steadying the ship a bit.
Everson then to Bracey, defends that one, rising up towards his midriff. That delivery from Joey Everson, and there's no run. The ever rotating slip cordon for Kent is now Crawley at 1, Yaya a close 2, then Keith Dudgeon, not sure he's quite a gully, maybe 4th slip, missing out 3rd there. Ben Dawkins at point. Everson then to Bracey. He's on the front foot there. End of the over. It's a decent one from Joey Everson. In fact, it's a wicket maiden with the leg by in there. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21 rather. Much better analysis than his first couple of overs suggested, I think it's fair to say. Joey Everson, when he was a little bit wild, with some great pressure from the rest of the bowling lineup, but he's dragged himself back in it. 173 for 4 then Gloucestershire. Not entirely changed the game, but as you were saying, Ed, it feels like one where Gloucestershire need to regroup here. 2 new batters at the crease. Need to dig in and establish themselves, perhaps, to tire and perhaps bore these Kent bowlers off.
Yeah, you sort of felt as though there was enough in the pitch that a position like this might present itself at some point, and this is the testing spell now, as you've got Dudgeon still bowling and Borman coming forward and defending the ball to mid-on. I was going to mention, because we mentioned something about running, and I was going to say that Gloucestershire have done a promotion, but I think they've phrased it as a congratulations in terms of the runners in this weekend's Great Bristol Run. Dudgeon bowls to Borman wide of off stump. That's let go. So including juniors and minis, all runners can claim a free ticket for either tomorrow or the day after. And you can redeem that by completing a form, which it was in an email apparently from the Great Run. So I think Surrey did something like that for the London Marathon. I think all completers, if that's the word, of the London Marathon could claim a free ticket. So that's the case for the Bristol Run as well. Dudgeon bowls to Borman. That's nudged off the hip, and Borman gets off the mark with a single just to the right of Bell Drummond at square leg. Score moves to 174 for 4. Borman off the mark. He's only batted 3 times actually in his first-class career. He had an impressive debut. You sort of look at 19 and 42, but the 19 was another time where he ran out of partners, so he was out moving across his stumps and attempting a pickup shot into the car park. So he didn't really have much of a chance in his first-class innings. Bracey faces and pushes at that one outside the off stump. The ball again doesn't take the edge, but the bat was very much feeling for the ball and not getting it. Because again, I mean, he's not too close to it, but it's the fact that he's pushing at it that will both encourage and frustrate simultaneously Keith Dudgeon. But yes, 42 in the second innings was a really important knock facing James Anderson. I mean, it's got to be quite something as a young batter. That's down the leg side from Dudgeon, a poorly directed delivery, which is going to end up going to the extras column. And for Chris Benjamin, he's not. You don't want to look at the umpire. I mean, you know what's coming because it probably wasn't quite far enough down the leg side on Bracey, but it just continued to spear even further down. And Benjamin, well, he didn't even bother to dive. He just didn't have a chance. So 4 byes, 178 for 4.
That's one of those that feels slightly rude to the wicketkeeper, frankly.
I'm
not quite sure how he's supposed to stop that.
I've long said that they should have a sort of, like they do in baseball, as Bracey drives fluently through the covers for 4. That was a sumptuous shot, having been caused some problems early on. That was just a caressing cover drive, which gets him off the mark at 182 for 4. But no, I've often said that runs off misfields shouldn't count to the bowler, and it's similarly those sorts of things where it's not the fielder's fault should go. It should just be another column called, I don't know what you'd call it. They call them unearned runs in baseball, which I think is a handy enough term. I've borrowed a lot from baseball recently. I'm basically it's because I'm just tired of people dropping catches and misfielding off my bowling. So no, it's not that. 182 for 4.
As Everson comes in again from the Ashley Down Road end. Do you want to see errors against your fielding as well? As they
well, that's the problem, isn't it? There's the rub.
No run,
but ultimately, it's only the bowling figures that I would ever care about.
That would cause some controversy, I think, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes,
scoring errors against fielders.
You would. But it happens in baseball.
In the score, absolutely right.
The scorer makes the decision, and they might not agree with it.
It's Everson. Full delivery, that one to Borman, who drives it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Because the thing is, nowadays, I don't know that this happens in cricket that much. Maybe it does, and I don't know about it. But they have a lot of contracts which are performance-based. So things like, your fielding percentage in terms of how many you field cleanly, things like that could count for quite a lot.
Everson to Borman, defends it once more. The offside for a consecutive delivery. Running stop from Danny Bell-Drummond. There was no running going on in the middle, but he swoops to pick it up and toss it back to Joey Everson. With number 33 on his Kent shirt. Back towards the flats at the Ashley Down Road end. Not many on the balconies today. Down the leg side, great take from Chris Benjamin. And no run, no errors, no byes, no unearned runs.
He did that so calmly as well.
Yeah.
You could even, I don't know if you could listening back at home, but I could hear just the noise as it hit the middle of the glove. He knew exactly where that was going, even if he only sort of put one glove to it. It was sort of a swallow dive to the ball.
Everson was wrapped on the pad to shout from behind the stumps first, to be fair. Looked interesting, but I'm not convinced by the appeal.
No, I don't think the umpire was either, really. Simon Widdop seemed to just incline his head quite quickly. It was the away swinger that started on leg stump, but maybe it was more where it pitched rather than where it was going on to
I think
hit
maybe
or
you're
not
right.
hit.
But it didn't look terrible.
No, it was. You could see why they went up for it.
But as I said, I'm not sure Joey Everson was convinced originally. As he bowls now to Borman. Drives up to mid-off. He's looking for that shot. It's Tommy Borman going for the off drive. But fielded by Taylor. End of the run. 182 for 4. Here on BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Bristol, BBC Radio Kent, with the pictures from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. What's James saying on that replay? It's a shrug.
Yes, it's a shrug.
I felt we were shrugging as well.
Yeah.
I could see the case for the prosecution and the defence there.
Yeah, I mean, it's that may have pitched in line, actually. And if it's pitched in line, it was certainly straightening, but...
I've seen worse given. There we go, he said bitterly.
You'd certainly have felt aggrieved if you were the batter and it was given, but it's just one of those ones. Dudgeon continues a rising delivery which catches Bracey on the glove. Yeah. Off comes that left glove, especially when you're a keeper and you've already had probably several blows to those fingertips over the course of the 4 matches that Gloucestershire have played so far, and countless deliveries that you take in warm-ups and the like.
Just, you may not be that much quicker than other people in the Kent attack. You just feel like a ball from Keith Dudgeon's just going to hurt more.
Yeah.
A heavy ball.
It's the heavy ball they talk about, isn't it? Dudgeon bowls to Bracey, who gets squared up, trying to work it leg side and leaves the bat face open, and it ends up at Bell Drummond at extra cover, but along the ground for no run.
As you say, wicketkeeper's hands akin to just red raw pieces of meat by September, aren't they? Pretty much.
Sausage fingers.
Apologies to any vegans listening.
You do what?
Pretty unpleasant analogies.
Well, you do what Hasib Hamid has done this. I've seen it. Dudgeon into Bracey, and that's pushed away to mid-off, and there's no run. He has bandages on every finger of at least one hand, if not both hands, and he looks like, I'd say,
take up like a boxer or something.
He looks like a piano player that somebody's, he's accidentally had the lid smashed on his fingers. It's a remarkable sight. And then the other thing that I remember happening like that was Chris Dent, I think, broke his fingertip once, but kept on playing. As Dudgeon bowls to Bracey, who looks to on drive, got a bit cramped up for room there and just about did manage to get full face of bat on it, but can't get a run as it's fielded at mid-on. And so he had this sort of finger protector thing over the end of it, and a lot of times he'd field the ball and it would look like the end of the finger had just gone flying off. This finger protector would just go flying up from the end of his hand. Strange look.
Apologies if you're a nervous disposition, by the way.
Dangerous game, cricket.
Last 5 minutes.
182 for 4. Dudgeon bowls to Bracey, strays onto his pads, and he turns him away through square leg. The ball's running over what is a fairly quick outfield, but it's not quick enough. Or they were going to come back for a third, but then Borman slipped at the non-striker's end. Perhaps there's some leaves there with tannin in, and it's 2 runs taken. It's 184 for 4.
Wrong
if
kind
you
of
weren't
grass.
listening earlier,
this will mean nothing to you at all.
Don't bother.
I was going to say, feel free to wind back on the stream. You can hear our discussion. But
Bracey has 6 now with the couple of runs. They would have been able to take the third, but Borman slipped over. Dudgeon bowls to Bracey, who just touches it to cover. There's no run. Dudgeon's kicking his heels about like a man who's just missed the last bus home. It's 184 for 4.
It's changing some words. I'm sure they're pleasant ones with umpire Watts at this end. Didn't exactly. I won't say he snatched his cap away, but it was brisk and businesslike. I think at the end of the over.
I think it's also because he knows that's the end of his spell.
Oh, there we go.
The looks of things. I think is that Jas Singh coming
back
back on?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, he's going off for a breather, maybe some
got
time on the physio's table. But yeah, got a wicket within that. So he and Joey Everson striking within a ball of each other. Everson is carrying on from the Ashdown Road end. Borman is it around the front pad? Oh, no, it's an orthodox glance. That glance is really well run for the second. Borman didn't quite lap James Bracey, but he was definitely running to the danger end. And Ben Dawkins, give him his credit, was never going to get that quick enough to stop him. So nicely run 2 from Tommy Borman on his toes. 3 he has, Bracey has 6. Gloucestershire looking to rebuild after losing those 2 wickets in the space of 2 balls. Hammond LBW Dudgeon for 12, and then Charlesworth was bowled by Everson. As that one's defended by Borman. dead bats it into the offside. Jazz Singh, newly on as substitute fielder, comes on the cable knit jumper. It's a little bit of a soft shoe shuffle by Mikey Cohen at point there. Going through some great dance moves there.
Yeah.
A couple of steps on one foot, a couple of steps on the other.
I was thinking
kicking the heels up.
It's probably about time for him to come back on for another spell.
Everson then, it's a swing and a miss by, well, almost baseball style that from Borman, who's not got to the pitch of that at all and has swung the bat at it. Bottom hand's come off. There wasn't any great shout from the slips or the wicketkeeper there. I think he just didn't get close to it, did he?
No, sort of floundering after it.
Yeah.
Just.
I think hence there was no real excitement because he wasn't even close. But a little bit disorganised there. So Everson bowls him once more. That's much better. In line, up on his toes, defending it into the offside. Singfields, no run. 186 for 4.
It's a couple of very much Gloucestershire through and through products out there at the moment, with James Bracey and Tommy Borman, both from quite different parts of the area.
Which is great to see, isn't it? That's Bracey. Sorry, he's non-strike at the moment. Borman just squeezing that into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, it won't be any news to Gloucestershire or Kent fans. This is what the less financially blessed counties have to do, is produce their own players, obviously. And
yes,
and must be really difficult for Gloucestershire fans over the years, seen so many of their fabulous young prospects disappear to other counties. As Everson, it's off the pad. No, it's off the bat. I was going to say, it might have been a shout otherwise. Joe Everson having a stare at Tommy Borman, who has flicked that down for 4 runs through fine leg.
Buys, I think.
Is it buys?
Yeah.
Oh, it was buys. There we go. I thought
it looked like it deviated, but yeah, apparently not.
As I said, I thought if it had come off the pad, there might have been some sort of shout, but here we are. Gone for buys. 190 for 4 anyway. Bracey has 6. Borman has 3. But yeah, just great to see those products, isn't it? I think it has to be a way of life for these two counties to produce their own players. And
yeah, and what's tricky is that you produce them, and then just as they might be getting towards the stage where you keep a core group together for a period of time, the danger is, if you just take your eye off the ball a little bit, the other counties have come knocking, and in many cases made offers that just can't be matched. So here's Cohen bowling to Bracey, who flashes that down through the gully. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, even though I don't know if Bracey meant to get it quite as fine as it went, but it was quite wide. It was a bit of a loosener from Cohen, and I mean, the telltale sign is the fact that Bracey is actually looking directly where the ball has gone. He's not then suddenly turned his head and thought, oh, well, that has gone quite fine, actually. I think sort of chopped it down through the gully and gets 4. So 194 for 4. Bracey moves on to 10. Still 6 overs left after this one until the tea interval. Cohen bowls to Bracey. That's worked into the leg side. Wants a quick single. That's well run. Mid on relatively deep, as, to be honest, they have been for quite a lot of the innings, because there have been a lot of straight drives that Kent have been able to stop going to these short straight boundaries, and haven't actually been too many of those, but you get the feeling there are singles available to mid-off and mid-on if you can place them as well as that was. So 195 for 4. And back to a right-hand, left-hand combination, which means that the umpires are being unswerving in their duties. They're moving from square leg to square leg at the moment. No, can't be bothered to move here. And they have to move again as Borman tucks it away to forward square. Oh, it's a very loose throw from Jazz Singh, who completely misses the wicketkeeper, but fortunately it was delivered with such little pace as well. It must have slipped out of his hand almost. That backward point can back it up very easily. Borman on to 4 with a single. And the score ticks along to 196 for 4. So 24 runs these two have put on so far. Cohen bowls to Bracey, who's forward and running this one out to cover. there is a bit of a tempting gap at point for Bracey, where he does score a lot of his runs, and I think it's almost a sort of a multi-purpose thing, that you could say you're giving away singles, but Kent will know how many runs James Bracey scores through point, just in front and just behind. He's already played one shot where he's angled it down through the gully, so if you just maybe force him to play the ball in a slightly different area, they might get their rewards that way, even though it looks like a defensive field position as Bracey lets that one go wide of the off stump. So I think it's a very legitimate plan for Bracey, even though, you know, you might be looking at it if you're a Kent fan down there and thinking, well, why is he's on 11? You've just taken 3 relatively quick wickets and you've got a man on the point boundary. But I can see where they're coming from. There's a definite case. Last ball of Cohen's over. Not that they need my approval anyway, as this is worked away through wide mid-on by Bracey. That's a lovely looking shot. Nice piece of timing. I don't think, despite his best efforts, James Taylor's got any chance of getting there, and he doesn't. Ball crosses the boundary rope. So a good over for Gloucestershire, with 10 runs coming from it. It was a bit of a leg stump half volley to end it from Cohen, but it was the placement and the timing from Bracey that was very much to the fore there. So the 200 up for Gloucestershire at the end of over number 58, 200 for 4. And as Matt's been saying, it's been an enticing to watch, if not probably slightly frustrating from a Kent point of view, to either watch or listen to, that feel as though they might be a heck of a lot better off than they are.
Yeah, Everson now to bowl to Borman, worked off the pads. May well be a leg bye actually for run 1. It will be a leg bye indeed. Umpire Wood up at the far end. Chris Benjamin goes off to grab it. But yeah, just thinking about the number of, I was doing my research for this game, thinking particularly for Gloucestershire, it feels to me anyway, maybe I was concentrating too much on the bowling, but the bowlers that have gone elsewhere from there, introducing quick bowler, great seam bowlers after year, and the drain that creates. But obviously got a great academy and be able to produce these players. But around the wicket, Everson bowls to Bracey at the offside. Sorry, I'm not to pour on the pain for Gloucestershire. Just recognise that it's what worth the counties have to do. And
always worth a discussion. And actually, even not necessarily the players that they've produced, but the players that they've created from, well, I'm not going to say from nowhere, but from different places.
Yeah, as drive by Bracey, that wasn't on the ground, was it? It was. To Akansh Singh has fielded it. It's got well behind it, and there's no run. I know Sam Billings is a big fan of bringing in a transfer market, a football transfer market, in respect of that
I'm sure that's something that Gloucestershire themselves are trying to
recognise, that
some momentum behind.
You put all the hard yards in producing these players, and ball is just nudged off the hip out towards square legs, fielded by Jazz Singh. Bracey takes one more, just keeping things ticking over at the moment. A bit of a rebuild from Gloucestershire, doing a good job at the moment. Bracey 16, Borman has 4, 202 for 4. Kent obviously just produced great wicketkeeper batters year after year, and here's Everson to Borman. He's found the wide open spaces on the leg side. It's a nice flick off his pads, fielded by Ben Dawkins, thrown back in, who actually was a wicket keeper in the under 18s coming through the academy.
Right.
Tall fella for a keeper. He's now 6'6", 6'7". I don't think it's on his radar anymore, but there we go.
I feel like it's just a matter of course, isn't it? That pretty much everybody's got some sort of, either it's another string to their bow in terms of bowling, or they just know that versatility is so valued now.
Yeah. It's a good point, and this one's flayed into the offside by Borman. That's gone past Jazz Singh before he can move a muscle, and that's 4. It's a lovely shot. It's foolish from Everson, a little bit wide, but slung the hands at that, driven it on the ground. Lovely shot, 208 for 4, cover drive.
Yeah, that's a shot that will warm the hearts of Gloucestershire fans who like to see a young local product coming through. And yeah, but it is the problem, isn't it, that you just feel as though, and I know it's a particularly stark example what's happened to Gloucestershire over this past year and a bit, but it's just I think it's the direction that people can see things going in that is the concern at the moment. Cohen bowls to Bracey and he's forward and defending, because it's not the case that the majority of the Gloucestershire players that they lost went to 100 counties anyway. I mean, Tom Price, Dom Goodman went to Sussex, Josh Shaw went to Somerset. It's only, I mean, Zaman Akhtar went to Essex. It's I think pretty much only Ajit Singh Dale who Gloucestershire, I think the feeling is that it used to be the case that the players that you really wanted, you could probably make a really quite competitive offer to in terms of years and amount. Cohen bowls to Bracey, and that's left alone, swinging away. You sort of felt as though you could, for at least specific players, you could extend the budget and keep those players. But now I think there's just that feeling that no matter what you offer, certain players, you just will have no chance of keeping them. And that's a troubling thing, especially when, as Cohen runs in over the wicket and Bracey again plays that sort of chopping shot, but doesn't get it quite as fine as the one that he hit for 4. He'll just take a single to deep backward point, 209 for 4. But you sort of feel as though you're being judged in terms of producing England players and that sort of thing. I mean, James Bracey is an England player that Gloucestershire have produced, and who knows, perhaps Ajit Singh Dale will go on, having already played for the Lions. Clearly an awful lot thought of him. Would not surprise me if at some point in his career he donned the England shirt.
And there's still a financial advantage, isn't there, for the counties of producing England players. But
Cohen to Borman, forward and defending, and just the sort of the feeling that it's very quick for people to turn around and say, well, what's the point of this county? Look at the number of England players. You've got to look a little bit deeper than that sometimes. And not everything is about producing players for England. It's right that some of it is, because that's sort of what the game's founded on. But at the same time, producing talented cricketers full stop is the aim anyway. Cohen to Borman, who tries to push drive, thought he might have found the gap between extra cover and mid-off for a single, but not quite.
Well, this is certainly my point of view. This is where you have, as you say, you have to look deeper. Is look at Kent. If Ben Dawkins or Akash Singh are going to have serious international futures, which is possible. I'm not saying they're young players. A lot can happen in that time, but they're playing in Division 2. They're not going to be first choice for a Surrey or a Hampshire at this point, perhaps. Maybe Hampshire's a bad example. But I'll got thoughts.
Cohen to Borman, a little over pitched. He tries to flash a drive, and it ends up not being perfectly timed, and mid-off cuts it off. So just the one run from the over. Gloucestershire 209 for 4. We've got 4 overs left until the tea break.
But they're getting first 11 cricket at this point, so you want the players they're playing against to be good quality. So if you're by and large, if they were one of the bigger counties, they'd be in the second 11 right now. Would they get that kind of exposure and that kind of opposition? And that's what depth brings you in the county championship to be. If you're looking purely on a very England-centred point of view.
Yeah, I mean the danger is, and I think that's exactly what the feeling is at the moment. And there was an article, wasn't there, about this perhaps not so particularly clandestine meeting at Northampton between some of the non-100 counties, which
it was a secret. It is a secret.
It was, yes, yeah. except as I think Jamie Cox was speaking to Gavin Howells last round, saying there was nothing secret about it. We do it all the time.
Tawanda brought on for some off spin from the far end. Well, this will be an interesting experiment. 4 overs to go until tea. In some ways, Kent will be very happy if it doesn't do very much, which sounds bizarre, doesn't it? As Bracey goes for a sweep, Gets a bottom edge on it, does he? Well, parts the stumps anyway. It's a single. This one confounding, but I love the confounding things about cricket. So Kent have brought on a bowler. They want to speed up their over rate for one. But if it starts turning square, they're going to look at their selection at the beginning of the match and start to think they might have got it wrong. Here's Miei to Bournemouth. It's very quick outside the left-hander's off stump. He is getting through this over very fast as well to Andy Miei. He's ready once again. Bournemouth with a single slip in now. As goes to cut that away and does. Who's the slip in there now?
Is that Dudgeon again?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Is it Dudgeon with it? Yeah, with the sleeveless shirt on.
I see too many fast bowlers fielding it slip off the spinner.
The world's gone mad. Round the wicket. Miei, thought he got a bit of grip for there for a second, but no. It's soft hands, Bracey back up the pitch. And there is no run.
They do look a little bit suspicious this over, though, both Bracey and Bournemouth.
Yeah. Well, it's all been seam, hasn't it? Driven. That's a great stop by Daniel Bell-Drummond at cover.
Been extraordinary in the field today.
He's just reached down. I mean, I thought I was going for 4, all ends up. And in a sort of fluid movement, he's reached down, dived to his right, and come up with the ball.
Third time he's done that.
Yeah. The cap's been handed to umpire Watts very quickly by Mikey Cohen, who won't get through his over quite as quick as Duane Miei did. To be fair, the over rate is only -1 at this point.
That was, I don't think that's been updated
session by
since
session,
lunch.
isn't it?
Yeah. But we'll see what it is when it's time for the final
We did
session.
have a couple of delays, didn't we, which weren't the fielding side's fault, but that was in the first session. Not that long, to be fair. I think they'll have some to make up, certainly over the piece.
So it will be Cohen to Bournemouth, 2 slips in a gully, as Bournemouth tries to force this away off the back foot through the offside. Picks out Dawkins at backward point. But sorry.
No, I was just going to say that just on that point about the transfer market.
Yes.
What do fans think? What do our listeners think? Kentcricket at bbc.co.uk for emails. Too much like football? Good for counties like Gloucestershire and Kent? Good for cricket? Let us know.
I just don't think there's any real benefit in what could be created in terms of a sort of a 2-tier system as Bournemouth's forward defending into the onside. I mean, I don't think even supporters of bigger counties want that, and I think there's plenty of evidence of that. I mean, some of the meetings that have happened at the likes of Lancashire and Surrey, I know recently there's been quite a lot of chat about, are we actually just cannibalising our own game? And I know Lancashire are a Division 2 county at the moment, so it's not as though it's impossible. It's just how possible is it to raise yourself up all the way as Bournemouth's forward and defending?
Yeah, and I guess that's the issue where it feels like it's becoming a bit more like the Premier League, whereas the fitness of Gloucestershire or Kent to win the county championship now, how far are they off it? I would suggest an enormous amount in terms of resources.
And unless you're blessed with about 5 or 6 cricket playing public schools near you, which seems to be the only way that you can kind of break the mould. It's not a great way of doing it. Wide delivery and slammed into the offside by Bournemouth, and he's hit it straight to cover this time, and there's no run for that either. Score remains 2-11 for 4.
Yeah, I saw the stats on the number of players coming out of Kings Taunton and Millfield, which is extraordinary. But
well, what can you do? I mean,
who would decry that? I mean,
a lot of them are on sports scholarships anyway, so it's not, that's the whole other debate.
They are obviously fantastic facilities. Yeah, quite.
Everybody knows we need to do better in terms of widening the pool of talent. Cohen runs into Bournemouth down the leg side, has a flick at it, misses it. Benjamin delivers the most unconvincing appeal for a caught behind I've ever seen, and unsurprisingly, Chris Watts doesn't move.
Very poor. But yeah, it's certainly incumbent on English cricket. I mean, we were talking about India reaching into different states to make sure they've got a wider pool of players.
Yes, why would you want to narrow it the way that
if
seems
England
to
are
be
ever
happening
going
at
to,
the moment?
yeah. But you're right, in terms of demographic as well. I mean, we know the difficulties behind it, but surely if England are going to compete on the world stage in decades to come, they need to do that.
Cohen to Borman. That's driven sweetly, but it's mid-off who's hit this time. He's played a couple of nice shots in that over as Borman and got absolutely nothing for it. However, the most important thing from the Gloucestershire point of view is that, described it as needing a steadying partnership at 172 for 4. So far, with just a couple of overs to go until tea, Bracey and Borman are providing that. All 6 batters have made it to double figures as well, which I know would be getting Dave Fletcher incredibly excited from BBC Radio Derby, because he loves it when that happens. Muyaya to Bracey, and that's driven firmly up to mid-on, possibly too firmly to come through for a single. Bracey looks as if he's a little bit annoyed that he didn't get any sort of a run for that. Stretches forward, tries to steer it off into some space on the offside. No run there either. This time it's picked up at backward point and no run. So dots help Kent in terms of scrambling through these remaining deliveries until tea. Muyaya to Bracey, stroked away to point once again, and there's no run. And whilst it sort of looks like an over that Kent are just trying to rattle through, you also just got to be a bit careful. Bracey cuts quite late, and once again backward point fields. He's desperate to take a single and at least rotate the strike, Bracey, but at the moment unable to find those gaps. The field sneaks in a few steps closer as well. Bell Drummond noticeably coming a little bit forward at cover, and he's into field that one as it's defended. And straight back to Muyaya for the last ball of the over. Bracey comes down the pitch, doesn't get to the pitch of it. It goes straight back to the bowler. It's a good over from Muyaya. It's a maiden, and certainly wasn't for the lack of trying from Bracey's perspective, but really it's more about deliveries and more about time at the moment at 211 for 4 with an over remaining until the tea break. Wickets to fall. Bancroft, who was caught by Crawley off James Taylor, the Surrey loanee, for 12. Then there was an excellent partnership of 117 between Charlesworth and Price. Battled hard. Price eventually gone, caught at third slip, cutting off Taylor again, caught by Dudgeon for 50. Cohen in now to Borman. Just plays this one fairly circumspectly into the cover point region. Dawkins springs up to field. The third wicket was Miles Hammond, who was pinned LBW by Keith Dudgeon, the persevering Dudgeon. Finally, that perseverance paid off, as he had Hammond LBW for 12. And then very next ball, Ben Charlesworth, who'd chopped several deliveries close to his stumps, finally succumbed in that fashion, bowled by Joey Everson for 85. Ball did come back in. It was almost like the bat face shut as he hit the ball and just angled straight onto the stumps. But he's been the mainstay so far with an 85. Cohen's come round the wicket now to Borman, who works it into the onside. And Bell Drummond will field at mid-wicket. And there's no run. And Bracey on 18 and Borman on 11. Probably making this just in terms of purely the session. If they can get it to the break, it's a fairly even session. Kent have taken 3 wickets. Gloucestershire have scored 115 runs. But the first session very squarely Gloucestershire's as they got to lunch on 96 for 1. Cohen bowls to Borman, and that's again no run added as he tries to flick it onside. Goes quite straight to mid-on. Kent have set a short mid-wicket now instead of a third slip. They will have a new ball, as happens, an hour into the evening session or so. So, critical period potentially either side of that. Cohen round the wicket, bowls to Borman, and he gets in line onto the back foot, plays it down into the floor up to mid-off. And there's been quite a few attempts to score in the last couple of overs, and in fact there's quite a significant run of dots going now. The last run off the fourth ball of the 61st over, and now we're 4 balls into the 64th over. 2 deliveries left until tea. Cohen bowls to Borman, who drives firmly through extra cover. The ball's going out towards the long boundary. It's another long chase for James Taylor, which he's not going to be successful in. And it's a boundary to Borman, who's played a couple of those really beautiful looking cover drives. Moves his total on to 15. And the Gloucestershire score to 215 for 4. And just the one delivery remains in this enticing afternoon session. Borman to face. Cohen just collecting himself after being hit for the boundary. And runs in now from round the wicket. He's in and bowls to Borman. Borman defends into the onside. Flicked up off the boot of Tawanda Muyaya, and that completes the afternoon session at 215 for 4. 32 overs remain in the day. Could still swing any which way. Join Matt and myself in 20 minutes' time to find out.
15 for 4. 20 minutes for the tea interval. James Bracey 18 not out, Tommy Borman 15 not out. Forthcoming matches here. Gloucestershire men face Northamptonshire in the Rothesay County Championship. That starts next Friday, the 15th of May. And Vitality Blast is back here on Friday, 22nd of May, with a visit of Warwickshire Bears in the new look Central and West Group. Tickets for that are available on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. And Bristol is proud to host fixtures in the ICC Women's World Cup this June. It all begins on Sunday the 21st of June with West Indies taking on Sri Lanka, followed by 5 more matches across that week, with tickets starting from just £15, available now via the Gloucestershire Cricket website. This is your chance to experience world-class cricket right here in the heart of Bristol. Some latest scores from around the country. In the Rothesay County Championship, Division 1, Hampshire are 216 for 5 against Essex at Chelmsford. Warwickshire bowled out for 147 by Yorkshire at Edgbaston. Yorkshire reply at the moment 11 for 1. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have reached 239 for 3 against Surrey. And at Cardiff, Somerset 232 for 5 against Glamorgan. And at Hove, Leicestershire 214 for 7 against Sussex. And in Division 2, at Derby, Derbyshire 230 for 2 against Northamptonshire. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 172 for 7 against Middlesex. And at Worcester, there's been a delay in play, but due to restart shortly. Worcester 149 for 4 against Durham. Chris Watts and Simon Willett. Daniel Belgium indeed kept into the field. The not-out batsman James Bracey and Tommy Borman.
Players and match officials, well, I say match officials, the two match officials on the field, because we mustn't forget the cricket liaison officer or the scorers who are part of the match official team. They've made their way onto the field anyway. The people who are supposed to be out there are all on the field. That's the important thing. Gloucestershire at 215 for 4, resuming after tea with Bracey on 18 and Borman on 15. It's Bracey who'll face the first ball after tea. It won't be Tawanda Muyaya, who completed the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. It looks as though James Taylor's preparing for another spell, having taken 2 of the 4 wickets to fall, removed Bancroft and Price. Charlesworth still the top scorer, having made 85. And Kent looking for some wickets with the old ball and then some wickets with the new ball, as Taylor bowls the first ball of the evening session down the leg side. Benjamin does well to prevent the ball from going for more buys. Ed Seaborn and Matt Cole with you on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Gloucestershire live stream. As, again, if Kent could take a couple of quick ones, especially with the new ball coming, they could still make this, well, if not an even day, who knows, maybe even slightly Kent's day, as Bracey plays that one down into the ground. Likewise, if Gloucestershire can have a session here where they only lose a wicket or 2 and get that score well in excess of 300, I think they would feel as though they've had a good day's work. Admittedly, as we've been saying, they may well have decided to bat first even if Kent hadn't put them in, but Kent did put them in, and they have that sort of knowledge that Kent will be the ones desperate for these wickets for that reason, as Taylor bowls and that hits the pad of Bracey. I think it's going to be another extra. Extras have been, thank you, extras have been quite a significant contributor to this innings. 24 of them now with that leg by in 64 overs, 216 for 4.
Indeed so. Impressed by James Taylor. First look for Kent, and saying the spell that he bowled a bit before tea looked just as lively, if not more lively, getting some to leap off a length. No indication he's tiring, but it's into his 16th over of the day.
Taylor to Borman, who tries to stab it into the onside. The ball was almost on his back heel as he was stepping back trying to see where the ball had gone. He was almost in danger of back heeling it onto his stumps for a moment.
I thought exactly the same thing. Does he know where that is? And yeah, it's could easily have just swept a foot there and not known he was
just stamped on the ball. Just give it a good give it a good stud mark. We've already had one ball change, not due to just Kent deciding we're not getting any wickets with this, we'll change it. It went into the covers. So
spongy.
Yeah, it was changed. Taylor to Borman, short and wide and cut away on the bounce and stopped at backward point. Be a bit annoyed there, Borman, because that was a definite scoring opportunity that presented itself from Taylor and ends up getting nothing for it. Is that Dawkins prowling at backward point? No, it's not. He's down in front of us, obscured by the monitor. Anyway, no runs yet off the bat. Taylor to Borman, and that's a wide delivery which carries nicely through but doesn't trouble Tommy Borman. It's a maiden over. After 1 over, James Taylor seems to have decided that he's missing something, and he's immediately running off. I suspect he's going to come straight back on again, but I have no idea what that can be about. He can't have come out in the wrong shoes, surely. Perhaps he has. Perhaps he's not come out in his bowling boots or something.
Matt Parkinson comes on. If ever a man trundled, it's Matt Parkinson onto the field. James Bracey going through some squats and just some rehearsing a couple of defensive shots. Going to be Mikey Cohen.
Oh, somebody's phone's ringing.
None for
Promise you
45.
It's neither of ours.
It's for you. 13 overs, none for 45 so far. That one's gone pretty wide from Cohen, and Bracey just helps it out to towards the point boundary. Joey Everson fields, I believe, there, and they take themselves a single. So yeah, just after tea, obviously. Tea taken at 64 overs. There are 16 overs left until the new ball's available. I say obviously. We were thinking there might be some rain today, so it could have been a different schedule for these two teams. But otherwise, I think looking really good on the forecast for the rest of the day. And tomorrow, as we mentioned earlier, is looking as Cohen bowls round the wicket to Borman, straight back at him, no run. Looking more like Barbados than Bristol, I think. Yeah. That might be a bit of a reach, but
perhaps 20 degrees and cloud.
All right then.
Maybe Barbados in the winter. I don't know, but either way, it should be a good day. I think not too much rain forecast. Sunday looks dry as well, although it's getting cold at night. 4 degrees low. Yeah. I'm seeing.
And then Monday, 16 low of 8. It's cloudy then. I think it's a good ball from Cohen. That's not very far away from the off stump of Tommy Borman. And a loose shot. Again, he's taken his bottom hand off as he's tried to drive that. Ooh.
That was a very fiddly looking drive.
It was, yeah. It's actually not as close to the off stump, but a lot worse shot than I thought. It looked, yeah.
Very odd shot in the way that
it really was, yeah.
He took his hand off the bat anyway, almost as if he just realised how much of a pickle he was in.
Just really shouldn't have played at that. It's Cohen once again, the block hole, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. So we were mentioning off-air that Kent got themselves back level on the over rate. Twenami AA bowled just 2 overs 40, and that was enough to do it. Apparently, he was rapid. It's fair to say, but
yeah, five
was
past
quite
40. But
yes, yeah,
there we are. It's strange to me because it felt as though the morning session was slightly quicker moving almost. Maybe it was just because more deliveries were passing the bat, and yet there was -1 after that.
Yeah, Cohen to Borman's cut that away. I'm not sure if that's taken an awkward bounce, but it's not great fielding by Dawkins. And it will come back for 2. Borman there cut it almost through the man at point.
Yeah, I'd be best pleased with that, I think, given that Borman was under a little bit of pressure and hadn't scored a run off the bat since tea.
Indifferent, I would say, that fielding, but there we go. Easy from here, which is why we love to do it, or certainly I do.
Oh yes, we just love to admonish players for their poor pieces of fielding.
It's easy to criticise.
Exactly why we do it.
That's why I enjoy it so much. If it's hard, I wouldn't be doing it. Driven up to Danny Bell-Drummond, doesn't quite get all of that, takes the bottom hand off again, almost characteristically for this innings. But 219 for 4, he has 17. James Bracey has 19. These two came together 172 for 4, with 2 wickets falling in 2 balls. So actually, this is a good restructure, isn't it? 47 between the two of them. So yeah, there's more head scratching for Kent to do in terms of making breakthroughs here.
Yeah, it's getting up there, isn't it? But I think, in a way, it's because the scoring and the facing's been quite even between the two batters. Nobody's into the 20s yet because they both came out when neither had faced a ball. So it sort of crept up on you, this partnership, a bit. Taylor round the wicket to Bracey, and he'll add to the partnership by just the 1, I think, as he flicks it to deep backward square. And it's a short boundary, really, so you're not going to get too many 2s out to that side. It's 220 for 4. Max
on the emails, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk. Great to hear from you, Max. We posed a question about transfer systems before tea. He says, I think it will work well. Have to be well regulated, so 100 counties. He said, don't just sign everyone. But I think it would have meant sides can profit off making good players. For example, Jordan Cox, produced by Kent, just left. Kent got nothing in return. Will make it easier for teams like Kent to sign players if they need.
Taylor to Borman, stays down a bit, does well, does Borman, just to stay in a low enough position that he can still play it defensively. And that was one that we've seen a few keep low from quite wide, but that's one of the ones that's really quite testing, especially if you get that with a newer ball where it might do it slightly quicker.
Yeah, that's a good point. Max just finishing off that. So make it easier for teams like Kent to sign players. They need, for example, a fast bowler despite having lots of good batters, which is T20 for 4. Not producing the fast bowlers at the moment. I haven't done for some years.
Taylor to Borman, that's left alone watchfully.
Jazz Singh is an exception, but he's very much an exception, I suppose, from a Kent point of view, rather than a rule in terms of what they produce in terms of a balance of batters to bowlers. So, yeah, I'm honestly interested. So, Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk for your feelings. I'm not sure exactly how it would work and how it would benefit teams more, because obviously when Jordan Cox left, for instance, it does free out an amount of budget, and they offered him a big wage to try and get him to stay. So how it would balance up, I'm not sure.
Taylor bowls, chopped away through the offside by Borman. That'll be 4. Over to the short point boundary. Just timed it well enough to pierce the infield. No chance for backward point. So a boundary to Borman. So he's into the 20s, and that brings up the 50 partnership between Bracey and Borman. It's a bit of a signature shot, I think, that one is for Borman, just watching him in his early career. That back foot square drive, he quite fancies that one, and it's a nice execution. 222 for 4. No, I think it's exactly right. There's going to have to be, if you're going to introduce something like that, it needs to be very much thought through. As Borman gets a full ball, which he's just signalling left him, and although the ball's in its 67th over, there's still enough out there that the ball is still beating the bat. But yes, in terms of, I think that's a very good point about sort of regulation in terms of the danger could be that it's too tempting for the smaller counties to sell off for the money if the offer of the money's right. And it might actually end up hurting rather than helping. Oh, that's a good delivery from Taylor. It has risen up off a length. Borman completely squared up. I'm not sure what that came off, whether it was glove or maybe body. I think possibly body. Is it off his right hip even?
Yeah.
And it's gone down well in front of the slip cord. And so I didn't think it was bat. But yeah, I think it squared him up and got him on the right hip. And there's no run.
About it, did he? And that's my point about James Taylor, is he is definitely still making things happen.
I think I sort of get the impression he's a slightly different action. He seems to sort of get to the crease and he doesn't stop, but there's almost a sense that he runs in and the batter quite often seems to be thinking that the ball is going to get there, and it sometimes doesn't, or it's the other way.
Cohen bowling to Bracey, who's outside the off stump. The Keith Dudgeon and Chris Benjamin have gone down in a heap. They're absolutely fine. I think Benjamin was trying to take the ball ahead of the second slip there.
He nearly wiped out the entire slip cord and the keeper with that delivery to Cohen. Yeah, that could have been nasty. Actually.
Collateral damage. Actually, I'm laughing about it, as you say. They are all right. Dudgeon, I think, took the brunt of Benjamin's dive.
Sort of rolled into his ankle.
Yeah, Crawley managed to get out of the way, but as you say, the knock-on from it, Cohen getting that ball deep in the crease again. It's defended by Bracey up to mid-on. And there's no run. But yeah, decent from James Taylor. Yeah, I was noting in his delivery stride, when his feet are off the ground, they're more or less together, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So it does feel a little bit like he's... that jump before he delivers it feels like, as you say, is a little bit of a hold before he delivers the ball.
He's almost jumping at the batter with both toes facing him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly working for him. Cohen bowls to Bracey. That's a lovely shot, and that's 4 runs through mid-wicket, but it's not thumped. It's just a roll of the wrist, superb timing, and 4. And Bracey's come out after tea, and rather looking like he's been interrupted in full flow, looks as good, if not better, than when he went in for the interval. So 24 for him from 42. Bournemouth has 21. 228 for 4, Gloucestershire. So at the moment, there's a bowling bonus point for Kent. And Gloucestershire need 22 for another batting bonus point. If you call that any sort of parity, I'm not sure if you would or not, but does that put Kent slightly ahead? I don't think so. That is wide from Mikey Cohen, and it is wide.
Gosh, that wasn't far off not hitting the cut strip, I think.
No, that's between. It's taken by Benjamin between first and second slip. Again, it's an excellent take, but he's not bowling slowly, Mikey Cohen, and that's absolutely no chance for James Bracey to get that.
Another one to the extras column.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's Cohen then, and down the leg side, it's a really good stop made to look ridiculously easy from Chris Benjamin. Not a man that came to Kent to keep when he moved from Warwickshire. Obviously done really well. Good first season in the 100 and playing T20 cricket, keeping there, but not any intention to keep for Kent in 4-day cricket. Start of this season, Adam Hollioakers made the decision to start Benjamin as a keeper, bat him at 7, with Harry Finch dropping to the seconds as Cohen bowls. It's a bold call at the start of the season. So I'm not talking about the running for a second there. It wasn't a bold call. It was a good call.
I couldn't see behind the monitor, and I suddenly thought, oh gosh, is it in the fielder's hands already? How's he managed that?
No, Catch Singh got to it in good time, but no, it's always going to be 2. So yeah, big call. Harry Finch, big fan favourite, and scored not insignificant amount of runs last season, 2-3-1 for 4. But Chris Benjamin has started the season really well with a bat.
Yes, I think if there are any doubts, it's been firmly put away after his performance in the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cohen bowls to Bracey, tucks that away square on the offside. End of the over, the 68th, 232 for 4. That over felt, well, apart from the wide, felt a little bit too procedural, I would say, from a Kent point of view. These two batters, James Bracey looking very comfortable in that over, working the ball around almost, I'd say almost at will, but with no risk. And the reward is up to 27 and Gloucestershire 232 for 4.
Yeah, well, whilst we talked about greens between the hundreds against Kent last year, James Bracey did the same, hundreds in both fixtures. Taylor in, and Bracey's feeling for that one wide of the off stump. Taylor claps his hands together a couple of times, and not for the first time a bowler has to walk back to their mark, having thoroughly beaten a batter and drawn them into a shot that they feel that it should deserve to produce an edge to somebody behind the stumps. But nope, not that time. It was a fantastic game for Bracey at Canterbury last season, 151 not out and 30 not out. As this is flicked away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. He's had that shot working as well as I think I've ever seen him play it. I know it's only for 30, but 3 times at least now he's just seemingly touched the ball, stepped slightly across, flicked it through mid-wicket along the ground into space and out for 4 runs, 236 for 4.
Yeah, he's looking mighty assured to me after tea, and a worry for Kent, but for Gloucestershire this is great. Just not even just ticking over, really flowing now.
Bracey on to 31. Taylor bowls to him, and that drops off, I think, maybe pad down through mid-wicket. He doesn't give you much, does umpire Widdop, and he's not going to signal a leg by. In fact, so there was some bat involved. 1 run to Bracey, 237 for 4. He made 127 in the first innings of the fixture here, and then he was out for 19. As I say, I wasn't here, but I remember watching it back, and he was absolutely furious that he was given out caught behind in that second innings. So he's taken some prizing out from Kent perspective in recent times. Taylor bowls to Borman, and he shoulders arms through to Chris Benjamin. However, he's not. He was actually beaten in the previous over anyway, but he was drawn a few times outside his off stump in his early innings, was Bracey. So you sort of hope from the Gloucestershire point of view that now he's really starting to feel as though he's a little more settled. Although, of course, the new ball might come and break things up in 11 and a bit overs time. Taylor bowls to Borman, who plays another one of those one-handed lunging drives. The ball misses everything, and Benjamin tidies up back there. That's oh gosh, that's moving into off stump, and then it just jags away with an old ball off. That's off the pitch.
That's great bowling, But you'd have to say from a Tommy Borman point of view, he's making good deliveries look a little bit ugly from his point of view, but he's not hitting them.
He wouldn't hit that anyway, I don't think. Even if he hadn't selected that shot. That's another beauty from Taylor. Gosh, he's had enough, I think. It's another one past the edge, and that time, there was no aggressive shot attempted by Borman there at all. He's just played about fourth stump. The ball has just slid on by. 237 for 4. And again, this is the old ball.
Quite. Yeah, very encouraging debut from James Taylor so far. But as you say, it's doing something off the pitch, which is great. It's 237 for 4. It's very competitive out there. Still with the ball 69 overs old now. Mikey Cohen.
I do wonder about. I'm sorry, that's another discussion in terms of the loan market.
Well, we'll come to that in a second. We've got another email, I think, from Joe in a second. This one's driven by Bracey. Said almost looks so relaxed, James Bracey, after tea here and into the offside. Sorry, it's cut away to point, but takes a single. It's no more than a single, but it's just the body language now. It looks easy for him. Not so much for Tommy Borman. 238 for 4. So yeah, thanks for your email, Joe. Get to that very shortly. BBC. Sorry, wrong way around. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's the way email addresses work, isn't it? Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'll get to your email in a second, Joe. Talking about possible transfer system in cricket, how it would work, would it work? Cohen comes round the wicket then to Borman, the right-hander, leaves that through to the wicketkeeper, no run. He says, although it's not a perfect idea, in football they have rules that teams get compensation depending on youth departures, or in future when players move for a fee, they have percentages. This is for how many years a player has played or trained for the club from ages 16 to 21. With this ECB contract should definitely have a higher compensation rate for players' homegrown county, as arguably they've invested and done the grunt work for them, whereas Surrey or Essex in Cox's scenario reap the rewards of a player they can splash a bit more money on. As Cohen bowls to Borman. On the front foot there, out into the offside. Played very defensively, fielded by Akansh Singh, no run. Says also maybe counties should receive bonuses for their players being picked in the 100, although they have obviously just received a huge lump sum recently anyway.
Well, I think they do though, don't they?
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely don't have to pay the wages for that time, but I think they get a bump as well for I think that's already, and that was
whether it's enough, I don't know.
No, that's maybe, that may be Joe's point, is that it's prestige competition earning somebody a lot of money, the players as well. It's pad, but I think it's always going down a leg, even if it's not bat and pad. There's bat
and pad anyway.
Is it? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I did say it. Single taken. I'm arguing with myself now. 239 for 4.
Yes, it can get like that, can't it?
It can. I did say it. Did you? Yeah. So thank you for that, Joe. Yeah, I think this goes back to what Joe's pointing out. Really, it goes back to the devil's in the detail of a transfer system. Yes. There's lots of different ways that you could do it in terms of compensation. But him saying, look, if you spend longer at a club, being developed, surely that should be a higher percentage sell-on, if you like, or a bonus that you get if they go to another county, another club. This one's angled into the offside by Bracey. Miyeye comes from gully to field it, and there is no run.
Although what I would say also, though, is there is a bonus, I believe, that the ECB pays counties who have a certain number of homegrown players, I believe, and I forget how it works, but it may even be homegrown players under a certain age.
And that's home produced, is it?
I think so.
Yeah. So Cohen now bowls to Bracey. It's short, and that's pulled away, but safe and low and safe to Ekansh Singh on the onside. Single taken.
Actually, sorry, I'm not sure. Sorry, I think I've misled. I think it's about English qualified players.
Right. Oh, right.
Full
Okay.
stop. You get a bonus for fielding something like 8 of every 11,
Right.
something like that.
Gotcha.
I believe a sum is paid. I may not be 100% on that, but I think just going back to that point about age and time spent, I think one of the departures that particularly hurt for Gloucestershire was one I actually neglected to mention was Archie Bailey, who's just 20 years of age,
Right.
and has played in 5 first-class matches, has played in fact he's only played 3 List A matches, which he did on loan for Durham last season anyway, after the departure was announced. And that's a prospect who's a fast bowler, which England are supposedly looking for. And a change of bowling, by the way, as Ekansh Singh is back into the attack and Bracey's forward and defending back up the strip. And this is not meant by any stretch of the imagination as a criticism of him for taking the offer that was made to him. That's I don't think anybody, well, you'd hope nobody blames the player in these sorts of situations. But this is somebody that Gloucestershire have produced through their academy. Ekansh Singh bowls left by Bracey, not for the first time. A bowler thinks that might be tight enough to hit the off stump, but not to be. And that almost hurts more in a way, in that you're now even losing players before they've developed. And that, to me, is almost more so than somebody who's played a certain amount of time for your team. Is the thing to me that should be absolutely 100%. You should have to pay for that, because that's, apart from anything else. Singh runs in, bowls, Bracey forward playing firmly into the ground, back to the bowler who deflects it in his follow through.
And I think that's something that now senior football gets badly wrong for clubs, in that youth players can be poached almost as a matter of course with almost no compensation. So players that come through an academy, even from 8-9 to 16-17, and Manchester City can come in. A
lot of energy and resource goes into it.
But the compensation is basically just compensation for what they've done, not what they've produced, if that makes sense.
Next delivery. Full and wide, Bracey tries to step into a cover drive and I think toe ends it up to mid-off, and there is no run. But also that's somebody who would be under contract, let's say, relatively cheaply for a while as well. So what do you have to do? You have to bring in somebody from the outside who's going to cost more. So you're actually once again punished for producing a young player of promise. It just cannot continue.
So no. But Joe, thank you for that. Those are interesting ideas.
Singh bowls again. It's almost like a wide Yorker, which Bracey drives over the top of. He might have hit the ground there. I'm not sure what is he doing there. He's tapping the toe end of his bat.
What on earth
on the ground?
Here?
It's raining.
Is it raining? Goodness me!
It's raining. It's raining out of absolutely nowhere.
Suddenly, I saw umpire Widdop is uprooting the stumps. Seems to be a beautiful day.
The rain cloud must be right level with the overhang, because whilst it doesn't look like it's. No. There are some billowing clouds, but there's nothing that looks like it's producing rain.
I half expected all the players to be hitting the ground. There was one of those bee swarms that you have every now and then, but no. Umpire Widdup's quite right. It's suddenly hacking it down. Although it's very bright here, even without the floodlights on.
I'm not sure. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I
Or
think
is it now?
it's barely going to continue. I think long enough for them to get off the field. Is it?
I was going to say, I think it was.
They're unrolling the matting, and
Oh,
the
they're still-
sheet has come out. The matting has gone beautifully over the middle of the pitch, which I don't know if they've been practicing that, but that's the one danger with this new method that several counties have these days of covering the pitch with this mat that covers it initially. The wheelie covers are still there, but they're obsolete because they don't really get used during the hours of play anyway. And
not
comes
wheelie
the
effective.
sheet.
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry, no, it's all right. I'm turning my microphone off. I'm leaving. I'm leaving the building. It's all right. My coat's here. I'll go get it.
Right, anyway, the sheet's
I'm
being
so
drawn
sorry.
across. I think it is just about still raining, but how long it will rain for, I don't know. Gloucestershire are 240 for 4. Ground staff don't seem to be rushing for extra covers. In fact, they're now just trying to position the sheet. It's almost barely covering the pitch that they're actually playing on, but they're now, I assume they're having to prioritise, instead of the practice pitches, they're having to prioritise the central pitches, which are being used for matches to come. So it's a slightly odd visual in that if you took a picture, you'd think that they were playing right in the middle of the square, and in fact they're only just about covering the actual strip, but it is still raining, and in fact it's just got a little bit more intense as I say that. So the ground staff are going to move for another sheet to cover the practice pitches. So I think probably we're in for at least a little bit of a delay, even if it's bizarre because it's not exactly mostly blue sky, but there's still not much that looks particularly threatening. But anyway, rain has stopped play.
It is, raining hard. So far from umpire Widdop losing his senses and ripping the stumps up in some sort of fit of pique.
Had enough. It's too much for me.
It is actually raining quite hard
It
now.
is,
So
it's just got
shall
more
we
intense.
shall
Yes,
we
I
take a
think
break and come back with the commentary? I'm pretty sure we will be back on before long, but you never know. This is British weather.
Yes. So a shower, 240 for 4. Bracey will resume on 32. Borman on 22. Matt and I will be back when the players are back.
The umpires have decided that provided there's no more rain, there will be a restart at 25 past 5. 5:25 restart if no more rain. They have Gupper back on the field. To complete his 10th over, a catch 6.
So we're ready to get back underway at 240 for 4. Gloucestershire versus Kent from Bristol in what is now sunshine. The players were so keen to get underway that they seemed to be wanting to play whilst the matting was still rolled out over the pitch.
The players of both teams as well. This wasn't
exactly right. Everybody was out there. The pitch has barely been uncovered for about 3 seconds, and Ekansh Singer's bowled a no ball, which is flicked down to fine leg. So that is going to add another couple onto the extras column and one onto Bracey's score. He's got 35 now. Borman has 22. Score will move on to 243 for 4, with Gloucestershire steadying things after a good morning session. Excellent partnership between Price and Charlesworth. A few quick wickets.
To be fair to the players, I've just seen actually it disappeared from the from the website, but it did say play due to resume at 5:25. So it was obviously said by the umpire. So the players were actually out there ready to start
well,
at the right time.
I mean, it basically
very
did.
punctual, bless them.
Didn't really give the ground staff much of an opportunity. Wheeling everything away. Well, not literally, of course. We didn't use the wheelie covers, as was pointed out by Matt Cole earlier.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I think maybe played and missed at last delivery of the over from Borman. I think, judging by the way that he then rehearsed shouldering arms, I think I can't give him the benefit of the doubt of having played inside it. So that's another one in the play and miss column to end the carried over from Akansh Singh. 10 overs he's got through for 37. There are 9 overs to go until the second new ball would be
it's
available.
going to be a fairly late finish, I think.
We've
tonight,
not lost, of course, I didn't even say, did I? We've not lost any overs. We've still got the full complement of 25 overs, which I must say, I know we finished late, but I can't say I mind too much, because coming back the next day and seeing 104 overs or something on the board is, well, it's probably nice for those who are coming tomorrow, but
also not particularly great for the players who are playing in an extended final session, or
that's true.
in terms of wear and tear. Joey Everson round the wicket from the pavilion end to James Bracey on 35. Borman has 22. 2-4-3 for 4 with me, Matt Cole, and Ed Seaborn, your knowledgeable host who's taken us across Scandinavia.
Oh, gosh.
You can pronounce words in almost every Scandinavian language and dialect.
I think my Sammy's very good.
Is that played away by Bracey? It's certainly going for 4. It's a nudge, a little bit outside edgy, but very thick, and way past the slip. So 4 it ends up at. 2-4-7 for 4. Talking just about tannins in leaves. That's what leaves the residue. Is it? It's leaf residue on rails. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reduces the friction.
Keep up, everybody. It's a full-length delivery from Everson. Where were you at 11:05 when we started this? 2-4-7 for 4. You're very welcome wherever you're listening. BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol? BBC Bristol.
BBC Radio Bristol.
Thank you. BBC Radio Kent. And of course, with the pictures from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. 2-4-7 for 4 it is, as Bracey looks to work that one past Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. He fields. It certainly feels like Gloucestershire's day at this point. 2-4-7 for 4. It's not been chanceless, otherwise it has to be said. It's been a really entertaining day. There's something in this pitch for the bowlers. For various reasons, Kent haven't got as many wickets as they would have hoped. Bracey's forward again, confidently. So, steady, everybody. Has some enjoyment broken out? We can't have that.
Is somebody sledging the kids down there who are playing a game of cricket?
I thought for a moment the 2 Labradors were at it again, but no, it's an uneasy piece, or an easy piece has broken out between the 2 Black Labradors.
They're not interested in the ball either.
No, they're not. They've given up on it. This is just clipped off his pads by Bracey. A single into the onside. And that's the end of the over. 2-4-8 for 4. I shall update the good people. Well, I'm the indifferent people from BBC Radio Kentland.
You've got to treat them equally. You can't just talk to the ones you like, you know. No, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I think there was a certain amount of excitement over something that happened down below us. Perhaps we'll turn the microphone back up now in trepidation. 8 overs remain until the second new ball. It's got a little bit darker again. It's one of the joys of this commentary box is that we can never see what's coming. Pretty much, I think, if the weather comes from its usual place, we can't see what's on its way, only what's been. Singh to Bracey. It's back of a length outside the off stump. Bracey's thinking about cutting and then doesn't really go through with the shot. Fielded out at cover. And there's no run. But yes, the two Labradors have clearly absolutely had enough of this. This is really boring, you know. It's time to go to sleep down there. Seeing round the wicket, bowls it extremely wide and just not quite enough to be called a wide. I am reliably informed that the floodlights have been requested again, so that is guaranteed to prolong the evening session because of what it does in terms of the weather suddenly getting better. I have to say, we can't see what's coming, but it feels more like rain than it did when it rained earlier. Singh bowls and Bracey will cut at this one. Just almost slightly gingerly cut it away through backward point. Takes a single. He knows that sweep is out there, so in terms of really value for your shot to the bigger side, not going to get too much even if you try and thrash at it. So Gloucestershire to within one of their first batting point. Oh, he's woken up. Down there. One of the Labradors has arisen from its slumbers. 249 for 4. Singh bowls to Borman, and Borman doesn't nick off. Again, squared up. It's been a strange day, this. It really has. There's been constant pressure on the Gloucestershire batters, pretty much. There's not been a single clear-cut dropped catch. There was one which was a bit debatable in terms of whether it maybe could have carried to, well, yeah, right on the stroke of lunch or not, but I don't know. I don't think you can call that a drop anyway, even if it did just carry. There's not been many convincing LBW shouts that have been turned down. Singh bowls, Borman drives, and he gets 4. That's what happens when he gets that shot right. It's gone careering away through the covers and bringing up Gloucestershire's 250 in style, so they open their account for the match in terms of bonus points. That one was just a little over pitched, but we've seen plenty of deliveries jag from that sort of area, so you wouldn't have said that still nothing could go wrong, but it certainly didn't, as Borman times it beautifully. He moves on to 26, and it's 1 point apiece as we complete the 73rd over. Singh into Borman, and that's an easy single just tucked away to mid-wicket with only mid-on saving the one. Bell Drummond completes the fielding and Borman keeps the strike at the end of that over. 254 for 4. So still 23 overs remaining in this evening session here. It's still a rain delay. In fact, no, it's not. It was still a rain delay until just moments ago. By the looks of things, they're back out at New Road with Worcestershire 149 for 4 as they were put in by Durham and were 52 for 4, so a near century stand for the 5th wicket between Hose and D'Oliveira. They were off for bad light at Old Trafford, but it's still been a fast-paced day. 11 wickets have already fallen up there as Everson bowls to Borman, turns it away leg side. The ball eventually does just sneak past mid-wicket. Well, yeah, in there. Kent looks slightly annoyed that ended up being a single, and Borman moves on to 28, 255 for 4. So Middlesex have started their innings at 20 for 1. Anderson has already added to his wickets tally for the season, got rid of Sam Robson. Lancashire, though, were bowled out for just 201 as Everson bowls and Bracey goes after a cut shot, and the ball does not end up anything like short enough. And the ball has gone past his attempt at a low cut. The game at Derby, Derbyshire dominating Northamptonshire at the moment as Bracey drives. That's a really scintillating shot from Bracey as an extra cover drive, but everything just right about it in terms of footwork, point of contact, gap found, middle of the bat found, 259 for 4. Bracey moves on to 45. He's getting pretty gloomy here. Floodlights will certainly take some effect when they're fully warmed up, as Bracey... Oh, there's a bit of uncertainty about the running here. Borman, I think it probably was just his call, and eventually they do come through for the single. Bracey's apologising to Borman, because I think Borman wanted the single always, and Bracey just almost talked him out of it, but they're through fairly comfortably in the end, 260 for 4. So that score at Derby, Derbyshire 314 for 3. As Everson bowls to Borman, who sort of slices across that just defensively and cover fields. So yeah, Fletch will be getting particularly excited there, because not only has every Derbyshire batter made double figures, Rees is the lowest scorer at the moment, who made 39, and extras is already up to 28. So this could be his dream come true, with every batter making double figures and extras as well. Pushed away to mid-off by Borman, and there's no run. 6 from the over, 260 for 4. In Division 1, Hampshire, that's been a topsy-turvy innings from Hampshire. They were 33 for 3 and 88 for 4. There was then a 100-run partnership between Jake Lehman, who made 89, and Ben Brown, who made 73, and then bizarre innings. Actually, it was a bit like the second innings for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. Single-figure scores by the top 3 batters and single-figure scores by the bottom 5. And Hampshire 235 all out, so no batting points again. Mekansh Singh starts a new over. Bracey drives to mid-off. And Bell Drummond fields for no run. And Essex, they've already lost a wicket, starting their response. 23 for 1, with Paul Walter dismissed by the evergreen Kyle Abbott. Somerset are 297 for 6 at Sophia Gardens. Runs for Tom Abel yet again, and Josh Thomas. Mekansh Singh bowls back of a length. Bracey thinks about cutting again, and then sort of, not for the first time, just checks his shot. He's rehearsing a pull shot. There is an awful lot of space on that leg side, nobody between mid-on and deep square, and it is the short boundary, but just don't really want to, I guess, fetch it from too far outside the off stump, get too carried away with that short boundary, as you might say in a T20 match. Singh in round the wicket bowls. Bracey just drops it down into the leg side. Easy single available there whenever Singh bowls it remotely straight. Doesn't have to play it with any force at all, or even, to be honest, place it particularly well. So Bracey moves up to 47, 261 for 4. Continuing the roundup of scores, Nottinghamshire, another strange innings, 286 for 7. Joe Clark is unbeaten on 116. Jack Haynes made 82, and there's an awful lot of single-figure scores there as well. Dan Worrell 5 for 41 on his comeback. Singh in and bowls down leg side. Another sprawling take from Benjamin. I say take, stop almost down the leg side. Saves himself some more buys. Leicestershire 298 for 9 at Hove. Tom Scriven and Ian Holland half centuries. 4 wickets for Jack Carson, who continues to impress after a century at the Oval with the bat and some wickets.
Proper all-rounder.
Yeah, like a prospect. 4 for 40 for the man born in Northern Ireland. Singh into Borman, who edges wide of second slip and down to the boundary for 4. That was an attempted cover drive from Borman. He gets a thick outside edge on it. I'm not sure whether that would have been catchable to a 3rd slip, but they've got 2 slips and a 4th slip, and it's gone in the gap. Let's see from the replay. Maybe would have just fallen short of a 3rd slip. It would have been touch and go anyway. But it's all a moot point because they didn't have one. It's 265 for 4. Borman moves up to 32. And there's already been 14 wickets at Edgbaston. Tell you about that in a moment as Singh bowls onto the hip of Borman. He flicks it away fine. This might go for 4 if the fielder's not sharp, but he is. Good tumbling stop from Cohen down there and keeps it to 2. So 7 runs from that over. Gloucestershire to 267 for 4 at the end of it. Yorkshire 110 for 4. Almost did a double take when I saw Hannon Dolby playing for Warwickshire. Yes, he does actually play for Warwickshire. It's just that he was playing for Worcestershire up until now. So yes, Warwickshire 147 all out and Yorkshire 110 for 4. So only behind by 37 runs. And that, I think, is you up to date with all the other county championship matches. Other than to tell you that Jimmy's got another one at Old Trafford. Middlesex are now 26 for 2.
Here's Everson bowling to Bracey, chops it into the offside, and they'll take a single. Just saying on the update, BBC Radio Kent still getting a chance every other over, maybe, or a ball surprising the batters. But I said, if anything, these two looking the most comfortable Gloucestershire have looked at any stage, particularly James Bracey, have massively impressed by the way he's taken to his innings. But we are 4 and a bit overs away from the new ball now as Everson bowls to Borman, drives it straight past the bowler, and Everson turns and puts his head down, not looking at the ball, which is moving very fast towards the sight screens. That's 4 runs. It's a 100 partnership between James Bracey and Tommy Borman, 48 and 38 respectively for those. So a ton on the board for these two.
There's a bit of flamboyance about that
on
drive as well. It's a bit
Lovely
of back
drive.
leg raised and beautifully played. And I mean, I said at 172 for 4, Gloucestershire needed a steadying partnership. This has been much more than that.
Certainly has, as Everson bowls to Borman again. And defends it back at the bowler. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, Borman, when he's got it right, Borman has looked $1 million, and then at other times he's played some one-handed lunging drives as well. It's been a strange sort of innings, but it's working very well for the home side at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Everson, makes himself a bit of room, Borman, moving his feet really nicely to cut that away. Single taken, shy at the stumps by Ben Dawkins, comes to nothing.
Am I being a bit critical there? But I just wondered, it just looked as if he was slightly on his heels there, and that the turn and throw happened. I just think it could have happened maybe a bit quicker, because off the bat I thought that was a slightly dicey single, actually. Perhaps I'm being harsh on him.
No, I can see what you mean entirely. Defended by Bracey, no run. So I'm slightly not obsessed, that'd be the wrong word. Distracted by you'd mentioned Dan Worrell in dispatches, and I know that looking back in the history of recent history of fixtures between these two teams, obviously he was a Gloucestershire player, wasn't he? And there was a game when at Canterbury when Kent bowled out very cheaply. That's past the outside edge. I think Bracey's got inside the line of that.
I covered day 1 of that with Ben Watts.
There we go.
It was one of my first days of championship cricket. Yeah, and they didn't.
That Crawley got double figures.
It was amazing. They didn't start until about sort of 20 to 1 or something like that. They had quite a short session, I think, if I remember rightly, about 40 minutes.
Didn't play day 1 at all.
Yes,
there we go.
It was so wet that they didn't play until the second morning. I think they played like a 40-minute session or something before lunch, and then went out afterwards.
Yeah.
And I think was it 22 wickets fell in the.
Could well be. Yeah.
The
64 played
like
110, played 153, and Gloucestershire won it by scoring 108 for 6 at the end.
It does say that what was the close at the bottom? It'll say what the close of play score was, I think. If you
on each
right
day
at the bottom, yeah.
They're actually just here. There's this ball squirts under Chris Benjamin. It's going to be a leg by. So close to play day 2.
Wickets that would have fallen on a very shortened first day. Sorry, second day. I mean, first day of the match.
I was just looking at because when I was going through it, I was looking at the seam bowling quartet of Messrs Worrell, Matt Taylor, Miles and Higgins, and thinking that was an attack, wasn't it?
Yeah, Craig Miles, of course, is back now, but yes. And then in other times when Gloucestershire were within a hair's breadth of making the top 6 in the conference system. They had the bowling attack of Worrell, Higgins, Zafar Gohar as the spinner at the back end of the season.
As Ekanch bowls to Bracey. It's just helped that one down to fine leg, Everson Fields, and there is a single run there, 275 for 4. I'm sorry, I've lost whose over it is, but I'm doing this one.
No, it is yours.
I'm doing this one, whether you like it or not. No. Don't you tell me, I'm telling you it's mine.
All right. All right. Gosh, somebody's in need of their evening meal. Hangry Matt Cole.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with the cricket. I'm just hangry. Here's Ekanch then over the wicket to Borman, who's started to play some lovely shots now as his confidence has increased. The ball on the pitch, it's certainly the combination now looks a lot less threatening than it did. 275 for 4. Be fascinating to see what happens in 3 and a bit overs time, but they're making hay while they can.
I'm sure Mr. Dudgeon will be back into the attack in short order.
They'll wind him up like a clockwork toy. He'll be coming in at speed.
The charging rhino.
Danny Bell Drummond chatting to Ekanch. They're just going to change the field. Yeah, they've gone more defensive here.
Are they thinking about banging a few deliveries in short, I wonder? Yeah,
I
think we're going to...
Yeah, Cohen's gone... Even Zach Crawley's just running off of his own accord to go and he's going to be slit, but he
almost looked as if he wanted to yeah, there we go. He wanted somebody to field at sort of leg gully.
Yeah, and that's so everyone's sort of moving around one now, and that's going to be Tawanda Mieye, isn't it? Sort of backward square, halfway to the rope, and then there's a deep fine leg, deep square leg. Daniel Bell Drummond's gone in forward a square on the onside. Orthodox fielding position perhaps, but yeah, wondering if Ekanch might take on Bourne with a short ball. He does indeed. Did Tommy Bourman know that was coming? If he didn't, he's played cricket before, I'd imagine.
I know he might not be that experienced at first-class cricket, but yes, I think as soon as you see 3 fielders drop deep on the leg side and a long conversation between captain and bowler, I'm wondering if they could just about.
I'm just thinking, could they have made it more obvious if they did? I suppose it could have been the bluff, couldn't it? He could have gone for the Yorker.
So, hey, Tommy, I'm going to back this one in short, you know.
What? What do you mean? They wouldn't do that. So Ekanch now with this... oh, crikey. Well, he doesn't need to duck underneath that one. That's got to be perilously close to not unplayable, surely. But goes to the wicketkeeper and it's no run.
I just feel so sorry for the bowlers in this situation. Because I mean, what does the young bowler think when the captain comes up to him and says, hey, do you want to bang a few in short for me? He's thinking, great. Old ball, a pitch where we haven't actually really seen much bowled short, and there hasn't been much mileage for the short stuff that they've tried so far. But you know, I don't blame Kent for trying it because it's only going to be a short-lived ploy.
Yeah, he's got it as a short fine leg, I suppose. Here, it's not even a leg gully, almost like a leg slips flicked away off his pads by Bourman. That's a good length delivery, but not a great trajectory. That'll be 4 runs backward a square. And for once today, and it's been a long time coming, but at 279 for 4, you really Kent look a little bit tired. They really do look like they want this new ball as soon as possible. Of course they do, but just lacking pressure, I would say, since they came back.
It may have got away from them a
bit.
But,
Absolutely.
yeah, I sort of see where he was going with that last delivery and put the leg slip in, but and he did hit it in the air, did Bourman. But I mean, if you get out to that, you're furious with yourself if you're a batter, especially with the plan very much telegraphed. It's Everson continuing. That's cut into the ground by Bracey. He seemed to be fighting himself a bit with that particular shot. He was hoping for the single that would get him to his half century, but ends up picking out gully on the bounce. 279 for 4. The other thing that I found, and I have to say Derbyshire were quite guilty of this I nearly said last week. I keep having to say last round.
Yeah.
For Gloucestershire. Everson in, short ball, pulled round the corner for 4 by Bracey down to fine leg, and that is his half century. 78 deliveries, 8 fours, the 8th of them being the scoring shot that brought him his 50. Everson not really quick enough, or shouldn't be quick enough, to trouble Bracey with a banged in delivery, and it was obviously angled from round the wicket. Yeah, he's moved across his stumps a bit, has Bracey, but that's just the perfect delivery to swivel on and send down to fine leg. It's a hard angle to cut down on this ground as Bracey now times this one through a straight mid-wicket for 4 more runs. It's that shot that has been, I think, the mark of his innings so far. He barely seems to touch it, but the ball just seems to... I mean, that was almost like a check on drive, but it's gone through straight mid-wicket, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Bracey.
Yeah, as you say, he's played that 2 or 3 times now, and I wouldn't say it looks contemptuous. It looks very easy, doesn't it? Because of the nature of the timing.
I just can't remember him. You know,
That's
I've watched a lot of a batter over the years. I can't remember him playing that shot that well. And again, I know it's only a 57, but it's been the shot that's been so prominent in this innings.
Yeah.
Now what's going on? We've got something being the keeper. Well, the keeper's standing up. That's one thing that's happening, and somebody who's gone off over there. Somebody's just walking off behind the. Oh, is it somebody from the stand or somebody dressed in white? So I thought, why is somebody walking off underneath the flats? Everson bowls. Bracey struck on the pad. He's been given out LBW, and so Kent get what they wanted. A wicket before the second new ball, and after a couple of boundaries, Bracey looking for a third, and ends up getting struck on the pad, and up goes the finger of Chris Watson. Yeah, I think there's too much debate about that. I know it's probably angling in from round the wicket, but it struck Bracey in front of middle and off, admittedly angling in. And I think this time Bracey will have no complaints about that decision. So Gloucestershire do lose a 5th wicket at 287. Excellent partnership, and a good knock from James Bracey just to keep the ball rolling. Nobody's gone on to get 3 figures, but there's already been 3 half-centurions, and Tommy Borman is still there on 43. But Kent just with a little opening here with the second new ball just around the corner, and Graham van Buren comes out to the middle. He has been struggling a little with the bat this season as van Buren, although he certainly wasn't helped out by one of the most bizarre dismissals I've seen in terms of bad luck. He got a rank short ball from Shoaib Bashir. It was the worst ball he bowled all day. He bowled quite well, actually. Bowled him a rank short delivery. Van Buren onto the back foot, pulls it, hammers it into short leg, and somehow the ball basically caught Matthew Montgomery there. Obviously great reactions to not jump out of the way and put your arms somewhere where you could cradle it, but it's not what you need in that position. So we'll see how Van Buren gets on here. 2 right-handers. Van Buren, the new batter on strike with a couple of balls remaining in this Everson over. 267 for 5. Van Buren faces up for the first time. Keeper's still up to the stumps and just blocks that away into the offside.
Yeah, well bowled, Joey Everson. It did feel like Kent had lost their way a little bit, but by that measure, great to get themselves a wicket, as you say, before the new ball arrives.
Always a good time
Get
to
one
strike.
in credit.
I mean, it's never a bad time to strike, but you know what I mean.
I do know exactly what you mean. So...
Everson to Van Buren, forced away through the offside. He'll get his first run just to the left-hand side of Dawkins at cover. And so Van Buren will keep the strike at the end of that over. 288 for 5. So 1 more from each end before the second new ball becomes available. Still 18 overs remaining, so we'll be doing very well to finish before 7 o'clock, but we'll be here. And it's exciting cricket.
Yeah, it's been...
Particularly could be when that new ball's taken as well.
And I don't know if I hope I speak on behalf of spectators as well, but you don't mind it when it's like this, do you? The game going on. It's when those games where we have had flat pitches and it's just gone on for hours and there's no
it's going through the
jeopardy.
motions at times, doesn't it?
Yeah, whereas this has been, it's a good pitch, entertaining all the way through the day. Feel like the bowling side are in it. Batting's probably got on top, but it has got on top today so far. But here's Keith Dudgeon then to bowl to Graham Van Buren. That's a lovely drive. It's foolish, but that's 4 runs straight back past Keith Dudgeon. I'm not sure. We need to be engaging the South Africans' mood over the piece. Was distinctly grumpy that he didn't take a wicket, I think, with his first 6 overs when it looked all ends up that he would do. Second spell, probably even more grumpy. Took a wicket, I think, with his third spell. This fourth one starts with the ball disappearing back past him from Graham Van Buren. He just got in, so he moves on to 5, and this one's going to be steered behind square. Everson's after it. They'll come back for at least 2. Tommy Burman just waits at the striker's end to see if Van Buren wants a second. He does. Gets through for it well. And so 6 off the first 2 balls.
I don't think there's any feeling of Gloucestershire sort of moving the game along, but you know they've one way or another they're scoring at basically 4 and over.
Yeah, and it's a very good point. I think before lunch, probably up to tea, they were only going at around 3s. And Dudgeon now bowling to Van Buren. It's bat on that into the offside and Dawkins fields.
But they just sort of look as though, you know, each batter that's come out since really the early stages where it was such a fight.
Yeah.
You know, each batter that's come out has sort of looked to put bat to ball fairly early in their innings. And Van Buren's come out and he's already 7 off 5.
Yeah. James Bracey's strike rate was up at 71. He went for his 57 off 80 balls. Dudgeon bowls to Van Buren, rather reaches for that one. It's not a great ball. It's not a great looking shot either. He's not moved his feet at all. He's reaching out with the bat to try and get something on it. To deflect it past the slips low for 4 perhaps. He's not managed to do that. 294 for 5. Closing in on a second. Batting bonus point here, Gloucestershire. 6 away. Kent need a wicket for a second bowling point. Dudgeon then to Van Buren. Takes a single, push and run. Shy at the stumps from Ben Dawkins. Wasn't a great throw.
Hit the batter though.
That's good, yeah.
Always good. Saves backing up.
Took the force of the throw, certainly, or some of the sting out of it. I think he would have been home, wouldn't he? I think when it hit him, he's probably in his ground. But yeah, always a dangerous business.
I was trying to have a look to see whether Dudgeon and Van Buren had faced each other in a match in South Africa, but I don't think they have. Dudgeon didn't play much before Van Buren moved over here, so
fair play.
Haven't found one yet.
Final ball of this 79th over. Actually down road end. Bouncer from Dudgeon, ducked underneath by Borman. 295 for 5 then Gloucestershire. Tommy Borman, 43 not out so far. I'm going to express my ignorance here. And well, there we go. His first class best was 42 before this, so he's just exceeded that.
Yes. So it was.
Yeah, you'll be surprised here. I'm
innings,
doing the maths here.
His
by 1.
Fourth innings. He's yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But
yes.
No,
yeah,
no, he has passed his previous best as always.
But obviously, yeah, at first landmark, first 50 will be very well received, I'm sure, as Everson continues.
Here he comes to Van Buren, and that's worked away through mid-wicket. That's a nice-looking shot from Van Buren, and you may well get 4 for it. You certainly get value for your runs on that onside. And so, whilst the pitch has certainly not been the easiest at all times to bat on, you look at the score and see 299 for 5 and think that it's been a batting day. In a way, no, but you certainly are getting a lot of mileage for any shots you play on that side. It's very hard to prevent runs there. So I just wonder where this goes in terms of, is the pitch just going to get quite slow? Is it going to pretty much stay the same?
Yeah,
very interesting to
good
see
question.
where the game goes over the 4 days. Everson into Van Buren. Ford defends, but there's a big gap there on the offside for him to take a single, which will bring up the 300 for Gloucestershire with 4 balls remaining in the 80th over. And a second batting bonus point for Gloucestershire. I think both sides, speaking about the parallels of them both coming off thumping wins against Derbyshire, but both sides got their first batting points, did they not, of the season in the last game?
It was
but
a real rarity in the last year as well for Kent.
Everson to Bournemouth, and that's left alone. Gloucestershire, I think they got 2 batting points, didn't they? Even though they went on to make 498 against Derbyshire in the first innings. I think it was just the 2, yeah, in terms of the 110 overs. But then the Williams and Brooks partnership extended. So 300 for 5. Everson to Bournemouth, that's defended. Back to the bowler. There's no run. I know how much Dave Fletcher loves a chat, speaking of the Derbyshire commentator earlier on, how much he loves a chat about bonus points. I think Gloucestershire will be quite happy for the bonus point system to be scrapped, in terms of the fact that Derbyshire have got 11 batting points, and that's basically the reason why they're ahead of Gloucestershire in the table, despite the fact that they're the only side in Division 2 who haven't won a game. Short and wide, cut away by Bournemouth. He's sprinting the first run, but he's not going to be able to turn it into 2. As Deep Point gets to the ball quickly enough. 301 for 5. And surely this will be the last ball bowled with this ball, which was changed in the 24th over, not because it was out of shape or anything. Got a bit wet under the covers as Van Buren opens the face, tries to nurdle it through point, and hits it just a bit too close to gully. So there's no run, and that completes the 80 at 301 for 5. Bournemouth on 44, as Matt rightly points out, his career best. And Graham Van Buren is off to a bit of a flyer, 13 off 10. Still got Ed Middleton to come, who made 46 in the first innings against Derbyshire and sort of set the ball rolling before that partnership. Then you've got Matt Taylor, Will Williams and Gabe Bell. In terms of the Gloucestershire batting to come, Taylor in for Henry Brooks or Craig Miles, take your pick. There's the one change this morning. And the new ball has been taken immediately, and it's in the hands of Keith Dudgeon, who's into Bournemouth, and that's chopped away through the offside. Kent have still dropped the Deep Point back, even with this second new ball. So Bournemouth does only get a single, but yeah, I wondered whether they might just bring that fielder up now that the new ball's been taken. But it looks as though they're going to give the single to Bournemouth and have a go at Van Buren with that fielder up. Bournemouth has added 1 to his score, on to 45. 3 slips as Dudgeon bowls to Van Buren. A short ball hammered away through mid-wicket. There's plenty enough on that for 4, but Van Buren certainly didn't middle it. He is a fearsome hitter of the short ball, and I don't imagine that that's exactly where Keith Dudgeon wanted that delivery, because if he has bowled at Van Buren in South Africa, which as I say I've not managed to find in first-class cricket anyway, I'm sure he would know that Van Buren quite likes it there, certainly without a great deal of protection on that leg side. 306 for 5, 17 off 11 for Graham Van Buren. Dudgeon to Van Buren. That's a much better delivery. There's an appeal for caught behind here. Van Buren staring back at the umpire, almost daring him to raise the finger. Dudgeon looks absolutely furious, as does Chris Benjamin, that umpire Simon Widdup has not given that out. And eventually everybody's going to have to make their way back. Let's have a look at that. I mean, has that just come off the top of the pad, maybe? It's hard to tell. I think it's probably too high to be given out LBW. I just wonder if that's pad rather than bat. I'll have a look from behind, see if we can tell anything there. I think that's missed the inside edge, hasn't it? Van Buren stared at the umpire in a way as if to say, absolutely no way. And then Kent stared at the umpire as if to say, absolutely no way. 306 for 5. Dudgeon to Van Buren. It'll be even more fired up now. He gets in a full delivery, which Van Buren has to be about his business to defend.
Oh, so they did take the new ball. There we go.
Yes.
Just updating. Beg your pardon. Didn't see the brackets on the scoreboard. So yeah, it's 4 balls in. But just been trying to sum this up for Kent fans on a Friday evening show, The Huddle, and just saying, I know what you're thinking. If you're looking at this, from a Kent fan's point of view, having gritted your teeth through the last couple of seasons, but
Dudgeon to Van Buren again, well forward.
Just doesn't feel like
defence.
Like it's been that kind of day at all.
No, no, it feels as if it's been
they could have easily bowled Gloucestershire out before tea, but I suppose what Kent fans will also say is they haven't, and Gloucestershire fans will say they certainly haven't, and we're in a great position, 306 for 5.
It's been an even battle between bat and ball. And, and as you say, even for a neutral fan, you'd be looking at this score from around the country and be thinking, oh, it's a flat one at Bristol.
Yeah.
But it hasn't really been.
No, it's been good competition.
Dudgeon bowls turned leg side by Van Buren. There'll be no run there to mid-wicket. 306 for 5. Dudgeon is marching well away from the umpire after the end of that over. But I don't know. I mean, I make up your own minds if you're watching the pictures back home, but to me it just looks as if that's clipped the top of the pad and missed the inside edge. But
I haven't seen the replays yet.
Another look.
Is this the one?
That's from the
James,
reverse angle. Cuts back.
Yeah, he's out.
Love it.
What do you expect me to say?
Love it.
No, I see what you mean. I can also, as you say, I can also see from the fielding point of view, it does look like there's a slight deviation as it goes past him.
But which way was it?
Well, yeah.
If the deviation goes towards the keeper, then it must have been inside edge. But if it goes the other way, then it's pad.
James Taylor back in the attack. He's had a bit of a rest. This is clipped off the pads of Tommy Borman, who's 4 away now from his maiden first-class century. Half century, sorry. They gave me a look. He scored very fast in the last couple of minutes.
I'm sure he'd take being on 95.
You can clip that one up for when he's.
Oh, it was a leg by anyway.
That was a leg by.
Haven't we done well?
He's not 4 away from anywhere. He's 5 away from something or other, is what I was trying to say. Taylor then bowling to Van Buren. Goes for a back foot punch, which he does punch it straight into the ground. Just off the cut strip. And there is no run.
I've done this a couple of times, actually. I've seen a tall, fast bowler for Kent running in with a lot of dark hair. And thought, oh, it's Grant Stewart coming in now.
Oh, there we go.
But it's not.
It's the bearded figure. I was going to make Kent fans will know who I'm talking about. Perhaps not Gloucestershire fans so much as he bowls now. A bit of looky-likey. But well kept down by Van Buren. He's just steered that out to a square leg from a good-looking delivery from James Taylor. He's got a bit of a look of Bradley Dack about him. Now back at Gillingham. There, James Dack. You know what I'm talking about here. Bradley Dack.
He does.
Former Blackburn Rovers attacking midfielder. Started and looks like he's going to finish his career at Gillingham. But yeah, sort of swarthy beard and the mop of hair as well. There we go.
Right. I'm gonna have to look this.
It's just shrugging.
To look this person
Whatever. Niche football is Taylor into the onside.
Yeah,
tell me he doesn't look like James Taylor.
That's a bit unkind, that one. But
well, he's got the blonde barnet now, and that's he's gone blonde.
That's a sight.
Later in his career, but certainly when he had the combo of dark hair and dark beard, there.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
He's a fashionable man. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they have to have something
today.
at Surrey, don't they? You've got to have some sort of sense of fashion, one way or the other.
James, do you think he might go blonde? Like, you never know. It's just cut away by Borman. I can't see him just getting up a little slowly. Maybe it's just been a long day.
Well, he's looking at that. Is he looking at that finger again that he had taped up a bit earlier just for a moment. I think he's okay.
Oh, I
but
think
yeah,
it's
wringing out his hand anyway.
Yeah. Just maybe got more bruising around the hands. 308 for 5. Bright sunshine now as Taylor bowls. It's helped down the leg side, and actually it's a parry by Benjamin. He's done well to stop that go for 4. It's a leg bye, in fact. Bourman moves, well, nowhere from a leg bye. There we go, 45. He's still 5 away from some kind of landmark, which Ed Seaborn will be able to tell you better than I. Van Buren has 18, and he'll take strike, the young batter. Straight out of Cheltenham, is that right?
Born in Cheltenham, yes.
Narm, as we call it.
His club cricket was played for Dumbleton, which is right on the Worcestershire border. I think the estate basically straddles the border.
It's a great name, Dumbleton.
Yeah. Dudgeon to Bourman, that's driven straight into the ground and right at Keith Dudgeon's throat, and he just calmly puts his hands up in front of his throat and stops it. Absolutely no fuss at all. It's like shelling peas or whatever. It's that easy. And then just strolls back to his mark. I mean, if I'd done that, heart rate would have been probably through the roof if a ball was struck back that firmly and straight at my face. So I've got to preserve my good looks. Dudgeon in, and there's another one of those one-handed shots from Bourman. This time it was a one-handed cut shot, and every so often he just seems to get himself in a fearful tangle outside that off stump. Van Buren's down for a garden and if not a word, a sort of "I'm here" sort of thing. Yes, exactly. Either I'm here if you need me, or just watch yourself, will you? Anyway, the ball missed the bat again by a considerable margin, as it's done quite a lot of times when Bourman's done that. Dudgeon bowls. Bourman is very front on as he defends up to mid-off. And again, there's no run. They've had enough at Old Trafford, apparently. 12 wickets have fallen in the day. They're quite happy. They're probably not used to that sort of thing happening at Old Trafford very much. Middlesex 38 for 2 at the close. With Lancashire having made 201. They've also called it off at Derby, where Derbyshire 342 for 3.
Oh, there we go. Back to life.
Dudgeon into Bourman, who hops a little as he defends that one. Dudgeon, I'm not sure, I think he must have felt that the ball was about to sneak underneath the bat of Tommy Bourman, but it didn't. 14 wickets at Edgbaston, with Yorkshire 110 for 4. Warwickshire made 147, so they've closed there. So 3 close of play scores to bring you. Still playing at New Road after a lengthy rain delay there, and Worcestershire have lost a couple of wickets now at 168 for 6. Dudgeon runs in and bowls to Bourman, who prods at that one outside off stump, misses it. I think that was a yelp of irritation. The cry of the rhino was heard around Bristol. He's just had enough of this.
Threw his hands down, didn't he? Just in frustration there.
It's not done too much again with this new ball. That's back to the sort of quite pronounced seam movement that we saw very early with the first one. And again, I'm just not sure that Bourman can edge that, even on 45.
Just moving it slightly too much.
Yes, I do very well to edge it. 309 for 5. Dudgeon continues and bowls to Bourman. Shoulders, arms. Another yelp from Dudgeon. He's now bent over on his haunches, staring at the stumps. It's not really, to be fair to him, he's not like some fast bowlers start to have a go at the batter and think it's all the batter's fault, but Dudgeon just seems to think it's life's fault. He's not directing his frustration at anywhere in particular. He's just very frustrated. It's another maiden from him. 1 for 55. Gloucestershire are 309 for 5.
Yeah, it's not been the day that he would have seen in his dreams, maybe in his feverish nightmares. Keith Dudgeon is James Taylor, then to bowl to Van Buren. economical with his movement there. Has just jabbed it into the offside on the ground. It's fielded by Ben Dawkins and there's no run. 3 slips in for Kent. Messrs Crawley, Northeast and Miyeye. A couple of slip catches. Crawley and Dudgeon have got 1 each. 2 LBWs and a bowled. As Taylor bowls now to Van Buren. That's, yeah, like the look of it. Van Buren defends it off the middle stump though. There's no run. Slip's got excited.
One thing I just wonder, Gloucestershire bowled so straight against Derbyshire, but it was a much slower and less lively pitch. It really was really quite flat, but it was doing the odd bit more so with the new ball, really. Otherwise, it was quite hard work. I just wonder whether they will really target the stumps the same way when they bowl.
Taylor to Van Buren. Sure why he's setting off for a run there as the ball is...
It does occasionally go on a bit of a wander.
It's squirmed out to Joey Everson at reasonably close mid-on.
I'm just trying to think, because you've got in Bell and Williams, you've got 2 right-arm seamers, particularly in Bell, whose natural movement is to take the ball into the right-hander. Most of Kent's attack seems to take the ball away from the right-hander.
Sure. It's Taylor. Takes the bottom hand off that one, does Graham Van Buren along the ground out to point and fielded by Akansh Singh.
And it certainly doesn't account for 309 for 5 at all. I'm excited to see what will happen, and who knows, it might happen quickly, it might not happen quickly, but whenever Gloucestershire do bowl on this, I just wonder.
It's Taylor then to Van Buren, and that gets caught up in bat and pads and a paddy kind of noise, but no shout from the bowler. Van Buren asks for permission or indicates he's going to pick the ball up, gives it back to the bowler.
So it's not the prettiest bit of cricket, really. It's a ball that Van Buren would be thinking he should have tucked off his thigh for runs. Taylor would be thinking I probably shouldn't have bowled it quite there, and then nobody moves at all to do the fielding, and Van Buren just thinks, I might as well speed the game up. Here you go.
With that in mind, 12 overs to be bowled after this delivery from Taylor. Hurries Van Buren a little bit, but he's equal to it and defends it back down the pitch. Does it hit the stumps at the far end?
Yes, I think one of the bails has fallen off, but the other one hasn't.
Very slowly indeed. It's a maiden from James Taylor, who's, for Kent fans, maybe just joining us, or wanting to know what the new Loney has been like. Good. 2 for 52 off 20. I think he's the most economical of the bowlers as well. That doesn't flatter him. He's bowled lively spells throughout and taken 2 wickets so far, the Loney from Surrey.
Yeah, they've all got through a fair amount of work. Kent not selecting a spinner. I'm not saying that I think there would have been much spin out there for them, as Dudgeon bowls a full delivery. It's pushed back to him. But maybe just take some of the workload away from the seam bowlers, because Gloucestershire have now got to be thinking, end of the day, get this attack back out tomorrow morning still with some wickets in hand, and there's every chance of really starting to pile on the runs in the morning, with the attack having already got through plenty of spells today. That's sort of what you're thinking from this position at 309 for 5. Dudgeon to Borman, clipped away leg side, and he's still not going to get off 45. He's been stuck there for a while now as Borman. There's been a couple of leg byes at least for a bit of strike rotation, but another scoring opportunity just goes by there. And Van Buren had one in the previous over, but it's easy to say from up here, but they don't need to be concerned about that at all. The most important thing is just to see off this second new ball. Dudgeon bowls back of a length. I think Borman curtain rails the bat across and away from that. It's just a question of exactly when it happened. If you're Dudgeon, it's another definite play and miss. Let's see. It's a good delivery. I don't think Bourman's got anywhere near that, really.
I think the ambition left him quite quickly to try and play that.
Yeah.
As you say, it looks like he's trying to get everything out of the way, certainly.
Something wasn't in any danger, but ball had some good nip and zip. Full ball from Dudgeon, again into the ground, and once more work for Dudgeon to do off his own bowling. Just what he needs in his 20th over to have to field every other delivery as well.
I'm with you on that. It comes beetling at your head at that speed, even off the ground. I think after that, I'd need to sit down in a chair with a cold compress on my forehead for a bit.
You just fired down a good delivery. You're thinking, yeah, that one's come out well, and then all of a sudden you've got to do something else. Dudgeon, elbows pumping bowls, another back of a length delivery dug in, and once more Bourman, this time very much has dropped the hands and the bat on that one. But they are at least building some pressure in terms of the scoreboard. Haven't had a huge number of runs in total since the new ball was taken. I think 13 runs in the basically 5 overs since the new ball, but 11 of those came in the first 2 overs, I think, something like that anyway. A couple of leg buys. Dudgeon to Bourman. That's another wonderful delivery, pitched up, moves away, and Bourman's beaten yet again, and Dudgeon with another double teapot, and that one did not miss the stumps by too much. Bourman's got to play at that one as well. It's just like with the first new ball, really. I think you pretty much have to play down the line of off stump, and if the ball does plenty, it does plenty, and that's sort of what happened quite a bit when Charlesworth and Price were out there. It's just going to happen. The ball's going to do too much for you at times, and if one just happens to be the perfect delivery that takes the outside feather, then I think so be it.
Yeah. Well, they call it joining the dots, don't they? 3 maidens in a row as Taylor bowls to Van Buren, and he's gone. He's caught chest high at third slip by Mieye. Must be leading him off the pitch a little bit. Strange looking shot from Van Buren, trying to adjust it late. But Mieye catches it. Didn't have much choice, really. Hit him straight in the chest. Would have done if he'd not got the hands to it. 309 for 6. Van Buren goes for 18. It's the first breakthrough with the second new ball for Kent.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of bowling from Taylor. It's not moved a huge amount off the pitch, but it's neither really full enough or wide enough to have a go at. Van Buren's gone at it firmly, and the edge gobbled up. And I think there, for once, the ball not doing too much, really. It's done just the right amount, and Gloucestershire, who'd been stuck a bit, it felt as though that's a wicket that's been built up by the pressure from both ends. Van Buren looking for a scoring opportunity that wasn't really there and has perished. And now Ed Middleton comes out to the middle with plenty of batting ability. As I say, made 46 in the first-class match he'd actually played since September of 2024. Didn't play any first-class cricket last year. Got a call-up on the basis of having taken a lot of wickets and scored a lot of runs for the second team. And what do you know, he came into the first team and scored a few runs and took some vital wickets. So hoping here for something similar. He's a tall man, is Ed Middleton. And he will... They'll certainly have to be about his business. We're here with the second new ball doing plenty, and again Kent 309 for 6. If they can just take another couple of quick ones with the second new ball, start to drag things back. I think Gloucestershire will still be relatively happy with the score that they're on, but yes, they can do some good work at the end of the day still here, Kent.
Taylor then to Middleton. Short one down the leg side. Easy game from here, isn't it? But just feel like you want to put one on his toes to start with if you can. But had it been the perfect bouncer, I've been eating my words, wouldn't I?
Surprise factor.
Surprise factor indeed. Leg side short ball. But yeah, as we were saying before, I mean, it is, where are we, 20 balls without a run now, and a wicket in it from the previous one from Taylor, and gets right behind that one, does Middleton. Indicates straight away, points the bat at Tommy Boorman, telling him he's not running, which is probably music to Tommy Boorman's ears as the bowler's picked it up halfway down the pitch. But you still got to be certain, haven't you? 55 Middleton on his back, leg spinner, is that right? As well
yes,
as yeah,
indeed, yeah. You probably, well, I'm not sure. I think we probably would classify him as a bowling all-rounder.
Sure. Coming in at number 8 for Gloucestershire today, as Taylor bowls to him, and a little push into the onside. Applause from Zach Crawley, like that delivery. Middleton seen it off though, into the onside.
But you sort of look at, I mean, his figure's very tidy at Derby. He didn't bowl much loose stuff at all. I mean, you often think with a leg spinner that you're going to get a few rank deliveries, but none of that really. He's very accurate, quite a sort of wicket to wicket leg spinner. But at the same time, he got Wayne Madsen out with a ball that, it didn't turn square, but it just pitched probably middle and leg and hit outside of off stump. So certainly plenty, and it's got to be a good ball to get rid of Wayne Madsen. And then he actually wrapped up both the first and the second innings. There was a really pesky final wicket partnership between Chappell and Abbas, and Middleton finally broke that with, I wouldn't say the weather was closing in, it certainly was. I don't think it was sunshine when the game ended, but as it turned out, they probably had about 50 minutes to an hour before the rain would have come, so certainly wasn't in the nick of time, but wouldn't have wanted that partnership to go on too much longer.
So Taylor bowling to Middleton, short leg in now. Under the lid is Ben Dawkins. It's not that short. He's not breathing down Middleton's neck, but one's through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 309 for 6. So the dot ball, and this will be 4 maidens on the trot. Middleton doing his job, trying to hold up Kent at the moment from taking 2 quick wickets.
Everybody's going back as well to the, I say everybody, I mean deep square and deep point backs. They're quite happy to give Middleton the single.
Allowing him the 1. To Boorman well set on 45, and then a bouncer, there we are, and he will face the first ball of the next over. I'm up to update BBC Radio Kent listeners with the good news that they've taken a wicket.
A wicket maiden from Taylor. He's bowled well, 3 for 52, and certainly has made an impression for his lone county. I mean, you wouldn't really say that he's bowled very well, but so have most of Kent's attack. There's not been too much loose stuff, and it's just that Taylor's got 3 for 52 and Dudgeon's only got 1 for 55. But he can certainly change that because he's still got the new ball in hand, and a becalmed Tommy Boorman still on 45. Dudgeon into him, and he's correctly defending out to cover. At the moment, Boorman not looking too perturbed by the fact that he's not scored for a while. Sort of go into new ball mode. I mean, he would have batted a lot at the top of the order in his previous career. Batted at 6 since he's joined the first team in the Championship, but certainly know what it's about in terms of facing the new ball. Maybe not against somebody like Keith Dudgeon. That's been edged, and that will go between the keeper and first slip and down to the boundary for 4 runs. And Dudgeon, I think he might finally be at snapping point. Keith Dudgeon, genuine edge. Oh, I think that was catchable, I'm afraid, for Benjamin. He sort of, he got down, but he sort of dived over the top of it. I think, I'm afraid, that has to go down as a chance. Let's have another look at this. There we go, a little bit slower. I think that's gone underneath his glove, Benjamin, and it is a tough one, but I think that does have to go down as a definite chance. 313 for 6. Bourman drives off. That's a fantastic stop from Dudgeon in his follow through. How on earth did he get down to that one? It looked as though that ball was crashing away towards the sight screen, and quick as a flash, Dudgeon's got down and stopped it clean in his follow through. Bourman must have thought that was his 50, and instead he's still, I say still stuck on 49 because he was stuck on 45, but still one shy of the milestone. Dudgeon bowls to Bourman, edged, caught behind. You could hear the nick from here. And Keith Dudgeon gets his second wicket. Kent strike again with the second new ball. Bourman with a drive at an away swinger. It continued to swing further away from him. And an edge gobbled up this time, no problems by Chris Benjamin. It carried through much nicer. A really solid innings from Tommy Bourman. 49 he's made, but he's edged that one quite thickly through to the keeper. There was no point in standing there for that one. And Gloucestershire are 313 for 7. Dudgeon will at least have his mood slightly improved by that one. He's finally got one of those edges that has gone to hand, and it brings out Matt Taylor to the middle. So for the second time in this Gloucestershire innings, we've got two batters out there who've not scored. When Bourman came out there, he was with Bracey, who also not only hadn't scored, but neither had faced a ball when that partnership was formed. And you could say, in a way, that's been the partnership that's just still, you feel edging this day for Gloucestershire, but Kent are very much starting to bring things back to maybe even parity. It'll be interesting to see what the Gloucestershire camp thinks at the end of this day, because there's still 9 overs and a bit to go in it, and Matt Taylor now facing Dudgeon with his tail up and the new ball. Dudgeon races in, he bowls now to Taylor, and he flicks the bat at that one up and away from the ball, and the ball is taken by Chris Benjamin in his 21st over, Dudgeon, but he'll be starting to see the finish line potentially in sight, although there's still Will Williams to contend with, who's in next off the back of a 98, so you just never know. However, they are now into the bowlers at Kent, and it's not too often that the bowlers combine for about 250 runs. Dudgeon into Taylor, who comes forward and nudges a defensive shot to mid-off. It has been excellent pressure from both Dudgeon and Taylor with this new ball. There were a couple of boundaries in the first 2 overs with it, and then basically absolutely nothing since. Even the 4 runs off the edge of Bourman, fortuitous. So really it's been 5 overs in a row now of just relentless pressure with this new ball from Kent. And if it looked as though they were getting slightly flat with the older ball, they've certainly come out firing with the new one. And that wicket of Bracey, you sort of go back to that one just to get Bracey with the old ball and open up an end. I think that was potentially the most important wicket Everson took.
Yeah, it's a good call. Here comes Taylor then to bowl to Middleton. Leaves it outside the off stump through to wicket keeper Chris Benjamin. He'll be very glad that he took that catch, I think, off Keith Dudgeon, and maybe the previous one, as you say, which like it got away from him. Certainly a chance. Didn't amount to very much in terms of loss of runs. Well, nothing in terms of runs, and frustrating for Tommy Bourman, obviously getting to within a single of his half century, his first one. His maiden first-class half-century. This one's played by Middleton low into the offside. Adjusted the shot, the bat not coming down straight though. Akansh Singh fields it, and there is no runs. So still 8.4 overs to go. Kent's bowlers, I mean, obviously they want to take these 3 wickets quickly, but as much as anything else, bowlers feet up overnight, not having to come back and bowl any overs first thing tomorrow morning. They would like very much indeed. It's been a long day for them. As Taylor bowls to Middleton. It's well organised there. Defensive shot back at the bowler. Is there a little word from James Taylor, maybe? Just congratulating him on the straightness of the bat there. Who knows? But yeah, wicket in consecutive overs, then one for Taylor in the previous one.
Telling him what he's
Van
going
Buren.
to do to him with that short leg in. Sometimes it can be slightly comical when a fast bowler does that, really. You're only, I mean, I know it's coming at you quickly, the cricket ball.
Ooh, that's a good rising delivery. Seen off well, actually, by Middleton as well. Low to gully, fielded by Dawkins, no run.
Just like, oh yeah, I'm going to do some damage with this next one or something. Sometimes it can be like, what do you think all that padding's there for? I mean, I don't know. No, I'm not sure. It's good to see anyway. Good to see a battle out there.
Akin to when American football players have a dust up and they're wearing pads and helmets. It's like how much tougher can it get? We're pushing each other over during the game itself. Taylor to a Middleton. Ooh, has he played that?
Yeah,
No.
I think he has. He's played at it. Yeah.
He's played at it, sorry, yeah.
Certainly beaten by it, yeah.
Thought for a moment he might have got some sort of edge into the ground, but no, it's gone straight through to keeper Benjamin.
It's got to that stage with the long shadows at the end of the day where the ball could be in silhouette a bit. But yeah, I think he just played and missed.
I think we're not quite getting to the... no, we're not getting to the natural light being overtaken by the floodlights. So it's
crepuscular.
Quite bright. It's
nice. Not quite that.
It's Taylor down the leg side. It's a half take by Benjamin and a decent one as well. Stops it going for any more than a single by. It was quick enough. Taylor moves, I think it's fair to say, just a little bit wearily now. Well, he might. 22 overs bowled, 3 for 52. He's got through some hard yards and some good bowling so far, going at lower than 2.5 per 6 balls now. And both batters have yet to score. Middleton from 11 balls and Matt Taylor from 2 so far.
So that will go down as another maiden.
Good point.
Despite the bye. So it's basically 6 overs in a row now where there's only been one scoring shot, and that was probably ought to have been a caught behind.
Yeah.
Which ended up being a 4. So certainly the pressure is being kept on. I don't think you're getting the ball out of Dudgeon's hand, even though he's running in for his 22nd over now. Bowls a length ball to Middleton, who can play that one relatively comfortably off the back foot, back up the pitch, which is not something we've said very often with the offerings from Keith Dudgeon of late. Middleton leaning casually on his bat. Obviously wants to show Kent that he's not perturbed whatsoever by the fact that he's now faced 12 deliveries without getting off the mark. But they can be funny, these second new balls at the end of days, can't they? I mean, this one has proved very fruitful so far for Kent as Middleton comes forward looking for a single into the leg side that very much isn't there. It's mid-wicket fields. Because so often you you never quite know. You can get to a second new ball and the opening bowlers are coming back quite tired and not quite as motivated, and it can seem almost flatter with the new ball as it is harder and
disappears to the boundary
after the boundary. Whereas this one has very much not been that way. But again, you sort of go back to that strike with the old ball, just renewing some belief for Kent as Middleton drives, and it just bounds its way harmlessly enough up to mid-off. All of a sudden, a frisson from the canines below.
Labrador commotion. Not quite sure what that was about. Not the other black Labrador, who's not taking any interest in that.
I'm slightly confused as to why everybody's suddenly getting very excited down there.
Something happened in the...
I think something did happen in the cricket.
In the game of cricket we're watching out the corner of our eye below us.
Dudgeon bowls, short delivery. Good grief. Middleton's tried to pull that, and I think he may have performed a shot that Sean Murphy might have been proud of. Cued it back to the,
I was going to say, it's difficult to do that with that shot.
It's a slightly extraordinary sight of a man wearing a pink purpley scrum cap on his head. He's wearing those fingertipless gloves as well, pointing about, trying to get involved in the game of cricket. Middleton will get 4, and that will break up the latest scoreless run, of deliveries, as he just opens the face and actually guides it expertly wide of the slip cordon and off for 4 runs. 318 for 7. Middleton off the mark to his 16th delivery. Whilst it was played away fine on the offside, I don't think there was anything particularly streaky about that one. I think he was in control. Dudgeon might feel otherwise. 318 for 7.
There's nothing happening in the cricket in the middle, by the way. But
no, unfortunately, we can only turn the effects mic down so far. There's far more excitement off the field with the game of cricket. I think one of the dogs is now getting slightly concerned. He might be.
The security have broken them up. They've broken it up.
Oh.
I think it's fair to say.
Dudgeon bowls, Middleton leaves to complete the over. 318 for 7.
I think security pointing out there that people are actually just trying to watch the cricket, and
they might not want a ball being fired at their heads, at the back of their heads, on the bench there.
I think
there's a car park over there. I'm sure there's no harm
I was
that
going
can
to say
be done
that...
around the cars.
Wait a minute. What are you saying? Oh, there we go. I think it was a couple of lads playing, young lads, I should say. I think it was all fine, but
I think the security guard maybe gets a little bit more antsy when he sees a man in a pink scrum cap trying to play cricket. You're not allowed to wear those gloves when you're bowling anyway.
Is Taylor to Taylor. There we go. It's bound to happen. So James to Matt, leaves it through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So yeah, it's ended. Yeah, it's no good complaining about the security guard now. It's you boys that spoiled it for everyone.
No, we've got the scrum cap back on again.
The adults get involved. You all got a bit more raucous, a bit more disruptive. Only yourselves to blame. Here's Taylor to James Taylor to Matt. Oh, I have to do it again. James to Matt, and straight back to James Taylor. Picks up on his follow through more or less, so it wasn't going very far. Matt Taylor is
oh dear,
not aggressing on that one.
There's a couple of gulls cavorting off at deep cover now. Everything's gone completely. Please don't do that here. There are plenty of places you can go. Can I get the security? Get the security on them. Nobody wants to see that. Thank you.
Well, it is spring, we have to say, and that's. It could just be an acrobatic display. We're not quite sure, but here is James Taylor to Matt Taylor now. Ooh, it's got to be close, and it's gone. And a very tentative-looking shot from Matt Taylor, and James Taylor has a 4-for, and I think that is his best in first-class cricket as well. Indeed, 3 for 19, his previous best, and on his first game for Kent, his debut, he has Matt Taylor, LBW. Didn't look too much doubt about that either.
If he's not hit that, that is crashing into, well, middle and leg, but on the middle side of middle and leg.
So a career best for James Taylor on debut for Kent, 318 for 8 then. So Kent trying to mop up the tail before the end of day one. Looked like he'd have got away from them, certainly, at 309 for 5 at one stage. But taking wickets with the second new ball. This is their third with the second new cherry. And James Taylor has that 4th wicket for the first time in first-class cricket.
Actually, they are Kent supporters. The ones with one of the Labradors.
Indeed, see them.
Those where you could hear a cheer come up when.
Oh yeah, see those two gents around a lot, and their.
Oh well, you know. Oh, that's
their dog.
That's so county cricket, isn't it? Yeah, of course, you know the travelling support, don't you?
You'd be surprised to hear. But yeah.
Right, here comes Will Williams then.
Saying that dog's usually very well behaved, is all I'm saying. But yeah,
he's had an incredibly curious start to his Gloucestershire batting career. He had a run of 3 ducks in a row at one point, and he's also made 98. So It could be anything here.
Welcome to Sports Extra listeners here with Kent trying to mop up the Gloucestershire tail. Gloucestershire have had the best of day one, I think it's fair to say, on a lively pitch. You just heard James Taylor on loan from Surrey to Kent take his 4th wicket. It's a career best for him on his debut for Kent. He's bowling once again to Will Williams, who comes forward. This one's looping up. Will he be caught and bowled? It is indeed. He's got a fifer on debut. Has James Taylor on debut for Kent. He's surrounded by his new teammates. He's on loan from Surrey, and 318 for 9. And an indifferent looking shot from Will Williams pushing forward. He might have got 98 the other day. He goes for a duck, and Kent suddenly have a 9th wicket. I say suddenly because they've been running through Gloucestershire with the second new ball, who have gone from 309 for 5. They are now 319 for 9 with Williams going. Earlier, Ben Charlesworth top scored for Gloucestershire with 85. A century partnership with Ollie Price with 50, and also a century partnership with Bracey getting himself 57 as well. But towards the end of day one here, I think we still have 7 overs to go after this one. 5-wicket bag, it says on the scoreboard. Sports Extra listeners updating you here with me, Matt Cole, and Ed Seaborn at a sun-drenched Bristol still on this first evening.
We're certainly going to get these overs in. What might happen is there's now the chance that Kent have got a bat this evening.
Whoa, no, absolutely. That could make things very nervous. It's a hat-trick ball for James Taylor as well.
I think he was given out caught and bowled.
Yeah.
I must admit, I wasn't sure whether he'd been given out LBW or caught and bowled, because I'm not sure the ball was very close to the bat. But in any case, the hat-trick.
It is indeed. So James Taylor, first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. 4 slips in behind Gabe Bell. And bowls. He's going to appeal. Of course he's going to appeal. It was fairly half-hearted. Some Gloucestershire supporters are jeering at him for that. Come on, you would. Everyone in this ground would, surely. But yeah, it's not a wicket. 318 for 9 it is.
Well, it has been a bit of a cascade with this second new ball, and
Kent to bowl themselves back to something like respectability. Yeah, caught and bowled, it's down on the official score sheet, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there we go.
So James Taylor then bowling to, crikey, that looked close as well. It's been seen off his pads, though, by Bell, and that's the end of the over. Sorry, 6 to go on this first day here at Bristol. Welcome to Sports Extra listeners as well, of course, as those two. BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Kent, and on the other live stream, pictures via Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Welcome wherever you are. Shadows lengthening. You might expect that at this time of day. And James Taylor, I'll do that again. James Taylor gets a good round of applause from the spectators just below us. Just call the
as long as they're not going to start shouting at him again.
Jeering him for appealing on his hat-trick ball. That seemed to be a bit unfair, but there we go.
Like a DJ with a turntable with this effects mic going up and down.
All's fair in love and war and that, and cricket.
Change of bowling by the looks of things.
Yeah, Akansh Singh from the far end, I think.
So now I wonder, what does Middleton do? He almost might as well have a swing, because you've got the number 11 at the other end, and Bell is more of a number 11, really. So Akansh Singh into Middleton. Oh, it goes right underneath his bat. Started him off with a Yorker on about 4th stump, and the ball's squeezed underneath the bat of Middleton and gone through to the wicketkeeper.
Going to say he's bowled that length quite well today, Akansh Singh. Just apologies to interrupt your sentence there, and it's a very good stock T20 delivery, isn't it? Death bowling.
Well, it's a handy natural length to have. If you can just
good point.
If you can just run in and bowl a Yorker almost just because it happens that way, then that is pretty handy. Middleton on 4. Fielders back at deep point, deep square and fine leg as Singh bowls to Middleton, and he doesn't want the run, which is available because he's pushed it through the vacant point and decides that he wants to keep the strike. But almost because of the fact that you've got, if this were any other situation, I'm not sure that you'd quite be saying Middleton might as well have a swing, but just because if the wicket is going to fall this over, Gloucestershire would get Kent in for 3 overs this evening.
Yeah,
This
you
is
always
almost
want
an
to slow it
argument
down.
just to have a
Ken, yeah.
to have a bit of a dart,
Yeah.
but of course you don't want to give it
can see
away. Singh bowls, he gives him the charge, does Middleton. He'll take one run. Whether it's leg by or off the bat, we'll find out as Taylor hurls the throw in. It is off the bat, so Middleton will move on to 5. Gloucestershire 319 for 9. And this really has been, as you've been outlining, Matt, an excellent comeback from Kent. But it's felt like an even day, even though Gloucestershire were pretty much bang on top at 287 for 4. It's always felt as though there was the chance that ball could take over again, just as bat did for a while, especially when Bracey and Borman were going with that partnership. That's flicked away by Bell. It's a nice looking shot. It'll bring him at least a couple of runs. It might bring him 4. It's a tired chase from Taylor, who does just about keep it in. And they're going to come through for 3.
Yeah, he almost...
Is that the Gloucestershire treasurer down there, I can see?
He almost collapsed on top of it there, did James Taylor, but...
It's got a group of supporters down there. As the Gloucestershire treasurer's come along for a watch. I don't think he's part of the group that have been
he's not been seen off by
there. I'm
security.
not trying to suggest that whatsoever. Or yes, or indeed the group of wannabe cricketers who got moved along. Middleton facing up to Singh, and that's just prodded away into the offside. And Kent allowing Middleton the single off the 5th ball of the over. So they didn't bring everybody up, despite the fact that Middleton and Bell had taken 3 off the previous ball when, I don't know, they might have only taken 2, but now Bell's just got the 1 ball this over, and then Middleton will face the next over, so that's potentially going to work out well from a Gloucestershire point of view. It's 323 for 9. Middleton 6 and Bell 3, and the last ball of this Singh over coming in now. 4 slips in place. It's a good Yorker again, squeezed out into the offside. Now they suddenly think there might be 2 here, and there should be. It's good running. He pretty much just dug it out, did Bell, but because they went aggressive with the slip cordon and still kept a few out on the boundary in case Bell fancied the single, but is dug it out into the perfect spot, and it's 2 runs, so 325 for 9. And it's funny how it happens, isn't it? You get to the last wicket stand with this second new ball for about 7 overs. Gloucestershire couldn't buy a run, and now out comes the number 11, and he's got 5 off 4 balls.
Yeah, just looking at the you say the analysis for the last few overs, and Kent have kept it remarkably tight, but having a dart late on, so this would only leave us.
It'll be 2 overs.
Yeah, as a wicket with this one, so it's 2 including the over your bowling, wicket, so it would only be 2. Imagine maybe Messrs Crawley and Dawkins would be happy not to come out for a. I wonder if Kent would put a night watchman or 2 in.
If there's only 1 over, you might as well send out a number 11.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here's James Taylor then. He's on a 5 for already. Bowled him, and that's gone. Well, that's academic now, because it will be Kent coming out to bat late on day 1. He has bowled him. Fantastic way to finish what's been a really good first day in a Kent shirt for James Taylor. On his debut, 6 for 52. He's bowled Middleton for 6, and the most spectacular of his wickets so far. But it's fair to say he has been excellent on his first day in his 4th spell. Tired he may be when he comes off the field, James Taylor, but on loan from Surrey, he's done great work for Kent. Decent pickup for the away side, but Gloucestershire have played very well on a lively looking pitch. 325 all out. We'll find out obviously in the ensuing time to come whether that's a commanding total or one that Kent can rival on the second day. But in the meantime, 2 overs then to come. Well, a nervy 12 balls perhaps for
I
Kent.
suppose it's a silver lining to the cloud of the fact that Gloucestershire would have hoped still to be there and forcing Kent to come back and bowl tomorrow. I mean, there was a point, I think, Bracey had got out, and there was a point when Van Buren and Borman seemed to be seeing off the new ball, at least the first few overs of the new ball, 309 for 6 when that 6th wicket fell. And you thought, well, you know, there's still every chance. You got a couple of batters out there who've got the potential still to go quite big. Runs from Middleton in the last game. Matt Taylor can obviously hold a bat, even though he is in the side for his bowling. And Will Williams coming off the back of that extraordinary 98. So you would have felt that Gloucestershire had every chance of making Kent come back. But the fact that they haven't done that now, with these, what will I think be 2 overs, I haven't taken them off the board completely yet, but it will be 2 overs. That's a chance to come out and put Kent under a bit of pressure. But well bowled, James Taylor. He's been the one that's got the rewards in the end, but it has been I think a pretty solid bowling performance from Kent. There were only just a couple of spells when some looser deliveries started to come, but even when Gloucestershire started to score a bit quicker, you sort of felt as though they were still having to manufacture several of the shots that they played. It never really, other than maybe for a period with that old ball, felt like sort of going through the motions at all. So they've been under pressure, and Taylor's been the one who's reaped the rewards with 6 for 52. Keith Dudgeon 2 for 63 from 22 overs. He could have ended up with a 6 for on another day, I think, the way that he bowled. Akansh Singh 14 overs for 62. Mikey Cohen no wicket for 59. He was very unfortunate not to take a wicket, especially in his first spell, where he bowled a couple of jaffers that ended up being nicked either short or wide of the wicket keeper and the slip cord. And Joey Everson taking 2 for 62. Tawanda Muyaya just bowling the 2 overs to help with the over rate, which I think seems to have ended the day level. I know it is 7 o'clock. We have had, I should say, for the benefit of those who've not been with us all day, we did have a shower that took about probably, I don't know, half an hour or something like that out of the day. So that's one of the reasons why we have still got 2 overs to bowl at pushing 7 o'clock. But yeah, I'd be quite interested actually to hear what the thoughts are from the Gloucestershire camp this evening, because there was certainly a stage when I think we both said that they'd reckoned 300 would be a pretty good score on this. But I suppose you always want more, don't you? When you're 287 for 4 and 309 for 5, you're thinking, well, there's a great chance to turn this into a really imposing first innings score. And it's ended up being that kind of score that so often sets up a good match, a sort of early 300s, 280 to 330, that sort of area, which so often means that there's plenty of time left in the game, but not a sort of blink and you'll miss it type game, which, I mean, nobody minds that too much when you watch it, unless you've got plans to come on day 3. But there's every chance that this could continue to be a fine contest between bat and ball, but who knows, as we'll see how Gloucestershire bowl and how Kent go out to bat, because it's still the sort of score that could be surpassed, and potentially even surpassed significantly if Gloucestershire can't make some breakthroughs. But if they could even just get one tonight in these 2 overs, then I think there's very much going to be the feeling that they've had the better of the opening day. But we will, of course, get that reaction. I think we'll talk to Ben Charlesworth, who made 85 in the earlier part of the day, and there's every chance, I suspect, that he may well say it was quite a battle out there, and there should be enough in this for the Gloucestershire bowlers to make 325 look like a decent score. But we'll see. The light roller is being used, but potentially we might see the heavy roller tomorrow morning. I suppose it's only 2 overs, and then it'll be rolled again before the start of the day. So it's only the light roller trundling up and down. Some fairly furious looking fielding exercises going on down to our right, with Gloucestershire's head coach Mark Lane and batting consultant Ed Joyce with the mitt as well. And Williams and Bell, I feel very confident, are going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire. Not just because they're actually out there warming up and bowling, but because I think Bell and Williams, wouldn't be surprised if they're on for well over half the length of Kent's innings, however long it might go on for.
More of a question maybe as to who the opening pair of batters for Kent will be.
That's true.
If they would put out...
who's down
well, that's
there?
Zach Crawley.
Looks like Crawley, but is that Dawkins?
I don't think that's Dawkins.
I don't think that's Dawkins. Is it
Although
Cohen?
he is leaning down, he's not tall enough for a Dawkins. I think you're right. I think it's Mikey Cohen.
Excellent. Everybody loves a... Everybody loves a night watch
left-hander.
opener. How do you say that? Yeah, he is as well.
Does it count as a night hawk at this point? I'm not sure.
Well, if he comes out and blazes a couple of boundaries, he might. Left-hander as well, I suppose.
Yeah. Left and right combination. Zach Crawley saying, yeah, you take first knock, Mikey. I'll be up the other end.
I'd imagine.
No quick singles.
Well, actually, having said that, they might be alternating Williams and Bell. Williams bowled the first over of the second innings at Derby, and Bell bowled the first over of the first innings. So we'll see which end Gloucestershire want to start from. Williams, pretty sure, will bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. They'd be changing it up if not, and Bell from the Pavilion end. And got to go through this ritual of Williams now leaving the field having finished his warm-ups, and only when Williams goes off will the umpires make their way back out there. Chris Watson, Simon Widdup. And
yeah, they probably need to look at the light at this point as well. I'm not sure this is something they need to be doing.
Oh, is the sun not quite bright enough for you? Gloucestershire's bowling consultant, Shane Jurgensen, who had a spell as head coach, actually, of Bangladesh for a while. He's taking the stumps and the rest of the equipment off.
Thanks to Liam in the Kent office. Last few Kent players take 5 on debut. Ashley Shaw in 2011. Huddersfield in 2016. Played the last time Kent won here, actually. That was a decade ago. Navdeep Saini. Yuzi Chahal in 2024. And Nathan Gilchrist in 2025. There we go.
Well, that's 6 for 52.
On
Not
debut,
bad.
Nathan Gilchrist in 2025.
Oh, that's a good shout.
That's not right.
Oh well, while Matt puzzles over that, Gloucestershire have set the field.
It all looked very convincing until that last one. Some of those may be true. This is
Four
much more
slips in
important.
place for the night watch opener. Mikey Cohen, Zach Crawley at the non-strikers end. It's Bell from the Pavilion end. He bowls now to Cohen, an away swinger, which he doesn't have to play at. So one delivery seen off.
Very confident leave that from Cohen, leaving forward.
Yeah.
Decisive leave.
Now the sun's gone in. Yeah, you're gonna start complaining about the light now. You can just about see the shadows from the floodlights.
Who's saying that? It's so dark here now. I think someone's left the room.
I don't think Mikey Cohen would want to go off, I think they relish these situations, don't they? The bowlers who are asked to go out and do this. He won't want to go off. Bell over the wicket bowls to Cohen, another delivery which he doesn't have to play a shot at, so he's watched 2 go by.
See, I said that to Matt Milnes, who had a couple of fantastic knocks for Kent as a night watchman when he rejoined the club and said, looking forward to the ball. He did, yeah. And I said, looking forward to seeing you bowl again. I expect you'll be looking forward to batting again. And he just looked at me and said, I think I'll be hiding in the corner of the changing room. So maybe not all of them are delighted.
Bell into Cohen, who feels for that one and plays and misses. Not for the first time today. I suppose Kent will feel that they're due a few plays and misses. Certainly saw plenty of those earlier on.
Yeah. Averages 11.76 with the bat, does Michael Cohen. I'm not sure what his stats are opening the innings, however. I suspect go for a deep dive there.
Currently infinity.
Yes, could well be.
He's seen off 3 deliveries, and I wonder if Crawley's going to be able to manufacture a single next over. You want Cohen to face as many deliveries as possible, and as many deliveries like that, because it's a tough thing for Bell, who's 3 of his first 4 deliveries, I should say, have now been wide of off stump, and Cohen has left them. It's a perfectly acceptable line to be bowling to a left-hander with the new ball. You're thinking about trying to draw the batter into the shot, but I think Cohen is going to be drawn into.
Cohen doesn't want to play, does he?
Shot, exactly. Anything that he can just watch by is absolutely fine. Next delivery comes in, another wide delivery, probably even wider than the previous one, and left alone once again. And I always feel in these sorts of situations, it's almost a bit like when we had the bowl out, when you know that Bell wants to bowl it straighter than that. He wants to hit the stumps, and yet sometimes when you're just trying so hard to bowl it straight.
What price a short ball here, do you think? Just to keep Cohen at that end.
Last delivery of this over. Bell to Cohen, and 5 out of 6 that is now, isn't it? Into the over. 5 out of 6 deliveries he doesn't have to play. So a maiden over from Bell. I suppose at the very least, Gloucestershire are now going to be bowling at Zach Crawley. So the prize is there for them. And whoever was padded up to come out at 3, because that's the thing, if you use one night watchman in this situation, you've got to probably use another. So so then who'd have been padded up? With James Taylor having just taken a 6 rev to go out and bat at number 3. But anyway, that won't happen now. Can only lose one wicket.
Oh, of course, that statute has yet to be agreed, is it? That you can play on at the end of days, but
end of the season, it comes in, I think, worldwide.
Is that when the shutter comes down or goes up, one or two? So Mikey Cohen, safe for the moment at the non-striker's end, but how safe is Zach Crawley? With Will Williams bounding in, although Zach Crawley is not in his crease, so this won't happen right now.
He always does that.
I'm just remembering, actually, talking about Matt Milnes, that Matt Walker, the former Kent head coach, used to tell me how much time he spent explaining to Matt Milnes and Harry Podmore, if you remember him, why one of them was batting higher than the other. He said, "You wouldn't believe how much of my time that takes up, telling them one's at 9 and one's at 10. Here is Williams to bowl then. Crawley sees that down to a fine leg for a single, and Williams immediately looks to heaven. That's
perfect result for Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they didn't want, because if Cohen gets out now, that'll be the end of the day. And Zach Crawley has kept his powder dry for tomorrow. Obviously, these situations play on the mind, don't they? That's why batters get out late in the day, why the night watchman is a thing. And so 4 slips spread extravagantly, I'd have to say, behind Mikey Cohen, but actually fairly close to him now as Williams comes round the wicket to the left-hander. He's played that very well. Oh, there we go. I was hoping to hear click
I'm sure
about
that's
the
exactly
ball.
what that spectator said as well.
Yes. Well done, Mikey. I was hoping to hear the click of bat on ball, but there we are. I've missed it by a whisker there. Got a shout from a...
deafened me.
Apologies. 1 for none then, Kent, who've finished the day strongly. As Williams bowls to Cohen. Does he flick that off his pads? He doesn't make any contact. There's an appeal. Not with any great conviction, I'd have to say. But go on, Willow, indeed.
Yes. There's another one for the list of imaginative nicknames. Well, they want another slip in. 4's not enough. In comes Middleton.
He does. Is he filling in the gap? There he is. Yeah, there we go. Indeed. So it's a half umbrella field. 5 slips in behind Mikey Cohen. It's nice to have company, isn't it? 3 balls to go of day 1 or fewer.
Oh.
It's a drive from Cohen. He's not having that. He's on the front foot and he's driven it. It's not quite middled it up to mid-off.
Nighthawk indeed.
Yeah. Showing some aggressive intent. A maximum of 2 balls, legitimate deliveries, remain on day 1 here of Gloucestershire against Kent. It's been a really entertaining day. Gloucestershire making 3-2-5 all out. Kent facing some nervous deliveries at the end as Cohen leaves it outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper, James Bracey, and there is no run. So this will be the final delivery, if legitimate. And albeit they've not made massive inroads into the Gloucestershire first innings score, Kent will be hoping that well, they'll know that 1 wicket is the very most they will lose at the end of day 1. Still think Gloucestershire are in a really good position for me on a pitch which has been very testing at times today. Williams bowls round the wicket to Cohen, sees that off his midriff into the onside, and that is stumps on day 1 here at Bristol. Gloucestershire 325 all out, 2 century partnerships for them today. Ben Charlesworth hit 85, Ollie Price with 57, James Bracey with a very fluid looking 57, 49 for Tommy Borman, a career high for him, 6 for 52. James Taylor, a career best for the on-loan bowler from Surrey for Kent on his debut. Kent 1 for none at stumps. Ed Seaborn.
And the floodlights off straight away. Let's not waste any time or more electricity than has already been wasted today. So, yes, as Matt says, it's been a really enticing day 1, and I don't think you're going to want to miss day 2. It should be a cracker on a pitch which has been lively, and it's also been shown that you can score runs on it if you can get yourself in. So, an appealing match position. 325 all out and just 1 without loss. Matt and I will be back tomorrow morning. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday night, and we'll see you at just before 11 o'clock tomorrow.